Equestrian Live SA and Kyalami Park Club are proud to present this live streaming of the 2022 Toyota Easter Festival, proudly sponsored by Toyota. Welcome to the Peter Mini Arena at Kyalami Park Club, where we will be featuring 4 classes during this live stream broadcast. We start off with 2 pools of the 1m30 A2 competition championship. We then move on to the Toyota Junior Adult 1m35 Outdoor Grand Prix. Then the Toyota 1m50 SA Outdoor Grand Prix, the big one for today, for 2022, that we look forward to. And then we end this broadcast with the Adult 1m40 A2 Competition Championship. First horse is on track, as you can see out in the Peter Mini. And if in case you're wondering why the Peter Mini, surely we should be on the Bob. Well, unfortunately, South Africa, as you all know, for all those terrestrial domestic viewers, has been experiencing a huge amount of rain, not only in the flood-stricken KwaZulu-Natal region, but also here on the Highveld in Johannesburg. And very unfortunately, we've had to move away from the grass as it is waterlogged and deemed not 100% safe, the underfoot conditions, and thus we have moved to the Peter Mini Arena, where I have to say, big ups to the Kyalami Park staff and ground crew. The going is looking absolutely fantastic here this morning. Perfect underfoot conditions. We did have some overnight rain, but all has gone away, and we look forward on this Easter Monday to some fantastic jumping. With me in co-commentary as we watch Heather Mostert and Denise going around, who have been a winner here in one of the qualifiers earlier on in the week. With me in co-commentary, very good morning to Shay De Beer. How are you? At least you're dry today, but I think the rain got you a little bit.
Did spend several hours working in it, but all well now. How are you?
Good. And the voice okay? Going to get through the day?
I'm going to try.
Excellent. Well, so lovely round there from Denise, true to form, a winner here in the week in one of the qualifiers. Heather Mostert finishes 0 penalties, 68-1-1, and at this very, very early stage goes into the lead. Remember, the classes change today. These are A2 championships because of time constraints, simply because we've had to fit more than was anticipated into the Peter Mini. These 2 classes, the adult 1m30s, were always meant to be in this arena, and they remain in this arena, but all of the classes from the Bob Charter have been moved across to the Peter Mini, and as such, we now have time constraints. There won't be time for 1 round and then a jump off, so it's all about 1 round against the clock to determine these championships. So Capital Denise sets a target of 68-1-1. Currently on track at the moment is the lovely Melba, and this is Emma Barrow, the very accomplished Emma Barrow, stylish rider going around, but I saw an early pole. Was that correct? I think she's
she's currently on 4.
On the 4 penalties, had an early pole I think at number 2. It's quite a lengthy track, and just having a look here, a few tests on related distances, a few dog's legs, some turnbacks, treble combination. So course designer Anne-Marie Esslinger thrown the kitchen sink at these riders here this morning in this championship class, and the time will tell how it rides. So the score for Melba, 4 penalties in 76-1-1. Capital Denise and Heather Mostert making the journey from KwaZulu-Natal. In 68-1-1, they lead this class at the current time. The bell now sounds for our 3rd competitor on the track. This is number 3, Ada Rain Ferguson and Princess Leia. Big thank you to Toyota. It's a new sponsor here back into equestrian sports. Of course, we remember them in times gone past with big names like Toyota Gossiper and Peter Goss. Lovely to have them back in the sport, and do hope that all of those representatives of Toyota who are our guests here at Kyalami Park Club today do enjoy themselves. So, Ada Rain Ferguson, Shay, always very, very fast.
For sure.
This Princess Leia, a pony?
A pony, yeah. She has competed for several years in the pony classes, but, talent, she hasn't stopped, and she keeps going up the grid.
So we're definitely going to see a quick time here. She's flying around here, fleet of foot, but is she going to leave them all up?
She is a super careful little pony, super feisty, and she has what it takes. As I say that.
As we say that, the B element of that Toyota treble combination goes down. Looking really resplendent, that Toyota red. And once again, big thank you and well done to the ground staff who last night were moving all the jumps from the Bob Charter Arena across to the Peter Mini, as well as all the sponsorship bannering and just getting it all sorted out for today so that we can have some show jumping today here on Easter Monday. Oh, happy Easter Monday, by the way.
Happy Easter to you too, Aidan.
Happy Easter to all those viewers out there as well. We do apologize, we are seeing some stuttering on the pictures. It's early in the morning. We are going to get all those little problems sorted out. I'm told possible water in the cables from the overnight rain. There were some doubts about today last night when the rain came down yet again, but blue skies this morning, so hopefully it's all moved off and the sun will come out and burn off all the water in the cables as well, and we'll have some very clear and lovely pictures brought to you by Canon as well.
Try and avoid waiting too long as much as possible.
And that's myself, Aidan and Shay in picture, broadcasting from underneath this new Peter Mini Judges box, bringing you all these pictures from the Peter Mini Arena here on Easter Monday from Kalami Equestrian Park, where it's the first pool of the 1m30 championship. And in now, number 4, Kimberly Williamson. Is that Kim?
Yes.
Yes, it is. And Kim rides Calaho Karina. Back to our scoreboard, still leading Capital Denise. The score for Princess Leia, she had 2 down in 72.85. So Heather Mostert pretty quick out the gates in 68.11. She's been having a good show, has Heather. So safely negotiated 1 and 2. Kimberly Williamson. Now you know Kim well. You were part of the Manador setup. Tell us about that setup and about Kim.
Yeah, Kim rides with Stena Gmura at Manador. She has been there for several years now. She's a stable manager there. This partnership, it's been about 2 years now, I think, and they've just gone from strength to strength. This is an incredible horse, and I think they're destined for the bigger grades.
Lovely to see Kim back up there. Beautiful setup that they have at Manador. They've been fortuitous in that they have an indoor arena, so while we're all battling to get our work programs done building up to Easter show, I think they received lots of phone calls from myself as well, asking if we could come and spend some time in the indoor getting a little jump in, and they were always obliging, so a big thank you to Kim Renell. She's had 1 down the B element once again in that treble combination, so I don't know if that stepping may be a little bit short or they're going in a little bit hot. It is a related distance. We'll keep an eye on from 7 to 8. It's on a distance from 7 down to that treble combination, and maybe they're just running out of space in that B element, or maybe it's a little bit long. Keep your eye on it. Let's have a look. So Kimberly Williamson, Calaho Karina, 4 penalties, and that at this time goes into second in a time of 74.70. So still some 6 seconds off the pace set by Capital Denise and Heather Mostert. It must have been absolutely flying around. That was number 4. We move on now to number 5. And this is, I'm just looking, Andrew Olaf. So on our program number 5 is Ashley Fox. That is a scratching, a moment in time. I know has not come up. Put a line through that one. This, in fact, is Andy Olaf. Andrew Olaf rides Denton Horsebox's Count Cosmo. Lovely horse that he acquired from Sean Rabiti about a year and a half maybe ago now. Andrew's been building a solid partnership with this very, very lovely Count Cosmo by Cupido out of Elzu Serendipity, Shiraz Dam there. He is a lovely, lovely sort, got lots and lots of scope. I just love the way he goes. And Andy really getting a lovely tune out of him. You can see there the amount of scope and jump that he possesses, Shay.
For sure.
Andrew, a very, very accomplished horseman, born into the Olaf family of Natal, Tongaat area. Oh, oops, once again. The distance in that treble combination, that seems to be catching a few.
proving tricky.
So
Although
has she set up a choice of strides between 7 or 8, a holding or a forward, and that's the trick there, or is it the distance between A and B? Andy's circling again. What is he deciding? Is he deciding to jump? Yeah, he's deciding, well, he can't win it from there. Let me just jump one more confidence building jump and go out. It is an A2, so really you have to be clear. Well, you have to be clear whatever type of class it is, but deciding fight it out another day and calling it a day. It's just saying from a very well-known horsey family, the Ola family. Parents are here to support, and we'll see him in the other classes with Amazonas. I think he's jumping in the 140s a little bit later on. Right, so that was Andy Olaf, not his day today. Chelsea Gertenbach goes next, and Eagles Chipolate at this stage, just the one clear. This is number 5 on track, and just the one clear at this time. Tell us a bit about Chelsea.
Chelsea rides out of the Reba stable setup. I think it's family owned, been run for many years. I mean,
and that's just down the road?
Yeah, just down the road from here.
One goes down there, the front rail of that Rionet Oxstar, so not going to be able to navigate herself clear. So Heather Mostert looking pretty good. Let's have a look here. That was a good ride. Did you count what she did between 7 and 8?
I think it was a 7 stride there.
And it looked like a nice flowing 7.
Yeah.
Andy did the same, 7?
Andy did the same.
So it looks like it is possibly the distance between A and B a little bit long. You've got to be forward into that treble.
Chelsea also looked like she had to push a little bit to get to B there.
One down. 4 penalties in 72-31 for Eagles Chipolate and Chelsea Gertenbach. And we'll see her sister Kayla a little bit later on as well in the bigger stuff.
Into second, though, the quickest of the 4 falters. It's still just the one clear that we have. We move on to number 9 now. Principals Bentley.
So number 9 now is Bridget Carls. This is Principals Bentley. There is Bridget. Lovely big horse is Bentley by Quebec, out of an Ubergaber mare. Ubergaber, one of the first, can we call him a foundation stallion that was brought into this country quite a few moons ago. Very well in dressage as well as top level show jumping. And leaving a mark through his daughters. Finds a rail, unfortunately does Bridget. Trained, I think, by Jason Phillips, am I correct? I think Bridget is trained by Jason. Right, so let's keep an eye. She comes past our commentary position here to number 7, rolling onto the treble. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 nice forward strides. I think that is the ride to give it. Flowing 7 to the treble, keep your leg.
She looked like she got ever slightly to the base of that first element of the treble, but this horse's scope seems to get her out easily.
Just look down to my notes for a second there. Did she circle?
She made a circle.
Did she circle? All right, so time penalties to add, 87.44.
Total of 17 penalties, 4, 3, 4, 10, and 9 for time for Bridget Carls and Principals Bentley. On we go to
bunch of time penalties to add, 9 time penalties to add.
68.11 and Claire.
For a total of
17.
17, I heard Roger say. So I'm just looking at the scoring here. It says 13, but in fact, no, it is 17 penalties that you can jot down if you are keeping score for Principal Bentley and Bridget Carls. Rider visiting us from KwaZulu-Natal. Of course, it's an Italian that leads the class. Heather Mostert, the only clear thus far in 68.11, was pretty swiftly around. And this is Grant Langley now, riding Foresight Caspian. Grant a regular at all the shows in Johannesburg. He does lots and lots of miles up and down the highway between his base in Summerveld, Foresight Equestrian, where he trains lots of riders, produces lots of horses, and really has done a lot for Natal riding over the many years that he has now been there. Previously, well, many moons ago was based in Johannesburg, but made the move some, I would say 20 years ago now, I think. It's really nicely ridden, negotiated through there. This is looking good. By Casper, the sire that he owns. And of course that Grant is bringing along. Really nicely done, 70.91, and that will go into second behind Heather. So the two Italians giving us two clears. The rest floundering for now. Come on, Gauteng. Capital Denise leading in 68.11, 2 seconds behind in second. Foresight Caspian and Grant Langley in 70.91. This now looks like number 11, Judy Riddle. Horse change here. This is Brannick Always Quilla, which has to be an Always One. I must be quite honest with you, I don't know much about Judy Riddle, but I'm open to learning. So this is an interactive broadcast. Welcome to Equestrian Live. Hit that subscribe button and feel free to leave your comments, suggestions, information that we might not have, such as something about Judy Riddle, where she's from, what do we know about her. Do you know, Shay?
Unfortunately, I do not.
Rides very nicely, unfortunately having that Hollard vertical down, so that's an early rail, 4 penalties, but riding on a really, really nice rhythm here. Takes another pole, unfortunately. And that was a very, very nice round. 2 down, but nicely negotiated. Nice rhythm she rode on. Judy finishes on 8 penalties in 67.27. Brannick Always Quilla.
For number 12, Callao Lord Classic, owned and ridden by Cameron Dawson.
Next to go is Cameron Dawson, number 12. Cameron rides Callao Lord Classic.
Lord Classics by Lord Petsy out of Land Classics Lady.
Cameron based just down the road here as well. Walking distance away. The family property off of Maple Road. Very horsey family. Would he be your generation or a little bit older?
A little bit older than me.
A little bit older than you.
He has a younger brother who's my generation.
Travis, who was a junior show jumping champion.
Yeah. Now in the Netherlands.
Is that where he is?
Yes, he's studying.
Not riding?
Not at the moment, I don't think.
Wondering where Travis was. If you're watching Travis over on over in the Netherlands, good morning to you, watching your brother go around here. Going nicely around. Lovely rhythm he's riding it as well. This is looking like a good time. And have we just seen Heather Mostert's lead been beaten by Cameron Dawson? Yes, we have. A new leader. Into the lead he goes. 65.55. Beautifully ridden. Lovely, lovely rhythm that he rode at. Nice and forward, hit all the fences going on a nice forward distance, and comes home with a lovely clear in 65.55, and shows you just how much room there is for improvement, as improves on Heather's time by some 2.5, 3 seconds. Simon Hendry goes next. This is number 14. Simon riding French Diamond. Simon, a very, very accomplished professional rider, also based just down the road here in Kyalami. Had to work a little hard to get out of that double. Simon has ridden in all the big stuff, derbies, World Cups. In fact, he's a World Cup winner, World Cup qualifier winner. Very, very accomplished, smooth, professional. Trains a lot of riders as well. Has a lovely setup just down the road at H Equestrian.
I had to work a bit hard there.
Yeah, it looks like in the doubles the horse is just giving him a... Oh, and stuttered a bit there as well. Awkward jump over that, but got away with it. Simon working pretty hard, but yeah, and again, gives a good old flap and a kick. This is by Diamant de Semely out of a Quidam Revel. Oh, and the luck just ran out on the very last fence there for Simon Hendry and French Diamond. Yeah, he had to work there early in the morning, few shadows around, water still on the fences from the rain the night before, a glint off of the sun. So sensitive sort is that stallion. He is a stallion, and they do tend to be a little bit more sensitive. And Simon did very, very well getting him clear all the way to the last fence, but I'm afraid coming off the turn here into this Kuda, the sun is shining off those boards, the horse backed off. Yeah. He took the jump, but it was more of a leap than a jump. And unfortunately, finding the back rail. So, what was the final score there?
Final score was
4 penalties. Just waiting for the time to pop up on the timing boards. But definitely 4 at the last. I was just wondering if there were any time penalties as well. Ronnie Healy now on Hausberger's Sir Crumble. Magnificent horse. Oozes quality. Come up a step here in the show, gone up to the 1m30s and taking it all in his stride. Very, very nice. In fact, a few of Ronnie's horses have gone up a step or two in this class or at the show. So Magic Boy's gone up to the 150s. This one stepped out of the 120s into the 130s. A horse that's done very, very well at the Young Horse Performance Series, winning the overall end of year prize. I think on a few occasions. Ronnie, the consummate professional, also just down the road here on Maple Road is where he is based. He and wife Ashley.
Sir Crumble making this course look easy.
Oh, such a lovely, lovely horse. And that, well, we are just looking at, they were having a few little glitches with our timing system, so we will give you the time and the overall tally, but for me that was clear. We're just waiting on the time there. Really, really lovely round from Ronnie Healy and Hausberger's Sir Crumble. So on we go now to our next competitor. And this is Hanalise Comfort, number 17, Vermate and Thermal Muds, White Waters, O'Leary, Shalia.
Oh dear. Not liking the hollard jump.
Few have had that down.
Having to work quite hard here.
Yeah, and had it down, gave a little swerve, but went over it. And you know a bit about Annelies, also rides in the big grades. You've seen her out in white waters on time in the 150s.
Yeah, she's always a very forward rider. She never gives any time for time penalties, and I think it's one of the great things about her. I love that all her rides are so forward, also confident.
Trained by Mom Cry Comfort out in White River. So
Yeah.
we're going to take a little replay, and that's the Hollard fence that went down. So right, we are back online now with our timings. A total of 17 for Annelies there in 83.50. 5 of those being for time after that swerve at the Hollard fence. It's always going to rack up time penalties. Next rider to go is Tegan Brains, Cameo. Tegan wins a lot of championship classes. You know Tegan pretty well.
Yeah, we grew up together for the most part. I've known her since high school. This is a horse she actually bred herself out of her mare that she competed on in the junior grades.
And who does she train with now?
She trains with Rainer Korber, as far as I'm aware.
Tegan also living just down the road on Maple Road.
She's done an excellent job with this horse.
Also a lovely rider to watch. Never, ooh,
yeah.
just seemed to
Pushed a bit wide.
get her line wrong there. Went out through the left-hand shoulder, very close to that. Just drifted. Compromised her distance. I think she's going to be annoyed with herself there. She looked like she was sitting a little bit passive. Just wanting to bowl down to it. And the horse just went out through the left shoulder and compromised her distance, ran her into trouble. What a pity, because it's looking like such a lovely round, and she has been going here well here all week. 12 penalties, 86.34, 8 of those being for time, so A2 speed competition. The time is tight, and it's 1 for 1 time penalty per second that you're over here. We're going to take a look at the replay, and Shay's going to talk us through it.
Yeah, it looks to me like she just kind of ran a little bit wide there on the line. The horse is still quite young, so maybe that has something to do with it. And just got a little bit to the base there.
Yeah, and nice horsemanship there, just reassuring the horse, not your fault, that was all me. Give her a pat up the neck. Nice to see. That was Tegan Brains. In picture now is number 20, Tracy Glover, Coldplay, who is not the horse going around. In fact, if our cameraman could catch the horse who's next to go, that is Ryan Andrews. There is Ryan. KP Confession.
KP Confession, now an 11-year-old by Crusador out of a Clarineus mare, bred out of the Kello Park setup.
Kello Park owned and managed by Ryan. He's a bit of a fundy when it comes to breeding. Sits on the South African Warm Blood Council, I believe.
Bringing in some of the best bloodlines in the world.
He really is passionate about it. And he's a progressive breeder, always looking to the future. Trends, what's going on, keeps his eye on international breeding, some lovely, lovely horses. That Hollard fence has caught a few, I'm afraid.
Looking like one of the simpler fences, but catching them out.
Riders are very cognizant of the time allowed and the fact that really it's one round, so this is all that they have. One chance to do it, so they got to leave them up, and they got to go pretty swiftly around here if they can ride.
That wall there is new. I don't think many of the horses have seen it.
It is new, and that's just a small part of that wall.
Yeah.
It's a new wall here at KVKP. You'll see the full extent of that wall later in the Outdoor Grand Prix. It's quite lovely. Makes you feel like you're in a wetland, which we are really, after all the rain that we've had. So we're going to take a look at the replay of the refusal at that wall. Ryan had one down already, so came into this carrying the 4 penalties. Off the turn. Okay, that was a replay of him going around the corner. So the lady in picture there is the very accomplished, but she's not next to go. Next to go is the lady now in picture, Tracy Glover, Coldplay. There was Nicholas Riley, who we saw in picture, who seems to be coming in out of order. I think she might have a few rides in this class. So Tracy Glover going now, Coldplay. Tracy also lives just down the road. That's a very, very sizey son of Consuelo. Tracy likes a big horse underneath her. Gives her a little bit more confidence. I've chatted to her about it. She says no, she feels more secure on the big ones. All her horses are pretty sizey. She's got some lovely, lovely horses. Lovely person is Tracy. Oh, finds that one. Not the first time that's gone down today either. Coming past our commentary position, a little bit deep to 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So she landed short, realized that she had to get going.
She had to push a bit there.
So they're all looking for a good run at number 7 to land them running down to the treble. Unfortunately, a stop there for Tracy after she's already had the 4, so sits on 8 now. Pat for Coldplay. So already sitting on the 8 with time penalties to follow. No, not loving that United Aviation Group's Oxa, so I'm afraid 2 disobediences for Tracy there. I wonder, that's not like him, actually. He's a very, very genuine, honest horse. So something really he didn't like about that United Aviation Group Oxa with that panel. Again, pretty early here, still in the morning, although I'm looking out over the arena. There doesn't seem to be too many shadows going on there. There has a little bit of cloud cover has come over and diffused the sunlight somewhat. So it looks like pretty even lighting. Not sure what he wasn't liking about that. Nicholas Riley goes next. Now I'm looking for her on the program and I find her at number 38, Concaro. In fact, this is Rivendell Braveheart, Shay tells me. Nudges me in the ribs. No, she doesn't. She's too nice to be. Baloo de Ravel, the sire, out of a Calvaro Z mare. She's got such... Oof, look,
that was a good jump.
Oh, my goodness. Look how it floats up behind. Braveheart.
Albeit small, he's an excellent little horse.
I wonder if she calls him Mel for short. Gibson. William Wallace. Must be a stable name in there somewhere. Oh, he's lovely. Look at just floats up, doesn't he?
Outstanding.
Rivendell Braveheart. Tell us a bit about Rivendell.
Rivendell is a stud, as far as I know, in the Midlands. They've also got some excellent bloodlines coming through there now. Braveheart, one of their breeding stallions. I think they hope to use in the future. Proving himself quite useful.
She is a very, very accomplished rider in the saddle. One of the very best this country has. Nothing she hasn't won. She's been a past winner of the Outdoor Grand Prix that takes place later today. Sure, and a lovely, lovely up-and-coming horse. She's got a very formidable, powerful string. Always looking to the future as well. Got some old campaigners in there and some lovely stock coming through as well. One of them, Rivendell Braveheart. Jessica Augustine is on track now, number 21, Coritano. Always get a little bit confused between Rivendell and Rivervale. I think Rivervale is the one in the Midlands and Rivendell is the one out Franschhoek.
Oh, Cape Town side.
Area.
Oh, yes. You're probably right. I do get confused between the two as well.
This a lovely horse.
Yeah, this originally from the Callao stud by Corinth out of Callao mare Salsa, who's by Silvio.
Of course, Rivervale stud is Cheryl Pote and Rivendell Corin Coop.
Apologies.
And Jessica just absolutely adores this horse, and what's not to adore? Lots of scope, lovely rideability. Oh, lovely ride to the last, but unfortunately the 4 penalties already. 72.81 for Corritano and Jess Augustine. Jessica associated with the Western shop. As we take a look at the replay, yeah, and just chipped in a little shorty there at the base.
Jumped up a bit.
Didn't have the space up in front and found the front rail, unfortunately. That's the one mistake there for Jess Augustine and Corritano. Overall, the horses all going very, very nicely. Let's recap the leaderboard. Lord Classic leading here with Cameron Dawson. 0 penalties in 65.55. Capital Denise in second in 68.11. Hausberger's Sir Crumble, Ronnie Healy into third. 0 penalty score on a 130 newbie. 69.55. My, what a string Ronnie is building, sure. Foresight Caspian back in fourth with Grant Langley in 70.91. So those are your top 4, and all of those clear. The rest of them some time penalties. So Nicholas I'm Riley 79.02 with Braveheart, but a 1-time penalty incurred. Clear, but 1 for time. Capital Vegas is on track now. This is James Lowe, number 22 by Vesuvius. I have an Armitage Argentinus dam line. The mare Capital Alitalia. James trains with Dominique Alexander. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you are watching us here on Equestrian Live and would like to leave a comment. Feel free to do so. Keep it clean. James riding a bit here.
We had to push for the treble.
Over the last he goes, an 8 penalty score in 73.41 there for Capital Vegas. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Let's take a look at the replay. It's coming to number 1. Over there he goes. Rides up to number 2. And possibly a little bit strong up the hill there to number 2. And just ran out of space a bit. Although, did he have that behind? Which was a little bit unusual. Currently on track, number 23, Amy Jones, Callao Cassano. And I know nothing about Amy Jones. Tell you the breeding of Cassano, Casperon, Vulcano. Do you know about Amy?
I don't, unfortunately.
She must be an out-of-province rider. So if you are an Amy fan or relative sitting at home watching, hit that subscribe button. Oh, that Hollard fence is making a few. I think the board underneath it just making a few. Look at it. Lovely jump this horse has got. Gives himself time in the air. She's having a lovely round. Come on, Amy.
Oopsie.
Oh, come on, to the wall. Oh. Also had a little look at that.
This horse has a lovely expression on his face as he goes around.
Seems like an honest, genuine soldier, doesn't he? Yeah. Oh, no. Inside turn to the last. Had to motivate him to the base just to get there, and unfortunately just doesn't find the back rail. That one goes down. 4 penalties in 75.52. Taking a look at the replay. I thought she was home and hosed, Jerome, but no. Just ran out at the last. 4 penalties. The back toes on the back rail. Amy Jones finishes on the 4, but she should be happy with that. Calaho Kusan, although it's never nice to have the last pole.
Especially in a championship class.
Oh, no. It's so deflating. You're up there going, yeah!
Thinking you're home and hosed.
Yeah. Right, so in picture now, Catherine McFarlane, number 25. Midas Touch Uptown. Sing it with me.
Uptown.
I'm glad you knew what I was talking about. Your generation was the Westlife version, Shay.
Oh no, please.
I was the Billy Joel version. Oh,
Billy Joel version all the way,
Billy
for sure.
Billy all the way.
Yeah.
Right, here's Catherine McFarlane on Uptown.
Lovely jump over too.
Catherine and Oscar just down the road, a stone's throw literally from where we're sitting, virtually living right across the road from Kalami Park. Run a very successful livery yard, training yard. Catherine very, very passionate about it, as is Oscar. Oh, and once again, Uptown goes downtown on that one.
Barely rolled off.
I know, it's caught a few. It's caught a few. Riders should be noting the Hollard fence seems to be one of the bogeys. A few have come down, but I would say that one more often than any other. Was that the 7?
There was a 6.
Was it a 6?
Yeah, I think she dropped one there.
What if our producers in the van could possibly queue up the distance between 7 and 8? I know they hate me to direct it from here, but that would be nice to look at that if we could, because that was a forward 7. So if she went down in there in the 6, 70.23 the time, just the 4 penalties for Catherine McFarlane and Midas Touch Uptown. Let's take a look. We've got a replay. Let's take a look. Here she comes. No, this is the... yeah, just coming off of a short turn. The horse took a sideways step there. They're having a look at that Hollard insurance board. So they are all chasing times and coming in on short turns, and sometimes the horses just having a look. A lot to look at. Remember, horses jumping in this arena today are the 130s. They've jumped in here all week, but they haven't had a look at a lot of the fences that have been brought in for today's championship, because it was meant to have it in the Bob Charter Arena. So a lot of this equipment that these horses are seeing today, they would not have seen during the course of their warm-up. I know, because I was jumping here, and I haven't seen it. Shari Michaelis, always very, very quick. She knows the quickest way around of her tracks. Has lots of wins under her girth. This is number 27, and this is Colado's Christie for Nikki Whitfield and Mike Whitfield, the owners.
She's riding nice and forward through this track.
She normally is a very forward rider. What's his name? Cupidor.
Lovely ride.
4 penalties in, look at the time, 62.88. So that is the quickest time we've seen. So that was 3 seconds quicker than Lord Classic. So that just shows that Cameron has still left the door open. The time definitely can be bettered there by 3 seconds. But can they leave them all up doing it? 4 penalties for Shari Michaelis and Colado's Christie.
Time to beat of 65.55.
This looks like number 30, Amy Crossley, Saratoga Magic. Oh, not the start that she would have wanted. Rail at jump number 1.
Looked like just a bit of a quiet, casual ride there.
Yeah, oftentimes the jump number 1, and it shouldn't be the case, but riders, you should be really still going through the starting beams in the same rhythm to jump number 1 as you would to the last. And oftentimes that's not the case. We tend to build up a rhythm, and it's very, very easy just to be a little bit lackadaisical to jump number 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 down the line. Lovely ride from Amy. What do we know about Amy?
She also rides with Sten at Manador. She's recently moved her horses to Manador. She used to truck in.
From where?
I think from home.
Where's home?
Oh, that I'm not too sure about.
So we are seeing a few more scratchings in this class. Amy's at number 30. 49 in this class, but we are skipping over a few. A lot of people electing not to come. The rain would have put them off, and there is just lay the toes on the front toes, and down it goes. So her score, 4 penalties in 64.34. Good time, 64.34. Would have gone into the lead had that stayed up. We have seen one rider go quicker, and that was Shari Michaelis, who came home in 63 and some change. Leader's time, 65.55. Very good rider on track now, number 31, Danielle Lemmer. The courier guys, Calaho Contano, who's enjoying his job here this morning. He is absolutely loving it, playing. Contano, sure, he's a lovely horse, this. Still relatively new to Danielle's string. Look at him play.
He's feeling fantastic.
Did he stay in the box yesterday? Extra oats last night by Con Coriano out of a Calando 1 mare. Oh, and once again, Danielle.
Oh, got a bit deep there too.
4 penalties at that Hollard Insurance Vertical. She's a very good rider, Danielle. Very correct, polished, lovely to watch. Good rhythm. Does everything correctly. Has won lots of classes, especially on her lovely horse, Calaho Elmo. Sure, she rode it up in the big classes as well on the Capital Stallion.
It was... I'll remember the name shortly.
Let's take a look at the replay. So she was fighting for control around the turn. Just the lightest of touches on the way through. Conlank, of course it was. Getting old. Matthew Morrison also rode the horse. Now with young Janine, I think. Link. Oh, she is going to be very upset with that. This is Lauren Lachranci, number 33, Zarino Hotspot, who has been on fire here. Talk about Hotspot. She's had a good week. Oh man, I wonder if she's going to slow up after that pole. Number 1 goes down. She's going to be very upset with that because she's an ultra competitive rider. Rides with Dominique Alexander. Had some good rounds on this horse during the week as Lauren. I think she also did the 6th there, did she? Down that hill?
Looked to be the 7th.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, I looked up. I must have missed one. I was looking at the screen, then looked up to the live picture. Oh, has she lost her way?
I think she missed the oxer down at the bottom.
Oh, Lauren. Lauren also lives just down the road here in Kailami.
That oxer does come quite quickly after the treble.
Husband, ex-top rugby player Doppie Slagranci, and her folks as well.
Nice ride to the last.
15 penalties. Look at her shaking her head. Oh, what did I do? It's early. Somebody get me another espresso. She'd already had the pole down, though. That might soften the blow slightly. There is the pole, just knocked off jump number 1. You wouldn't have been in it anyway, Lauren. If that makes the things any better. I doubt it does. Here goes Grant Langley once again. His second ride, Foresight Joe Bolt. Another horse that Grant is bringing up. Another one by his sire Casper, out of that wonderful, wonderful mare that he used to ride up in the top level, Sissy van der Helle. Wasn't she just... Do you remember Sissy?
I do.
Fiery, blooded, brilliant little freak. Right, so safely over the Hollard.
Oh dear.
Oh!
Got a bit far.
Yeah, a little bit far. Young horses, Joe Bolt, just making his way up the rankings. Grant's still in the 4th place on Caspian, his first ride. 0 penalties in 70,91. To the last. Safely over just the 4. Gives him a pat.
74.01, 4 penalties, clipping the back rail on the rear.
Replay of Grant's one mistake. Shay, you can talk us through it. Here it comes. Over the Hollard fence he goes.
Oh, he just took the forward ride there.
17 riders left to come. 17 opportunities for him to be knocked out of the running. On track now, 38, Judy Riddle, the owner and rider of Fabergé.
So, next on track now, it's Judy Riddle, her second ride. Fabergé, number 36. Do we have anybody giving us information on Judy? Judah.
Nothing at the moment.
Right, if anybody out there knows. Oh, it's that Hollard fence again, ladies and gentlemen. Comes down. The bogey for sure. Takes the Rio net as well. Sits on 8 penalties. Puts her hand up. Says, that'll do, pig. That'll
down,
do.
electing to retire.
Out she goes, Judy Riddle. Fabergé, 2 penalties, 2 fences down. Cannot win from there. We're going to take a look at the replay. Round the corner she comes. Once again, Shay, this Hollard fence. Are they just riding a little strong off the turn? Or are they a little bit close to it off the turn? Not giving her horses enough time to have a look at it. They look down at that board and forget about the top rail. What is going on? Why is that causing so many issues?
I'm not sure. I'm thinking maybe they're riding it a little quietly off the turn, possibly. Or maybe, I think it's a bit different for everyone, but they're taking it.
Whatever it is,
yeah,
something about it they don't like. Cameron Dawson goes next, and of course this is his second ride. He leads the class on Lord Classic in 65.55, and this is number 37, Goofy or Goofy van het Korterhof. Is he out there to try and beat the time that he's already set? He presses the leg, goes forward around the turn. Rode a stellar round on his first horse. It was all about the rhythm and the pace that he rode it, and he looks like he is up on the pace here as well. So Cameron looking for a good finish here. Can he make it a 1-2? Yes, he clears the Hollard. Got that out of the way. Now to Rio net. It's a good shot there. Round the turn he goes to the past the commentary position. Lands 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steadies for the 7 on the last stride. He looked like he was on a 6 down that hill. Decided to add one. Takes the safer option. He's looking good here, Shay. 2 left to come. Safely over the wall. Left hand turn to the last. Kuda Sport Horses. Is he up on the time? Safely over. 65.84.
Puts him in second.
Puts him into second. Cameron Dawson's having a wonderful morning here. Lord Classic leads his first horse, 65.55, and just a smidgen behind on Goofy in 65.84. Take a bow. Cameron Dawson, some wonderful riding here this morning. Well done to Cameron and the Dawson family. First and second at this current time, and I've got to say, there are not too many more left to come in this first pool of the adult 1m30 A2 championship class. Her second ride now, Nicholas Syme Riley. And this is Concaro. She had 1-time penalty on
Braveheart.
On Braveheart, the wonderful Braveheart, who she looks like she's going for it a little bit more. Braveheart looked like she was nursing around, giving an experienced ride. She's looking competitive on Concaro, number 38.
Concaro by Connoisseur out of Quasimodo van der Mullendreef.
And of course, Connoisseur, her wonderful, wonderful stallion that she's had for many years now. Now, I think 18 or 19 years young and still going. Past winner of the South African Outdoor Grand Prix. I'm not mistaken, if memory serves. I know that he's been second a few times. I think he's won it. I think he has won it. This is looking good. 58. Turning to the last. Is Cameron's lead in jeopardy? Over she goes.
Oh, indeed.
In 65.33, she was looking swift all the way around, and she does go into the lead. Concoro now, new leader with Nicholas Riley in 65.33. Well done, Nicholas Riley. Cameron, that bumps you down to second and third. Let's take a look at the standings of the top six. Concoro from Lord Classic, from Goofy, from Denise in fourth, in fifth Sir Crumble, in sixth place Caspian. Simon Henry is back in the picture here. Number 39, Error Plus a Toki for owner Simon Byrne. Of course, this is his second ride. French Diamond gave him a hard workout in his first ride, was looking at everything, looking for a smoother ride here on a Toki. And you know this horse pretty well.
I know this horse very well. He's the kindest, most sensitive soul I've ever met. He originally from...
I thought that was me.
You're a close second, Aiden. He's from Namibia, out of the ZI stud by Katoki. An excellent horse. I have so much faith in him.
Well, he just had the Hollard fence, unfortunately. He was a horse that you had the ride on.
Yes, yes. He started his career with me, and now continuing it with Simon. I think he needs a bit of time to still grow up and come into himself, but yeah, big things ahead for this horse.
A really nice person, you say?
Yeah, super kind. But sensitive, so sensitive.
We're talking about the horse, not Simon, if anybody's just tuned in. No, Simon, we've only got good things to say about you as well, my friend. Proper rider. Simon, you're not done. There's one more fence. He put his head down like it was the last fence, like he was trying to find the beam there. And then, oh. And as a result, went around number 7. But of course, he already has the 4 in 77.27 his time. Will he be happy with that? Young up-and-coming horse. How long has he been in the 130s for?
This would be one of his first.
Okay, so I mean, yeah, you see, Simon had to work a little bit hard there, get his mind on the job.
Could have had a look at that.
Came around the corner looking at that Hollard. Yeah, they're not loving that. Hollard's getting a lot of airtime here. A lot of replay time. So, 4 penalties, the final score there for Toki. 77.27 with Simon Henry. In the money already in the placings is Ronnie Healy on his first horse, Sir Crumble. He currently sits in 5th on that one. And here his second ride in the class. And this is River Vales.
There we go.
Grace of Staccato. And must be honest, I've never seen Ronnie on this horse before. Is he riding it for a client? Is it his? Is it new to his string?
Horse looks to be owned by Terry Lee Bryson, so possibly owned by
Okay, and
client.
she does love the staccatos, or the staccato line. This, of course, out of a Shiraz mare. And Shiraz, of course, buys staccato. So she's got staccatos, boy. I think she's got another one as well, Terry Lee. Not sure where Terry Lee is, but this is Rivervale's Grace of Staccato and Ronnie Healy, currently sitting on a score of 12 penalties, so a horse that he doesn't know too well.
Had a bit of a hiccup at the treble.
Had the rail down at 7 as well. That might have just put him off of his distance. Another one going down. So into time penalties, as you can see, the clock ticking up. 1 time penalty for every second over the time allowed. So racking up now, which is a relatively new rule that's come in.
Yeah.
So a total of 25 penalties. We're going to take a look at a replay of the first pole that went down. And that happened just in front of us here at number 7.
13 for time, 16 for jumping, 29
close to that one. The horse jumping more forward at the fence than up over it, just running out of space. Now, another lady who's been in good form this week is Michaela Korstman. She's been a winner on this horse in the 130s. So brings in some good form here. So let's take a look at the leader's time. 65.33. The leader is Nicholas Riley and Concoro. But is her time in jeopardy because It's a well-established combination in the 130s, and Michaela's competitive. They've won here this week, so they surely are going to give it a go. And as you can see,
Starting off strong.
starting off strong. Lands, presses the button. As you can see, every time Michaela puts her leg on, the horse swishes its tail. By Kaliko out of a Landor mare. Lovely jump over that, turned her in the air. Oh, Hollard. Oh.
Looks like she just got a bit flat in that one, off the turn.
Now, is she going to slow up or is she going to keep on rolling? I mean, you may as well go for it. There's money. There's some good money in these classes, and there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 clears. Is it 7? 6 clears.
6.
So, I mean, if you have a rail, you may as well still keep rolling because there's money.
Excellent
There's
time.
money to be had. 64.26, leader's time 65.33, so she was quicker, but had the one down. Let's take a look. Once again, it's the bogey. Hollard Insurance. That vertical off the turn.
Ninth place, still in with a shot at surprise money, with only 11 riders left to go.
Needed a bit more space in front.
Yeah, I think they know that the horses are looking at that fence, and as a result, they're coming off the turn and putting legs so they don't back off of it, and sometimes just running out of space. That the horses are running at it a little bit. So next on track now, who is this? Is this Kaylin? This is Kaylin MacDonald. So number 42, Equestrian Diva Couture's Callagho Valmieri is on track. Kaylin MacDonald. She was preceded by Michaela Corsten, who used to be a MacDonald. And now Kaylin Fensham is now MacDonald. Kaylin, a very good competitive rider as well. I think this horse, is this horse also
Very
new to the 130s?
Very new to the 130s. Looking quite strong. She's taken a rail already. Running through the distances a little bit.
Yeah, she is fighting her up front. Do you think possibly a first championship class fences that the horse hasn't seen Kaylin getting after a little bit with the leg, thinking that you might need to ride her, and as a result the mare just getting lit up, or is this normally the way she goes?
I think this is possibly normally the way she goes. She's looking quite fiery, and it looks like Kaylin's just holding on for the most part.
Let's take a look at the replay of the first fence to come down. So the final score, 8 penalties in 66.95. Yeah, just one forward and a little bit flat.
Dropped her knees in.
So onwards we go to number 43, Lisa Rahman. Another Callagho horse here, Callagho Libra. Playing after jump number 2, Libra enjoying the outing. This mare, Hanoverian mare by Lissabon, out of a granulate. Oh! It's already on the 8 penalties, and it's still pretty early on in the track.
Oh, this was backing up quite a bit.
Yeah.
Second disobedience, turning out ahead.
So not their day today, I'm afraid.
Elimination for Lisa Rahman.
Callagho Libra and Lisa Rahman. Let's take a look at the replay. Oh, it was just pecking on landing. It looked like it could have rolled the pole out onto the front
46, Shannon Smith
heel.
and Callagho Lieutenant Fire for
I think Lisa was hoping for one less stride there.
Shannon Smith goes at number 44. Callagho Lieutenant Fire. And this is Jean Celier's horse, and I've seen her riding Jean's horses this week. Chiquita, she was also riding, so I wonder if Jean's on an Easter break.
Possibly with her studying university and whatnot, or studying. Might be short for time.
Shannon, a very, very good rider.
This is such a classy looking horse.
Always rides in a very good rhythm, very accurate, great eye she has, lovely soft hands. attorney by profession, Shannon, and rides out of the Farnham setup.
Yeah.
Lovely ride down to the treble, as I spoke too soon, has the middle rail down. Didn't really see a reason for that other than the horse just not getting the height needed, or she didn't look too forward, she looked balanced. Eight penalties for Shannon Smith and Callagho Lieutenant Fire.
4 seconds with 8 penalties. Stuart Barker now 47. I Farmer Davenport Radiance. Time to beat 65.33.
The first fence going down.
Riley leads.
Front row with Rionet Oxa. Had that one down in 2 fences later.
Rounds out your top 6 for that 6 clear.
The elements of that Toyota treble combination coming down. So not their day today, but substitute rider for Jean is Shannon, and she's enjoyed her morning's work. On to 45 we go, Stuart Barker. And this is I Farmer Davenport Radiant. Stuart, such a nice guy. Oh, what happened?
I think sometimes they lock onto that rear net jump.
You almost jumped the wrong jump. Stuart and partner Natalie, based out of Reinkiesfontein. Businessman associated with Norbrook and I Farmer, and Natalie of I Farmer, always happy to sponsor and support equestrian sport. Come on. Was that the 7? Oh, did he add going down to that?
I think it was the 7, but maybe just a little bit forward towards the last.
Oh, and now he's circled. He's missed the Oxa. I think the concentration went slightly after that C element, which is the first time I think that's come down today. The C element's normally the B element. Davenport Radiant by Rex Granus. Out of a Little Mayfair Wunderbar mare. And he finishes his round on 8 penalties. Just loves his horses.
This is 49 to Mark Lexford, Callagho Con Elmer, second to last in the class.
I saw Stuart in the parking lot the other day and I said, "Oh, you having a good day?" And his remark was, "Any day with horses is a good day." Just absolutely loves the game, loves the horses. So nice to see, just always passionate. So, next on track, this looks like Tamar Glixman, Callagho Con Elmer, number 47. Yanni Clanans was to go at 46, but I saw on a social media post that he has had to sit out the rest of the show after one round in the 150s when his back is playing up. So, not here today. Tamar going at 47, Callagho Con Elmer by Con Coriano out of Fort Joy Mare. To that tricky Hollard fence, gets a good jump over that. Tamar again based just down the road off of Maple Road here in Kyalami, as a lot of these riders are. She runs a very successful stable yard, and oh, as the B element goes down there. So that and the Hollard fences surely have to be the two that have come down most often. Lots of kids ride through her setup at the Farnham, part of Farnham, but Farnham Kids, I think it is. It is called Farnham Kids, or
Little Farnham.
Little Farnham. So, final tally for Cornell and Tamar, 8 penalties in 67.02. That's 2 down. We'll take a look at the replay.
Second place, 30 prizes on offer. One remaining competitor, Joanne Roberts.
B element.
Just
laid a toe on it. I'd like to have walked that actually. So, Joanne Roberts goes now on a new horse that she's just imported and having a lot of fun on this one. And Michelle Finneck, if you are watching, very good morning to you overseas. Michelle, where she got this horse from. This is a Zorocco Blue out of a Zandigo mare. It's a wonderful horse, and she's been in the money here, and she wouldn't have had too many outings on this horse. I think she had a Burlington show as a warm-up, and then straight into Easter Festival in the 130s, and is having lots and lots of fun, is Joanne. I think she was third or fourth in one of the warm-up classes on this horse. That's right down to that. Two left to go. It's looking good. Put the mockers on her. Coming to the last, Joanne Roberts. What a lovely ride she had there. She should be all smile. 72-77 on Girocco Frankrijk. Joanne Roberts, and that puts her into the money, into 7th position on a 0 penalty score in 72-77. Well done. And that looks like that is that in terms of the class. Liam Stevens we had on our program, but lots of scratchings here in these or in this 130. I think the rain overnight put people off. They possibly thought that the going wasn't going to be good, but I have to say the going looks absolutely perfect. So that does wrap up the class, and we'll have the full results for you in a moment or two. Of course, this was the first of the 1m30 A2 pools. There are lots and lots of 130s, so 2 championship classes for the 130s, pool 1 and pool 2 to follow on next.
Just feed me from here.
Cable when they come around here for the
Your results for this class, 13 prizes on offer. We'll take our top 6 in, please, for the prize giving. First place, it goes the way of Nicholas Simon Riley riding Concaro, winning time of 65.33 to be your Pool 1 1m30 champion. Cameron Dawson had a fine day in the office to pick up 2nd and 3rd. Callahoo Lord Classic and Goofy Fun at Quarterhof respectively. 4th place went to Heather Mossad, who gave us the first clear of the class in at number 1, riding Capital Denise. 5th place going to Ronnie Healy, Houseburger's Sir Crumble. 6th going to Grant Langley and Foresight Caspian. In 7th, Joanne Roberts and Girocco Frankrijk. 8th place going to Nicholas Simon Riley and Riverdale Braveheart with 1 time fault in 79.02. In 9th place, Shari Michaelis, Calados Christie. 10th went to Michaela Corsten and Cassidy. 11th to Amy Crossley, SA Fine Saratoga Magic. 12th going to Danielle Lemon, the courier guy Callaghan Contano, and 13th to Catherine McFarlane and Midas Touch Uptown. If we could also please get the grooms in for our top 3. So groom please for Nicola Simon Riley as well as Cameron Dawson. So on this final day of jumping here in the Peter Mini for the 2022 Toyota East Festival, Pool 1 of our 1m30s championship victory going the way of Nicola Simon Riley and Contano.
Welcome back to our pictures here, Equestrian Live, broadcasting from the Peter Mini Arena at Kyalami Equestrian Park. Conclusion of the 1m30, first of the 1m30 pools, the A2 Championship, which was won by Contano. Nicola Simon Riley clearing 65.33. There she is in picture. Contano getting adorned in that Toyota sweatsheet or blanket, light sheet. Big thank you once again to Toyota. Second and third, it's a good morning for Cameron Dawson. Of course, he would have loved to win, and he came so close. Nicola's time 65.33, Cameron's time 65.55 on Callaghan Lord Classic in second, and in third, Huffy from Hekotorov in 65.84. So well done, young Cameron Dawson. Capital Denise was first out the gate. She was first to go with Heather Mostert and set the pace. Hang out there for quite a while before anybody else managed to eclipse her time, clearing 68.11. Never easy going first, knowing just how much you can push it. Hausberger Sir Crumble, looking like he has a huge future. Of course, we've known that from the moment he stepped off the plane. He's a quality individual. Hausberger Sir Crumble, Ronnie Healy, 69.55 in fifth. Sixth place to Forsyth Caspian, Grant Langley. Well done, Joanne Roberts. Yoroko Frankryk, number 7, finishes 7th. And her time 72.77. Rivendell Braveheart, Nicola Simon Riley, she doubles it up here. She, of course, she won the class on Contano, and Nicola Simon also gets the 8th check on Rivendell Braveheart, the up-and-coming Braveheart. Galados Christie Shari Michaelis has to be said, the fastest time in the class, 62.88, but unfortunately found 4 penalties, 1 rail in going that quick. Yeah, she absolutely blitzed it. 62.88, winner's time 65.33. So that was Galados Christie. Cassidy and Michaela Coulston in 10th. 11th place to Saratoga Magic and Amy Crossley. Well done, Amy. Danielle Lemon Contano in 12th, and the 13th and final placing going to Catherine McFarlane and Midas Touch Uptown. So, only 2 of them on the podium. Why? Because Cameron Dawson, he's only got 2 legs, and there he goes from 2nd to 3rd. Nicola on top of the podium, she gets the win on Contano, 65.33, and Cameron in both 2nd and 3rd. Well done to Cameron Dawson as Nicola holds the trophy aloft. Winner of the first of the 1m30 A2 Championship pools. Of course, another one to come. Lovely shot there of Nicola Simon Riley. Brought to you by Equestrian Live. And camera is sponsored by Canon. Big thank you to them. We are hoping to have a few words with Nicola once she has dismounted, but not sure if that'll be possible. chat to her about this win and, of course, about the horses that she's got lined up in other classes in the Peter Mini for the rest of the day, including some that you might have in the big one, South African Outdoor Grand Prix. Powerful string of horses that she does have.
So very well done to all our prize winners in this class. As soon as
Trained by the legendary Gonda Beatrix, and off to a good start here on Easter Monday is Nicholas Syme Riley. Looking forward to a good day in the office. What a wonderful way to start as the winner of the very first class of the day. And there she goes, cantering off on Concaro, the winner of the first of the 1m30 championship classes. Just joined us, very good morning to you. They are A2s throughout the course of the day, except for the 1m50, the Outdoor Grand Prix. And I think the Junior Grand Prix as well, the 1m35 will be 1 round and a jump off. All of the classes shortened today because of time constraints due to the organisers of the event having to shift classes around out of the Bob Charter Arena, which due to the rain unfortunately was unplayable. There is the final result, confirmed, audited, recognised, verified, ratified. Nicholas Syme Riley, the winner, Concaro. Second place, Cameron Dawson, Lord Classic, Callagho Lord Classic. Third place, Cameron Dawson, Fulfi van het Korterhof. Fourth place to Heather Mostert from KZN Capital Denise. Ronnie Healy in fifth on Houseboat Sir Crumble. Grant Langley, KZN in sixth. Foresight Caspian. Riders are now walking the course for Pool 2. Of course, the course does remain the same, but Pool 2 riders would not have been here at 6:30 or 7 o'clock this morning. They would have only have arrived recently, and they now get their chance to walk the course. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, more live streaming action here from the Peter Mini Arena, Kalami Equestrian Park, from the Toyota Easter Festival. Stay tuned.
Okay, cool. We're going the right way. Don't you cross boundaries.
As with the previous class, course information, 460 metres, time allowed of 79 seconds. It is one round on speed. So despite being championship, one round on speed to determine the winner of Pool 2's 1 metre 30 champions.
Well, welcome back to our live pictures here from our commentary point next to the Peter Mini Arena. And with me, my guest who's just won the first of the 130 A2s, Nicholas Riley. Very good morning. How are you feeling after your win?
Good morning. Feeling great. It was a super class.
Off to a good start.
Very good. Very happy, very chuffed. She's a young mare and she's coming up and proving herself.
You had two in the class. Tell us first about Braveheart. That looks like a really decent sort as well. You didn't have your foot right down, more of an educational round, and then when you came in on Concaro, I saw the foot was down.
Yes. So Rivendell Braveheart, this is his third 130 show. He's one of the stud stallions from Rivendell Stud. Corin and I own the horse together. And he's basically just getting his career started. He started a bit later. He's been a little bit quirky, a little bit more difficult to get going, brakes and steering. He was jumping quite high, so no, I wouldn't be giving it a go just yet. But Concaro, she's been in the 130s for a while, and she's lovely. You can just...
Well, we do have your winning round, so we're going to cue it up and you can talk us through it. And also talk about the track, because a few bogeys, the Hollard fence was a bogey, and then that treble combination, the B element, seemed to cut out a lot. But you can take it from here.
Yes. So 1 to 2 rode nicely on a good 6. I shaved that turn a little bit and just kept flowing around that turn. And I saw a really good ride to this next fence, which then set me up beautifully for the combination, that I didn't have to ride forward at it. So, you know, kept her balanced on her hocks to jump out. Kept cantering on round to that corner. And I think the trick came in here is that people took a pull and you got a little close to that Hollard.
Were you aware that lots were having it?
No. It was just as I came around that corner, I saw you had to really ride that one. And then the ride round to this fence, I had a really good ride to this oxer, just stayed on the slight inside line. I felt that 7 was a fraction long, so then I could be a little bit more waiting for that B and C element, which I think helped me.
What was the distance in there? Because that was the other bogey, that B element came down
it
quite a lot.
It was 8 and 8, yeah. And then I actually had a perfect 8 and 8 to those two fences. And then I just saw quite a long one to this last one, but she gave it to me and all was good. Really chuffed with her.
Really lovely win. Of course, Cameron Dawson was second and third as well, and you were one of the last to go, close to home, so you knocked him off his pedestal, but it's a great start to the day from you. And a nice connection here, because of course it's today is the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. Yes. It's happening in the Peter Mini. We'll talk about the going in a second, but Connoisseur is the sire of this horse, Concaro.
Yes.
But you told me off air that Connoisseur
He's
jumping
not,
today.
Yes, he was. We brought him to jump in the grass, but you know, I'm not. He's a little bit older now, so I obviously have to pick and choose the shows we go to. So the grass, he felt amazing on the first day. I didn't jump him the second day to keep him for today. And then we've had really bad luck with the weather. And you know, that's horses for us, so I'll save him for another day.
But the going on the fibre felt good?
It feels amazing, yes.
Yeah.
Really, really good. I've got Insagi in the 150, so we'll be ready for that.
Now tell us about Insagi. How's he going? Of course, last year's President's Cup winner, is a South African champion as well. So is he on good form? Is he feeling good?
He's feeling great. He was a little spooky in the Bob Charter.
So you're quite happy we're here today?
I'm quite happy we're in the Peter Mini, to be honest, because you know, when they're spooky and then you've got the grass that's wet to contend with, then it becomes a little bit more tricky. But yeah, he's feeling great, feeling on form, he's feeling strong, so fantastic.
And now, of course, special dispensation from the FEI that the Outdoor Grand Prix, which is normally 2 rounds and then a jump-off, is now just 1 round and a jump-off. How are you feeling about that?
Well, you know, to make it fair for everybody, we've had to shorten all the championship classes. This championship class became a 1 round on time because we've got to squash them all into the Peter Mini Arena. So, you know, what's good for everybody, I'm happy.
Now, you are a past winner, 2-time winner of the Outdoor Grand Prix. Tell us about those wins and what does this title mean to a rider?
It's one of the most prestigious titles, that with the Derby, and it's a very testing round with 2 doubles and a treble. I'm not sure whether we're going to have that in this arena because it's a little smaller, but it's very testing on horse and rider, because you have to be really focused and you know, your wits about you, your horse needs to be with you on the day. With Connoisseur, the first time that I won it on a time penalty. And
You seem to like that.
Yeah, time fault queen. Yeah, and it was actually one of those rounds, I remember walking the track distinctively, that we had a distance that walked 7 or 8. And in my head, I went, I'm going a little wider and I'm going on the 8. And everyone else said they're going on the 7. And then the combination became too tight, and everybody had it out or they had duck outs. So it was testing.
All the very, very best today. We've got our first horse in the arena, so we're going to cross over back to live pictures. Nicholas Riley, congratulations on your win in the first pool of the 130s, and all the very best to today. We're going to take a look at confirm the result, but a last word.
I'd just like to say thank you so much to Toyota for their sponsorship. Without you guys, these shows would definitely not be possible, and it's been absolutely fantastic to have you with us.
Wonderful. Nicholas Riley, all the very, very best today. We'll be watching keenly. Nicholas Riley wins on Concaro, the winner of the first of the 1 meter 30 pools. We wish her all the very best today as we go back to our live stream pictures from pool number 2 with the first horse in the arena. And that looks like number 2, Gregory Scott. He rides for Linda Ellerine. Back on track, Habibi S. In fact, it's not Greg. This, in fact, is Calaho Libertine and Alice Agriopoulos. Of course, the track remains exactly the same as the first pool. And the winning time of the previous class, the 65 seconds. But we did see Shari Michaelis go around in 63. We saw some of the bogey fences here where Alice is right now. 8B was a bogey, and as I say that, it goes down. So Nicholas said, Shay, who's back with me now, that walked to level 8 and 8 in those between A and B and C. Yeah, I think perhaps the trick is just on the 7 strides, go a forward couple of strides between 7 and 8, and then you got to balance up to get in there. If you're going a little bit forward, you're going to run out of space. So we were wondering what the problem was there at the B element. I think if they wait after landing to 7 and then put the leg and go too forward to that treble combination, that's where they're starting to run into trouble at that B element. Alice is having a few problems here on Calaho Liberty. Had a look at that wall. And if you've just joined us, very good morning. Welcome to Equestrian Live. This is currently the second of the 1 meter 30 A2 competitions. It's a championship class on the go. It's over 1 round. A2, for those uninitiated to show jumping rules, means it's 1 round on time. You got to leave them up. That's first and foremost your job. And second is you got to go quick. Quickest in the least amount of penalties, which should be 0. Unless it's a disaster of a class, will be declared the winner. Gregory Scott now goes next. Number 2, back on track. Habibi S. Alice's final score 9, 8 for jumping, 1 for time. And this, to me, I think Greg's got a... Is this Habibi? It is definitely Greg Scott. I'm not sure the horse is Habibi. It might be one of his other rides. This is Sparkling, in fact. So he swapped some horses around. Habibi, in fact, is very, very tricky. And I think takes a little bit more time in the warm-up. And they've probably swapped her around just to give her a little bit more time. And this, in fact, is Jackie Topping's Sparkling. And Greg Scott. Greg's got quite a few in this class. So final score there, 0 for Sparkling in 67.44. Nice effort from Greg and Sparkling. So he does have a few others in that class. Apologies for the break in the radio silence, but we didn't seem to have Sparkling on our starting order. So that is a horse that has come in. So it looks like he does still have Lavisha and Habibi. Time will tell. So on a bicycle now and going very quickly around here is number 4, Tracy Davids and Credo Larissa. Another rider that has been in the placings during the week in the 130s. Horse that was bred by Tracy, by Lissabon, out of Elzu Bamboo. Mare that Tracy rode in juniors and I think got her Springbok colours on and made her name on Bamboo by Bambix. So this one out of that great little mare. Tracy, a very, very competitive rider. Now, take a look at the time as she canters to the last. Inside she goes. Safely over that one. Stop the clock in 67.64. Into second, in fact, it's 64. Yes, 67.64. And Greg's time? 67.44. So, into second she goes. Good ride by Greg Scott. Good ride by Tracy. This is already shaping up into a very, very competitive class, the second round of the 1 meter 30s. This looks like Tamlin Ingram, number 7, Callagho Concerise. So once again, lots of scratchings in this class. We skip over number 5, Aidan Lithgow. I wonder where he is not riding this morning. Chris van der Merwe at number 6, also a scratching. Tammy Ingram now, Callagho Concerise, number 7, currently on track. Very, very good rider, has ridden at top level. One remember her wonderful thoroughbred horse, Glendon. Oh! Now I wonder if these Pool 2 riders were sitting on the sidelines watching Pool 1 and watching how many times that Hollard fence came down. Because once again, it's come down here for Tammy Ingram in this Pool 2. I think Concerise are pretty... No, not that young, actually. A 10-year-old by Concoriano. Calando mare. Sitting on 8 penalties at this time. Having the C element of that Toyota treble combination go down. Normally the B element. We saw it go once down the C element in the previous class. Finishes on a score of 9, 1 for time. 79.97. Time allowed in this class is 79 seconds. 79 seconds is what they've got to get home before they start racking up those dreaded time penalties. And remember, with that rule change that happened not too long ago, it's now 1 for 1 in all show jumping classes. It used to be just in the jump-offs that it was 1 for 1. Your first round used to be 1 time penalty in the first round for every 4 seconds over. That's now changed. It's now 1 time penalty for every second over. Which it's been mixed opinions about that. Personally, I think it's a good thing. Made us get on our bicycle and ride at a good pace. Olivia Myrtle now, and Shay's going to tell us a bit about Olivia. Olivia Myrtle riding KP Quintelli.
Quintelli by Quintenda out of a Brannick Bellini di Orme, now a 9-year-old.
Time to beat 67.44. Leader in this class this stage is Sparkling and Greg Scott. Credo Larissa sitting in second. There are 2 clears, 67.44. The leader's time, 67.44. In the previous class, the winning time came out at the 65 mark. But we did see horses go as quick. I think Shari went at 62. So
there is room.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of room. Room for more than just a wiggle. 73.98. Time allowed 79 seconds. Finishes on a 0 penalty score, and that goes into third for Quintelli. 73.98. Now, this is going to be quick.
Yeah, Kyla always a competitive rider.
Kyla always quick, and Zanjati Borneo, well established now in the 130s. Has been having some good results of late.
Looks like they're getting ready to go.
Yeah, and she's going to go for it, make no mistake. So I would say if this goes clear, and we're hoping it does, I think the time is going to be around about the 63, 64 mark. Having said that, between 1 and 2, she looked a little bit steady. Now she puts the leg. You see the horse respond, a flick of the tail.
I think this is a very big striding horse. She may have been why it looked so quiet.
Okay, the dreaded vertical, purple vertical. Hollard Insurance out the way. This has been the bogey fence. Oh! 7 strides. Safely over A, B, and C. Oh, and she finds a front rail. 3 from home. Penultimate jump now, safely over that. And as a result, she decides to go round number 7. Others have been coming inside of that. Cuts the beam on 4 penalties in 67.33, having gone round number 7 to the last. I'm not sure why do you think, electing to go round number 7? I know she had a rail, but I mean, from the results of the previous class, there weren't too many clears. So there's still money down the order. Could have been a lot quicker than that. 67.33. Possibly just decided to play it safe after that 4 penalties at that penultimate jump there. Kyla Brimacombe, and that was Borneo. So this looks like Yvonne von der Sade. So we put a line through number 11. This is number 12, Equine Librium Filou. Potato. Yvonne von der Sade, the very good Yvonne von der Sade. Out and out competition rider.
Ooh.
Very, very good rider. Oh,
Choosing a tight turn here.
very tight turn.
Oh.
Yo, Yvonne. Yeah. So
recovery.
is he the first rider in both
Yep.
of the pools to do that? So he's taken a very different line to number 3. Is that going to pay dividends? Was a bit of a squiggly wiggly one, which means that your rhythm will be interrupted. So we'll have to see once we've stopped the clock if that has helped. There's a lovely little mare, Dutch bred by Berlin, out of a Lux dam line. Interesting thing is, I think she is only got sight in one eye, and still ultra competitive. So cantering to the last. Look at the time, Shay. .65.64, so ignore that time on the screen there. 65.64 and clear.
A good time, but the same as our Pool 1 riders who didn't go inside that jump.
So, I mean, he has gone into the lead. Big ups to him. 65.64, Yvonne von der Sade and the lovely Filou leads. He did take an alternate route to number 3, and the question is, are the other riders going to think that that is now quicker? For my money, I think if you're on a good rhythm and you're letting the horse stride out, going around for me is possibly quicker and certainly safer. Charlie Crockart is a master against the clock. Let's see where her head is at. She would have seen what Yvonne did. She would have then had to make up her mind, is that something that she wants to try, or is she going to go around? Charlie Crockart. Number 17, the Berg's jersey. No,
Choosing to go around.
she's going round. She puts her foot down and she's going round.
This is a fairly new ride for Charlie.
Was that down, that A element?
Doesn't look to be.
It is a new ride for Charlie. Dutch bred, a mare, Caratino Gold, Silver Stone. For the Bergs. Bergs Kailami, I think it is.
The Bergs have recently moved to Natal.
Ah, does Kailami not exist anymore?
No.
Okay. Ah, so there, that is definitely down. So she's now sitting on a score of 4. In fact, that was the same fence that Kyla Brimacombe had down, but Charlie taking the back rail and finishing her round in 64.70. So that's the quickest that we have seen in pool number 2, 64.70 on Berg's jersey, but 1 down, I'm afraid. Third from home. Here is the replay. Kyla took the front rail. Charlie
Just maybe
just looked like she didn't get the right
looking to
flight.
turn.
The horse the horse looked like a little deep on takeoff, turning in the air and just didn't find the back rail. So 4 penalties, but a very, very good ride there from Charlie Crockart. Well tried, number 17, the Bergs jersey. So who have we got next on
Looks
our
to be
program?
Nicole Bates.
Okay, so we put a line through Ashley Taylor. Nicole Bates is number 19. Brannock Always Special by Always One. 14-year-old mare out of a Rival Dorme Belladonna door. What can you tell us about this combination, Shane?
They ride with Arnold Buerta out in Chartwell. They're a fairly established combination together. They've had a good couple of rounds and they've done quite well.
Fortunately, that Hollard insurance fence goes down. So this is Brannock Always Special, and I think she rides the full brother, My Hercules.
Yes.
Obviously being the full brother, same kind of make and shape and look of this one.
Both very good horses.
So it looks like she's had 2 down thus far, with 2 from home. Sitting on a score of 8. Nicole Bates. There she ends her round on a score of 8 in 73.48.
5, 7 and 9, the odd numbers going down for Brannock Always Special to finish on 12.
8 penalties, 73.48. As we'll take a look at the replay of her having the first of her fences down. Just looks like she got the distance wrong there. She was quite strong up to that. And ran the horse pretty deep, didn't have the space to get up and over that one.
Number 20 we go with Paige Cage and Biogen's Lambus. No Lambus. So we go to Lauren Coltman, Econo Agri Assegai Chat.
Okay. Lauren Coltman goes next. This is number 21. Econo Agri Assegai Chat. I don't know a huge amount about Lauren. I think she rides out of Sun Valley area. I've seen her at 1 or 2 1:30 shows. I saw her jumping at Burlington not too long ago. Seen her at a lot of shows. I'm just saying I haven't seen her up in the 1:30s. So I think, and I stand to be corrected, she's pretty new to this level. And I think she rides out of Anita's yard, back end of Saddlebrook Estates. I'm trying to remember the name of the yard. It'll pop into my head. Apologies to those. Getting old. Riding in a lovely rhythm. Effective rider. Good round. One left to go. Come on, Lauren. Inside turn to the last. Oi. And she's home and clear in 69.80. The horse gets a pin. What a lovely horse. Assegai Chat. Well done, Lauren Coltman. Bayan. Bayan
We already have 5 clears from just 10 riders. Another 30 or so.
Somebody will correct me. Somebody will tell me. Lauren Coltman. So that is good enough to go into fourth position. Leader is Yvonne van der Sade in 65.64 on Philu. And currently on track now is Jessica Prince, number 22. She visits from KwaZulu-Natal. And this is Prism. Jessica, very, very good rider. Horsey family. Well, Mandy was a top eventer. And she's very forward. She's won championships before. And this looks like she continues this rhythm and keeps them all up. This is looking very good to go into the lead for my money. She steadies down there. That was a good ride. She realized she didn't want to be too forward going into that treble. It's an even 8 and 8. Jump number 7 forward, then just steadied up. Got there easily on the 7, but balanced. Coming in now to the last. She presses forward. This is looking very, very good.
She's
super ride to the last. Look. And that's the fastest time
incredible
of the day.
time, yeah.
In both pools, and that is going to be very, very difficult to beat. She has certainly given it her all there. Beautiful ride. She stayed balanced. What a sensational ride there from young Jessica Prince on Prism. Wow.
Really just looked super economical.
61.17. Made all the turns going forward in a great rhythm. Very balanced. That's going to take some beating. Well done, Jessica Prince. Currently on track. Kenza Turner, number 23. Call Me Crazy, Thoroughbred Blood. Formerly the ride of Matthew Morrison, but I think she's had this horse by Eye of the Tiger out of an El Mufti mare for quite a long time. It's nice jumping blood out of the El Mufti line there, but they can be, well named because they can be a little crazy. The El Muftis bring blood. And tell us a bit about Kenza. She has the first and second rails of that treble combination. Two from home. Sitting on the 8, so the Toyota treble combination causing the problem there for Kenza and Carl McCrazy. 8 penalties in 68.38. Still can't get over the time there of Prism and Jessica Prince. 61.17. Sure,
really
so good.
Time.
Such a good round. One for the scrapbooks, that one. So Hannah Garten goes next. Callagho Liadara. Lissabon, Esprit, breeding, beautiful looking horse. Having to ride up to jump number 2. And you would know the Garten twins?
Yeah, I've known them for quite a while. I met them when they bought my first pony from me.
Ah.
Yeah. They're from Natal, now recently moved down to Joburg so that the girls can continue their riding career. Oh, right.
Up the hill we go.
Up the hill to Joburg. Obviously, there's a bit more competition here, and both of them really good riders, really competitive.
And also going for little trips to the Netherlands to ride as well, so getting valuable experience there.
Hannah was based there for a little while with her horse Pollyanna, which I'm sure we'll see in the 140s.
Oh, 3 from home, finding the first her first rail. So 1 down. She canters to the last. in a time of 65.91. 65.91. So just how much pressure has that round put on the other riders? That round of Jessica Prince I'm talking about. $61.17. Do the riders now have that in the back of their heads, Shay?
I'm sure they do, but beating a time like that's going to be tough.
Are they out to try?
I'm sure we'll see a couple give it a go.
Stacey Lee Weston Farrier's Quinine. I saw this horse jump yesterday. Jumped absolutely stellar round in the accumulator, and that accumulator must have been sitting up around 145. And jumped that for absolute fun. Huge amount of scope, power off the ground, good kick. Stacey's a very, very good rider. And will be joining us, in fact, later in co-commentary for the big class. So we look forward to that. She's a character. Putting together a lovely string of horses as well is Stacey Weston. This a mare by Courtstick Clips out of a Wunderbar mare, Font Winter's Eve. She'll be riding in the 140s, I think, on Maxine. We'll see her. So, got a few rides today as Stacey. Looking good. Finishes off very, very nicely. Stops the clock in 70.28 the time. 0 penalty score. Where does that put her?
6th.
Into 6th place. So Prism leading with Jessica Prince in 61.17. Second place at this stage, Yvonne von der Sade Filiu in 65.64. So 4 seconds at this level is a massive margin. Well done, Jessica Prince. Sparkling Gregory Scott in 3rd. Larissa in 4th. Assegai Chat, Lauren Coltman currently down the order there, followed by Western Ferries Quinine. On to our next rider we go.
Our next rider is Annette Rousseau and Callahoo's Commodus, who is one of the Callahoo stallions by Christo out of a Quick Star mare.
Nicely done through that treble combination. Don't forget that Equestrian Live is interactive. If you're watching on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. And of course, if you've tuned into our broadcast on Clip My Horse, a very good morning to you wherever you may be around the world. Another clear. Callahoo's Commodus. Annette Rousseau in 64.39. Good enough to go into 2nd. Lovely ride there from Annette Rousseau. Into 2nd she go. They're going to have to go some. They're going to have to be sensational to beat 61.17. And already we have 8 clears in this class, which I think was about as many as we had in the previous pool. So pool 2 looks like...
performing a little bit better for now.
Yeah, of course they do have the advantage of going a little bit later when the shadows have burned off, possibly watching all the riders and having a good look at the track and the tests and the problems that that does pose from pool number 1. But already I think we've got more clears in pool number 2 than in pool number 1, and we are only halfway through, so boding well for pool number 2. Michaela Powell is currently on her way on Callahoo Conventional.
Callahoo Conventional by Contendro out of a Granus mare.
Michaela trains with Rainer Korber, if I'm not mistaken, has for a long time.
Yep.
Big time supporter of Korber Equestrian. Mom Hillary, Country Life Properties. Very good morning to you. Also a big supporter of equestrian sports. Lots of sponsorships there.
Oh,
And
pity.
the last one comes down as well, so finishes on an 8 penalty round. She had the B element of the treble as well. 78-74, 8 penalties for Michaela Powell. Callagho conventional. Let's take a look at the replay of the mistake here. A safe B goes down. Not for the first time today, and certainly not for the last time today either. That has caused a few problems.
Oh.
That Hollard fence has... what's going on, Carol?
Carol's taking a quick detour.
Carol Nurden now. They're saying that Hollard fence has come down less in the second pool than in the first pool, but it has come down. This is Carol Nurden from KwaZulu-Natal. Locarno, so nice. Trained by Martin Manette, who's also here at the show. Another Italian. Locarno, so nice by Consuelo out of a Challenger mare. Locarno Challenger. The Dam Sire. And I know that the connections feel very, very just watching the horse go through that, looking so nice. Saying the connections think very highly of this horse. Carol was all saddled up yesterday to come and jump the accumulator, and Martin wouldn't let her. Just didn't feel the going was quite right, and said, no, the horse is too valuable. Not going to chance it. The going was pretty good. I jumped that class. It felt perfect, to be quite honest. So Carol got all dressed up and nowhere to go. She's had one down. This does look like a big horse for the future. Looks very, very nice. Big baby, really. Oh, she's missed. Why are we seeing horses do that today? I know that she had a few. Did the horse...
I do think it comes very quickly after that treble. Maybe not enough time for the riders to recover sometimes.
Quite sure what... Because, I mean, we saw the horse nap to the gate. Do you think the horse was slightly nappy again, or just that it was a Carol mistake and she jumped through the treble, went, oh, that felt nice, and forgot about the next jump?
Possibly a bit of both.
On to the last she goes. 18 penalties, 10 of those being 4 times, so 1 down. The score doesn't really reflect that round because I mean, she had 1 down and then it was a Carol mistake. There was the fence, and then when she came through that treble combination, she just I think, forgot about the next fence, so that was another circle, and then 1 for 1 time to add, and it lands up on a score of 18. But actually, it wasn't a bad round at all. It was quite nice for so nice. So, who's in picture now? That's Jason Phillips, number 29. This is Callagho Fandango. Sing it with me. Scaramouche, Scaramouche. Shay?
Can you do the fandango?
There you go. Can you? Can you, Jason? Prism leads in 61.17. Jason's looking good. He's looking strong. He's on a good rhythm. He's going to have to keep it very tidy around the lines if he wants to challenge Jessica Prince, and he's going to have to keep it forward. That was super well ridden there. Come on, Jason. Come on, Jason. Riding under the Double H Feeds Namna, and now representative for Double H Feeds out on the East Rand. 2, 5, 6, 7. Now balance, not too strong. Oh, he got away with it. He rattled it. This is looking good, Shay.
Yeah.
Can he challenge her? 58, 57. One
Not
left
quite.
to come. Come on, Jason. No, she was home now already. Good try,
Good
though.
effort, though.
What a super round there from Jason Phillips. And his time,
Puts him in second, 64.35.
64.35. So some 3 seconds off the pace there. Here's the replay. He came in pretty hot. We thought it was a little bit too hot. He had to balance. He gave it a ramp.
Got lucky there.
And I tell you what, he was lucky because there are new poles here at Kyalami, new poles and cups. They're the FEI yellow cups, the shallow 18 mil cups, and these are all light poles that came in a shipment from Europe not too long ago. So all the top rails are no heavier than 12 kilograms, which means on those cups, if you just breathe on them, they're going to come down. So
choosing the inside line here.
this is Kelly O'Connor by reputation. So she, the second rider to take that inside ride. Of course, Ivan van der Sade, who sits in third now. He's been dropped down from second to third by Jason's round. Kelly O'Connor taking the Ivan line. Kelly back from a recent stint overseas. I haven't seen her on this horse before. Do you know much about this horse, where it comes from? This is...
Unfortunately, I don't. He is by request out of a Jungle Warrior mare and now 11 years old. But other than that,
it's Jungle Warrior thoroughbred. That would have been an older mare, unless there's another Jungle Warrior I don't know about. But that's a very old pedigree, Jungle Warrior. And a good tidy round here from Kelly O'Connor by reputation.
65.49, quick enough to go third.
0 penalties in 65.49, good enough for third. Prism Store leading 61.17. Here she comes to that. Could have jumped the last fence at number 11, takes a tight ride to that. Well then, Kelly O'Connor, into the money she goes. Greg Scott's back. This is his second ride now, and this
looks like Habibi.
If you see a white patch on the tummy, it's Habibi. I don't see it. This could be the other Jackie Scott horse. Jackie Topping, I beg your pardon. Greg Scott. I've got a friend, Natal Jackie Scott. Jackie Topping's horse, so she's got... Yeah, this is not Habibi either. So I think it's probably a substitution of horses that happened with Greg. He was riding Habibi and Lavisho in the earlier classes, and I think he might have subbed out for Jackie's horses for today. Of course, he's in the money. This, I think, could be Vuitton. I think it is Vuitton. And Greg Scott. And finishes.
65.74, improves on his earlier efforts, but unfortunately it stays in 6th place with that effort. Gregory Scott on Vuitton.
I think that is Vuitton. There is a look at the replay. Just trying to find out exactly who the horse was, and it is Vuitton. So definitely a substitution that happened there for Greg. Not Lavisha as you saw on screen, but in fact Vuitton. Dominique Alexander is now in picture. So where does that put Vuitton?
Into 6th.
Into 6th, 65.74. Leaders time 61.17. So a few substitutions in this class, quite a few scratchings. So we're battling a little bit to keep up with what exactly is going on with all these changes. There's a lot of overnight rain would have put some people off this morning, but it shouldn't have, because the staff here at Kyalami Equestrian Park have done one hell of a job prepping this arena. The underfoot conditions here in the Pinamini are absolutely perfect. You couldn't get better if you tried. And I'm not just making that up. That is the truth of the matter. Looking really, really good. All set for a great day's jumping. Dominique Alexander on track now. Road to flow Bellissimo. And playing as he goes round the corner. Belgian Warmblood by Breitling. The Kidam de Revel mare, owned by the Road to Flow setup, Clive Robertson. Ridden by Dominique Alexander, and getting a hell of a good tune out of this stallion.
Yeah, he really has gone from strength to strength with Dominique.
Yeah, he can ride a bit, Dom. He's
No
not
best.
bad. Got a future. Absolutely lovely technique over that. Balances down to this treble combination. That's the way to ride it. Looking really, really good. Doesn't look like he's really chasing the time here. Oh, and irrelevant now anyway with that one rail, 3 from home. 4 penalties. Looking for bigger things, building towards the future with this very talented horse. 68, 48 and 4 penalties. Dominic Alexander. Take a look at the replay. Front rail goes down, 3 from home. And Shay once again just coming a little bit soon out of that treble combination. Running out of the treble, down the hill, towards the gate, going past the gate. That ox has come very, very quickly. We've seen a few, in fact, have come too quickly that they've gone right past it. Forgot that it's there. But you've got to balance up very quickly out of that treble combination. Also the slope, you can't see the slope of the arena down towards the gate. Makes them just run a little bit after that fence and sometimes just run a little bit close to that front rail. Tanya Siciliano now, number 35. Borrelia Cool.
Borrelia Cool by Lord Z out of an Apache mare.
Tanya, hell of a nice person. But don't get on her bad side, boy. High-powered attorney. Very, very clever lady. Rides out of the Burlington setup of Anne-Marie Esslinger and David Wilkin.
Horse balanced up nicely there.
Very, very nice horse, this.
An 11-year-old.
Well established at this level. Been having some good rounds here this week. Good ride down the hill. Nicely balanced into that treble, and here's where we were talking about this oxer coming quickly after that treble. 2 left to come, safely over that oxer. 2 left to come here, and looking like a lovely, well-structured round here from Tanya Siciliano. 1 left to come. The coulda. Oh, Aiden, you spoke too soon. Come on. Just off nicely. Oh, and the time with that stop just starts clocking up. 3 for time, 4 for jumping, total of 7 for Borrelia Cool and Tanya. And what happened here, Shay? Take us through the replay. Comes over that penultimate fence.
I think she went a little bit deep into the turn, maybe was trying to wait for an extra and just got a bit tight.
To me, she looked like she might have been a little bit heavy on the inside hand. As a result, the outside shoulder bulges out and she lost her turn. She went past what we call the line of the fence. And then really you're on the back foot because you've got to bring the horse back into line, and she just ran out of space there. The horse was presented.
He would have been very deep.
With the outside shoulder bulging and deep to the base. And he just said, well, I can't do it from there. Right, so now Azero and Kerry Muir. Could Natal usurp Natal? Because this is a very, very good rider and a very good horse. She is very quick across the ground, is Kerry Muir. She's very competitive. Jessica Prince, her good friend from Natal, leads the charge here in 61.17. Do you think Kerry's going to give it a go?
I think she'll probably give it a good go. Will it be fast enough?
She's come all this way up the hill for nothing.
Up the hill. I must remember that.
Good ride there. Forward off the turn. Presents well. Good distance. Around the corner she comes now, past the commentary position. Over number 7. Good shot. 7 strides. Down to the treble combination. Get there balanced. Like a good round, just keeping it positive, keeping it forward. Not going to be quick enough, but a very, very game effort. 63.41, really, really good round. Jessica breathes again. Do you think there Kerry was talking to Jessica, or perhaps partner Oliver? Across the fence.
2.3
Puts her in second.
seconds.
Very good round. Natal, it's a 1-2 for Natal at this stage. Prism still leading with Jessica Prince 61-17. That was a really stellar ride there. I don't know where she could have made up any more time.
This combination will give it a go. Then.
Okay, here we go. Charlie Ann Crockart, she's back, and she's back with a vengeance. She's had a ride around already. On Jersey, her second ride. Jersey had 4. This is Kenya, Roadflow Capital Kenya. She's going well here. This horse is also relatively new, I think, to this level. But Charlie's always...
Ooh. Good ride to that, Oxer.
She looks like she is giving it a good go. Stellar pedigree. This horse has bought off the Capital auction a few years ago. Well related to the mighty Big Star by Canan. A quick star mare. And when I say well related, the immediate family of Big Star. Now what's happened? Has she slowed up?
She's gone around the tack and tugs
Oh,
and had to make a circle.
what happened?
Pity, I think she just landed and went a bit wide around that corner and couldn't make the turn.
Oh, what a pity. It was looking so good.
It's going to be a good round.
Come on. Just having a little look at that Coulda fence at the last. Well, she gave it horns.
Well, she was ready on
Charlie
the
does.
first half of the track.
Good effort. Not to be their day today, but that horse has come on in leaps and bounds under Charlie Crockart.
80.78
Charlie Ann.
stands for Rotoglo's Captain Kenya's.
Good try.
Taylor riding Aisling Triggle's top
She's on a
end.
score of 10, 2 of those being for time. This is young Ashley Taylor, number 42 on the program. Top bet, Lord Abendorp.
Lord Abendorp, now a 13-year-old by Lord Petsy out of a Choco Blue mare. Used to be the ride of Aisling Triggle.
Lovely horse he is.
Always great attitude from this horse.
CA is riding a little bit later in some of the bigger classes. Ashley Taylor, she's got a pedigree for the sport. Part of a recent young rider team that went to Algiers, I think it was.
Yes, Algeria.
Algeria. She's now recipient of her South African colours. A little bit stuttery down through that line, but got away with it. It's looking like he's having a bit of a look at these fences. Oh, and there we go. You could see through the treble combination he wasn't looking happy. She really had to work at him.
Yeah.
Then at that Oxer at the bottom of the hill as well, she really had a look at that. They gave it quite an awkward jump. And finally caught up with her. One from home here at this wall. It's a new wall he would not have seen. At least she's smiling. I hope she's okay. So he's never seen this wall before. And he just said she was a little bit runny at it. Didn't get a good chance to have a good look at it.
Maybe a little bit shaken up from the treble.
Yeah, and lacking a bit of confidence. There she is. The horse that is going to that wall. And fortunately just tipping her off. There she is with the mom saying, "Look how dirty your job is." Nicole Bates is next to go, number 43, My Hercules. Saw her earlier on Brannock Always Special. Full sister to My Hercules. Was that in the previous? Always Special went to number 19. So now she goes again. Been a lot of 130 riders this morning. Brain gets a little bit foggy. He's a lovely little horse, this My Hercules.
Oh, that's a pity.
Yeah, gone down, 4 penalties.
But he's an outstanding horse.
He, I believe, may have started his career as an eventer, in fact. It's quite a good event horse. Turned him over to purely show jumping. problems with that Toyota triple combination. Come on. Four penalties coming to the last. Finishes on the score of 4 penalties in 68-68. So let's recap the top 6. Prism, Jessica Prince leading in 61-17. KwaZulu-Natal in first and second as Kerry Muir occupies that second berth. 0 penalty score in 63-41. Then it's Callagho Fandango in third, Jason Phillips in fourth, Callagho's Commodus, Annette Rousseau in fifth by reputation, Kelly O'Connor in sixth, Equine Librium Filu. Is this the leader back again?
This
Jessica
is
Prince.
Lauren Coltman.
Is this, well, in picture is Jessica Prince. Lauren Coltman's going to canter up in the background with Econo Agri. So that, Mr. Producer, there is the right, there's Lauren. Econo Agri Numna, Zeiss and Tallur. This is Lauren's second ride. She had a very, very nice ride on her first horse. Was it Assegai Chat?
Yes. Currently sitting in 10th.
What was her time then?
Her time on Chat was 69.80.
69.80, 8 seconds off the leader. 61.17 is the leader's time. This is not going to challenge that time. She's looking for a nice round. That comes down. Hollowed fence, that purple vertical with a big purple border underneath it, off the turn, once again coming down. 4 penalties thus far, Lauren Cole. Come on. A little bit creepy into that. She's going to go, yes. Got the 7. Watch the shoulder, straighten up. And safely through the finish on just the 4 penalties. That came with that Hollard vertical, 72.93. Of course, a nice clear on her first round. Assegai Chat, but she'll be pretty happy with this. That was a good round. Jessica Prince, Shay, she's back. What's she going to try and do? She's going to say, I got the money in the bag, I'm going to just have some fun here. Or is she going to do a Cameron Dawson and go for a 1-2?
I think she's super competitive, and I think she'll give it a go again.
Jessica Prince, Wojciech Acapulco. Let's see how she goes.
Looks to be giving it a go.
So her time on her first horse on which she leads, Prism, 61.17.
She's so economical around her turns. It doesn't always look like she's going fast, but she's shaving off seconds.
And you can see she,
Oh,
not to be today, but you can see she lands and immediately she picks up the pace again around the turn. So she's economical, yes, but she's also clever in the way that she just increases, keeps them rolling. Not going to be on this horse, I'm afraid. Some lovely horses. She's won some nice championship classes. Cloud 9 was another horse she had, that grey. She's got a lovely Callagho horse as well. Nice string of horses she's put together. One left to come. Now look at the time. She's
Still
had a
within the
stop.
time.
She's had a stop and she still gets home within the time allowed of 79 seconds. So just the 4.
Means 4 jumping bolts added, but still quick enough to come home inside the time. 77.01.
There is the replay.
To 19th place. It's out of the money.
Economical. She shaved, went around that oxer.
4 riders left. Imogen Hilton
Shaving
is
the
next
uprights of
on
that
road.
oxer.
Number
And the horse
47,
possibly
Ulrich.
just didn't have time enough to lock on sight that fence. Imogen Hilterman now, number 47. Elberich 10. Imogen riding out of the Burlington setup, trained by Anne-Marie Esslinger.
Yes. I know Anna is very excited about this horse's future.
Is this a new ride for Imogen?
She's had it a little while. Imported maybe 2 or 3 years ago. I think they've taken a bit of time to develop their partnership. I don't think he's always the easiest horse, but super talented.
Oh.
Made that 7 come
Yeah.
very quickly there.
Yeah. Just needed to steady up in that distance. She got a really
dear.
nice ride into 7. Just got down that distance too easily.
Unfortunately,
Couldn't make the turn to the wall there.
losing on track and going over fence
Well,
to the man
a
that
combination
wants
for the
to
future,
go
still
fence
getting
number
to
2.
know each other.
Combination
Young
for
Imogen
Ulrich and
Hilterman.
Hilterman.
She'll regroup after that. These things happen. Early days in her 130 career on this horse. Plenty left to come. One of the nicest people you'll ever meet. There she goes for. Gonna go for a debrief with the coach. So, couple left to come here. There is our next rider. And this looks like Brannick Bulletproof, who is very speedy as well. And this rider is Samantha Loft. So, expecting this to be a pretty good time, as you can see, between 1 and 2 already swiftly through that distance.
Going quite wide to number
She
3.
has gone wide. That's going to cost her. Very wide, in fact. And has it down. May as well have come inside. And has the next one down as well. So unfortunately, Bulletproof proving to be not so bulletproof this morning, I'm afraid.
He's looking to be running through the distances a little bit.
She's just going to regather and finish off nicely. Yeah, come on. Ran the horse a little bit deep there, and she's going to decide. She's going to put her hand up. No. Like you said, running through the distance there, and that distance with that pole was compromised completely, and she just decided to pull out of that treble combination. Regathers, comes back again. Come on now. Nicely done. And that's it.
With a couple of fences down, Samantha electing to retire, so Brannick Bulletproof's legs for another day.
Not her day today.
White 49 has scratched, so we're on to the last in the class. Ariel
Lofts and
Castle
Brannick
and
Bulletproof.
Devonta.
Take a look at the replay. That was the mistake at number 7.
This pair will be super competitive. They'll give it a go.
So this looks like our last competitor with the scratching at 49 of Chupa Light. Ariana Castle goes at number 50. Devolta, and she's been a winner here. Like you say, Shay, this is going to be super fast on good form. Devolta, Dutch bred by Whittinger by Indoctro, out of a Concord mare here. And Ariana has built up a nice partnership with Devolta. This horse has had a few riders in the past, but doesn't matter how far she goes now. She may as well slow up a little bit because
Yeah, we've got a good couple of clears now in this
yeah,
class.
she does have quite a few clears, so she's not going to find the money on 4 penalties, and that 4 penalties coming once again at, you guessed it,
The Hollard.
the Hollard. Finish off nicely. She's going to go round number 7, past our commentary point. She goes on to the quarter fence to finish off. That was a pity for Ariana, because I think she was actually on a really good time there.
Quick effort
She would
at
have been
69,
well up
Julie Knight to finish things up. The
into the
fence
prizes
five
had
down,
that stayed up and she
Walters
continued
Aaron
on that
Castle
pace,
and
but nothing you
Devolta.
can do really when you
Let's
have
move
one
to
down.
the
Shay?
second pool.
Yeah.
There is the replay,
Eastern
just on the
Championship
angle she took
brought
that.
to you by
Such is the nature of the sport.
Stand by, we'll have your
Correct.
results and your
It's
prizes
always
in
tough,
just a
though.
few moments' time. A reminder, top 6 will be
Always a
right
bitter
at the
pill to
top.
swallow.
Bring the rules in as well.
Right, so that wraps up our class, the second of the 1m30 A2 championship classes, sponsored by Toyota. Big thank you to them. We're going to take a very short break. Big thank you also to Canon. Of course, all the pictures from Question Live that you are seeing today. Look at that lovely Lovely shot, courtesy of Canon, and there we are, shooting from the top of our Canon towers. Do go check out all their cameras, some lovely toys if you're into photography or moving pictures. Go check them out, www.canon.co.za. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, the prize giving of the second of the 1m30 pools, 1m30 A2 championship clubs. Don't go away.
Your results for those exciting prizes of the last 12 players we had from those that started.
Take that! Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna show you flames, boy!
Hey, now you drive like a mama.
Ooh, yo, that's cold! Like your bed in summer.
Oh, easy, boy. I'm coming for you.
Coming for me! Watch me pack this up! Yo. Smooth! Where are you? The all-new Corolla Cross. Cross boundaries.
Larissa. 10th to Lauren Coltman and Econo Agri Assegai Chat. 11th to Stacey Lee Western Farriers Quinine. 12th to KB Quintali Olivia Myrtle. And in 13th, quickest of the four falters, was Charlie Ann Cockhart and the Birds jersey. Once again, we'll take the top 6 in for the mountain prize, giving top 3 to bring your groups in as well, please.
Smart today. Well, our second pool, 1m30s, was an exciting class, a high standard indeed. From the first pool, only 7 clears we had, but in the second pool, 12 clears emerging for our 13 places.
Welcome back to our Pictures Equestrian Live. It's an interactive platform here on YouTube. Hit that subscribe button and let us know your thoughts and who you think is going to win the classes, whatever may be on your mind. Just hit that subscribe button and let us know. So there is the winner of the 1m30 Pool 2 Championship. It's Jessica Prince. What a ride she gave that horse Prism, who just tried to destroy the trophy on the podium as it came in. Said, "That's all mine. I'll break it if I want to." Knocked it off that podium. That was a moment. Jessica Prince there, the winner of the Toyota Adult 1m30 A2 Competition Championship Pool 2. And the winning time for pool number 1 was around about 65 seconds and some change. 4 seconds quicker in pool number 2 was Jessica Prince. Comes home in 61.17. Amazing stuff. From KwaZulu-Natal is Jessica Prince. Made the way up the hill to Johannesburg. Great to have her and her mom Mandy here. Mandy, in fact, standing just in front of the commentary position. KwaZulu-Natal dominate this pool 2 of the 1m30s, in first with Prism and second with Kerry Muir in a 0 as well. Kerry gave it a good go, 63.41. That time would have been good enough to take the win had it been pool number 1. Her time 63.41, still 2 seconds quicker than the winner's time in pool number 1. But of course, pool number 2 proving to be slightly stronger. Jason Phillips, Callao Fandango in third. Well done, Jason. He gave it a good go, 64.35. Again, 64.35. Well, time would have been good enough to take the win had it been pool number 1. So really, pool number 2, pool B, some strong riding here. Well done. There they are on the podium. Jessica Prince on the top step. Kerry Muir in second. And in third place, Jason Phillips from Gauteng. He's a Pretoria boy. And there you see Jessica hoist the trophy. Well, what's left of the trophy after Prism knocked it to the ground a moment or two when he came in. Going to have to go and get a screw to put that all back together. Jessica Prince, Kerry Muir and Jason Phillips, the winners first, second and third in this Toyota-sponsored Pool B of the 1m30 championships. Well done. The minor money, Annette Rousseau back in fourth. Well done. Callahoo's Commodus back in fourth. Fifth place by reputation, Kelly O'Connor. Sixth place, Equine for Librium's Filou. Greg Scott in seventh. In eighth place, Greg Scott as well on Sparkling. Vuitton back in seventh. Ninth place, Credo Larissa. Well done to all those riders. If you have just tuned in, this was Pool B of the 1m30 championship class. All these championship classes, the 1m30s, were always meant to be in this arena. The rest of today's classes in the Peter Mini were supposed to be in the Bob Charter, but due to the large amounts of rain that we've had over the last couple of days, those classes moved to the Peter Mini arena. And they have been changed. There will be either ATs or one round and a jump off in those championship classes. Jessica Prince prevails. There is the confirmed result. Kerry Muir back in second to 0. Prism wins. Jason Phillips, Callao Fandango. Game in third. Gave it a good go. Annette Rousseau back in fourth. In fifth place, Kelly O'Connor. And in sixth place, Yvonne von der Sade. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. And we hope to have the winner, Jessica Prince, back in studio for a quick chat when we come back.
I just don't understand why you never use things. You have a watch, but are you ever on time? No. You have a GPS, but are we taking the fastest route? No. You have a phone, but do you ever bother answering it? No. Yes!
The all-new Corolla Cross. Cross boundaries.
So, of course, lots of action still to come throughout the course of the day. The sun is shining, the arenas are drying out wonderfully, and there's loads more action to come. In addition to our 1m35 South African Outdoor Grand Prix, the 1m50 South African Outdoor Grand Prix, and our 1m40 Eastern Championship, loads of fun events as well. I have cast an eye down to the wide arenas and seen some very interestingly dressed riders and horses. That's, of course, the fancy dress parade that will be coming up shortly. Lots of prizes on offer in that fancy dress, courtesy of our many prize givers for that. And we are going to need a little bit of help from everybody in the crowds. Of course, this Toyota Easter Festival, the first show with full crowds back in attendance. It is wonderful to see those of you that have braved the potential win. Of course, we didn't know what we were going to get today, but it is wonderful to see those that have come out. So when we do get that fancy dress underway in a little while, Gonna need your help to sway the judges, so warm up your voices, get ready to cheer your favorite riders on, riders, horses and yards that have all teamed together to create some fairly interesting looks for the 2022 Toyota Easter Festival. In the meantime, go grab yourself a cup of Seattle, sit back, relax. We're currently readying the course for the 1 meter 35 South African Outdoor Grand Prix for our junior category.
You just talk straight.
Okay, perfect.
Well, welcome back to Question Live here in studio with the winner of the previous class. That was pool number 2 of the adult 1 meter 30 A2 championship. And what a round that was, Jessica Prince. All I can say is wow, it was devastatingly good.
Thank you. Yeah, it felt amazing, and the going is absolutely amazing. So yeah, I'm pretty chuffed with my horse. He brought his A game today. So
it wasn't just the horse; it was you as well. Because I mean, we were looking at the first pool, and they were battling. And the winner's time there was 65.
Oh, wow.
We thought we would be around about 64. You came in and blazed it, and gave us this winning round of 61 seconds. In fact, all three, you, Kerry, as well as Jason's times would have been good enough to take the win in the first pool. So that's how strong pool number 2 was.
Cheapers.
And you set the mark because you were first to go out of all three on the podium. So they would have had to go chasing you, and that's what the result that we had. But I'm going to let you do the talking now because we've got your round queued up, and you can take us through it because you were on your bicycle right from the get-go. So if I can ask the producers to play the round, and Jessica's going to talk us through the track and exactly where she thinks that she went so well. Well, that's not you. So
I was about to say, my horse was great. I didn't know change so quickly.
While they queue up the round, just tell me about this horse because Prism I haven't seen before. I've seen Cloud9 and I've seen...
Yeah, so I actually recently just sold Cloud9. So we sold it to a girl up in Plett. She's actually doing the Junior 110s at this show, going really nicely. And Prism... Grant Langley actually bred him, so it's a Sissy van der Hele baby, and Preamble D's his father.
Okay.
He's a very tricky horse. I mean, his moods can change. Like I say, he's bipolar because one moment he's amazing, jumps amazing, and then the next show I can't even go in the ring. And we've done a whole new thing of changing his food, so we're giving him a whole lot of supplements, and it seems to taken that edge off.
Well, but I don't know. You seem to have the jet fuel today. I am told that we now do have the correct round queued up. So let's take us through that, and we'll pick up again on what you were saying a moment or two ago. But good rhythm to start.
Yes, yeah. He was a bit naughty coming into number 1. He wanted to stay by his friend, and then I just opened up around to number 3.
Good shot there as well.
And then had to wait for 4 because he's got a big stride. And then I just turned very tight and kept close to that oxer and saw a good forward stride to this one. And yeah, I also stuck very close to that number 10, forward jump to that. And I must say, for me, it was just around the corners where I just kept my rhythm to make up that extra time. Because, I mean, there's nowhere really that you could actually turn. You all had to go on the same.
Was all about forward rhythmical riding and then just keeping it as economical as possible, which you really did as well.
Yes.
You were hugging a lot of these, shaving these uprights.
Yes, I was nervous after the treble by the gate because he normally tries to run out the gate to his friends, but he handled that well. And then also coming to the last, I went really, really tight. And he's super careful, so I mean, I can throw him deep and at a bit of an angle, and he'll always be super careful. So
Stellar stuff. And what I did love is your reaction times as well, because when you landed, the leg was immediately on. You could already see the horse taking off because you were asking for the extra. There was no delayed reaction.
No. And he's quite sensitive like that. So, I mean, if I touch him with my leg, he almost shoots forward. So he's trained a lot off my seat. So, I mean, I just touch him with my leg and he almost shoots forward. So sometimes I've got to be very careful I don't put too much, because then I place him too deep. But I mean, today he literally brought his A game.
It was really, really good. Fantastic stuff. And some 2 seconds, 3 seconds. What were you? 61, 17, 63, 4, 1. Kerry from Natal, you obviously know her very well. And when she went in, is there a healthy rivalry there? Was she out? Because she's also very competitive.
Well, I think there was a healthy rivalry, but obviously it's always when somebody else goes in, you like sit there and you're like, oh, don't go faster, don't go faster.
Because she went
for it, yes. And also with Prism, he tends to give a lot of space over the fences. So he's got quite an impressive jump. Whereas with Kerry's horse, like he knows what he has to do. So he just does what he has to, which obviously saves you some time. So when I watched her go around, and she was also going tight, going fast, and I'm watching the time thinking, oh, it's getting close, getting close.
Where were you watching from? Because I saw when she went through, when she trotted past, she was talking to somebody. We didn't see who it was. I'm not sure it was Oliver, if it was you saying that.
No, so I was actually on my other horse. So I jumped my other horse later. So I was on my horse and I was watching from there. So I was walking my horse up and down, just watching the time at the end. But I was watching a few horses, like for example, Charlie Crockett. She's also a good competition. So I watched her rounds to see how she went as well.
The thing is, you put them all under so much pressure. You ran them into mistakes, because, I mean, that was a hell of a time, 61 seconds. I mean, that was 4 seconds faster than the previous class. It was unbelievable.
I know. I didn't even know that I could go that fast.
Now, tell me about the string of horses that you've got, because you've also got that big Callagher.
Yes, Callagher Concudo, yes. So he was in the 135s. We haven't been able to travel much. It's just been, I mean, having 4 horses becomes quite expensive. And also, to get time off work and that, it's very difficult. So he did come up and he jumped in the 135s. The first class, he had 2 unfortunate poles. The one was that number 6, that bogey one everyone was taking. And then I just got a bit deep to another one. And then he came into here and it just wasn't my day.
But you've had a good show, because I've seen you've been in the placings. You've won a class as one of the
on my other horse. Yes, so I won yesterday on Prism as well, in the pouring rain. And then my other horse Acapulco, he came second in the first class and won the second class. So he's also had a really, really good show. But I mean, I haven't come up to Joburg since last year, so this is my first show back. So I'm pretty impressed.
Despite all the rain and a little bit of a damper on it, you've had a good show.
Well, I think us Natals are used to the rain.
Yes, I know.
You
swam up Van Rijn.
Exactly,
and tell me, your coach, who do you train with? Well, we've got some time, because they are still prepping the course for the next.
Well, at the moment, I was riding with Graham Swanson.
Is Graham here?
No. So I was riding with him, and then I unfortunately couldn't afford to have any more lessons. So I've been riding with my mom, and Oliver has been helping me when he gets the chance, because obviously he's also got commitments with work and stuff. So before the show, he has helped me out a lot. So
is he going to be in trouble with Kerry now?
No, Kerry knows.
And tell me, your mom, because you do have an equestrian pedigree. Your mom was a top event rider. I know she won SA Champs on a little, and there's a great story.
Palomino, yes.
Palomino
also
pony.
Called Cloud. No, well, he was 15-3.
And what was the story? There was some romantic story. He was on the way to
No, he was bought out of the junk mail.
Yes.
For, I think, back in the day, 3,000 Rand. And she went to go fetch him, and when she got there, the lady she had paid the lady. She went back to fetch a horse box to bring him back home. And when she got there, the horse was gone, and she was gone. And she knocked on the door, and she said, no, she wants this horse. And now a lot of people know, but some people don't. My mom can neigh like a horse. So she stood in the middle. It was like a cul-de-sac, and she stood there and she neighed. And this horse stood on a pile next to where he was. It was a whole rubbish pile, and he stood on the top looking over the fence at my mom, neighing at her.
This sounds like a Netflix film waiting to be happened.
So then my mom ended up getting him, and I mean,
what was the woman trying to hide the horse away? Or?
She just wanted the money and fled with the money. She had a divorce or something, I don't know. It was a big long story. So anyway, my mom got the horse, and she did amazingly. Funny enough, the horse's name was also Cloud9, and my mare was also
Yes.
Cloud9. So everybody thought that when we bought Cloud9, we were really missing my mom's horse.
Yes.
But it fortunately just worked that way that they had the same name. But yeah, she's still competing actually. She's just gone back into eventing. She's got another Palomino called DiCaprio, and she's doing the little 80 centimeters. She gets a bit nervous if she goes any higher.
Fantastic story. Now, a little bit before we let you go, about we've had to move, obviously, to the Peter Mini out of the
Yes.
Bob Charter today. You were always guarded to go in the 130s in
Yes.
this arena. But the going and the
going
show and the
was-
sponsors.
Oh,
and
the going has been absolutely amazing. Even yesterday in the pouring rain, the only thing was obviously the warm-ups. The warm-ups were underwater, but I mean, we managed. So, and I mean, the show organizers really handed out to them for making everything happen. You know, at the end of the day, yes, the Bob Charter is not great, but I mean, they've made a plan, they've made it all work here. And the sponsors have been absolutely amazing. I mean, it looks like a world-class show. Even the Bob Charter looks like we're going overseas, and it's honestly amazing. So thank you to Toyota.
well, thank you to you, and all the very best and safe travels home. And we hope that you have enjoyed your time
I
in
have
Josie.
indeed.
And we will see you again soon. That's Jessica Prince, an emphatic winner of the previous class. As we go back to our live pictures here in the Peter Mini. No, we're going to go to a little break, and when we come back, live pictures on the fancy dress from the Peter Mini.
Hola.
Hygo, did you draw this around my flat?
The all-new Corolla Cross Hybrid. Cross boundaries.
Welcome back to the Peter Mini Arena here at Kuala Equestrian Park. Fancy dress time. Of course, it's Easter Monday. Very happy Easter Monday to you, as has become tradition here at the Easter Festival. Fancy dress. And look at them. Don't they put a huge amount of effort into their fancy dresses? That looks like Superman, Vian Killian, Hera, Mother of the Gods, has been in while we're at a commercial break. So we're going to try and take a look at Tamar Glixman and the Glixman clan with Hera, Mother of the Gods. There they are. And this is just judged purely by the judges on effort. It's normally a class that follows this, and they have to go around jumping some fences as well. Don't think that's going to happen because of time constraints today, but Vian Killian, there he is, Superman. Claudia Granucci, Under the Sea, is supposed to come in next, as Superman goes round and round the Mother of the Gods. Okay, look at them. Under the Sea. There they look at Save the Fish. Quite right. Quite right. Save those fish. If any of you have seen Seaspiracy, oh my word. Under the Sea. There they go. And this is Claudia and co. Goodness, if my horse had that on, I wouldn't be seen again. I'd be out on Main Road, Kyalami by now. So that is Under the Sea. Great effort from them as well. Look at them having a wonderful time. Oh, I think they're trying to... drive a Toyota Prius. Be environmentally conscious. Go with the hybrid, the Toyota Prius, and save the fish. Quite right. Under the Sea. Well done, team. Now, next to come in is Jonty and Jade Kutsia and Stephanie van Deventer. And the theme of the next bunch that's going to come in is the emojis. There come the emojis. Now let's see if we can spot which emojis are which. And Georgia Rorich has joined me in commentary. She's going to be doing co-commentary for the 1m35s, but I'm going to bring her in now for co-commentary for the fancy dress as well. Here are the emojis, Georgia. Can you spot which ones are which?
Well, there's quite a few here. It's definitely the laughing one.
There's the laughing emoji. Oh, look what's on top of the head there.
Jade's quite brave. I think if I was to put any of this on my horse, I might also end up on Main Road, Kyle Army.
No, mine would not have it at all. So well done to the to John T and Jade Coetzee and Stephanie van Deventer going as the emojis. Next to go is Kaylee Nicholas. Kaylee Nicholas comes in next. There's John T.
Oh, goodness.
Frowning emoji at the back there. Concerned emoji. I'd also be concerned. I'd be very concerned if I was wearing one of those as well.
Oh, my oath.
Goodness, look at this. This is Rio Carnival.
I think you got to have a very special kind of horse to deal with this.
Yeah, absolutely. Bomb proof. Look at that.
Next, they should have done the complete horse.
If she goes any faster, those feathers might catch some wind and she might take off.
I don't think Anna would be too happy.
Rio Carnival. Well done, Rio Carnival. Kaylee Nicholas. And if you have just joined us, a big thank you to all of our sponsors, our co-sponsors here in the fancy dress. A headline sponsor, obviously, for today is Toyota South Africa. Big thank you to them. Co-sponsors here of the fancy dress are Equestrian House. A big thank you to Greg Warren. The Western Shop, thank you to Jessica Dion and the rest of the Western Shop team. Buck and Bob Restaurant, located just here at the Bob Charter Arena. Thank you to Johan. As the next comes in, this is Fantasy King and Steed, and this is Jade Bailey. Jade Bailey, who you see there, is the Fantasy King and his steed. Big thank you also to Equestrian Diva Couture, Sherry Weir, Mumpro South Africa, thanks Dave and the team. Dorpel Falani Property Group, big thank you to Natalie Mason and her team at DP Property Group. Denton Horseboxes, big thanks to Andy Olaf and Denton Horseboxes. Rubber Sealant, once again coming to the party here as a co-sponsor of this fancy dress. Big thanks to Christo and Carla Teron, Arco 360 and Candice Hobday, Castano Equestrian, Adele and her team, and the Matador Equestrian Management and Stables, Renelle Gilbert and Kimberly. So, big thank you to them. First prize on offer, 5,000 Rand. Second, 3,000 Rand. And third, 2,000 Rand to the winners of the fancy dress. And I wouldn't like to be the judges here, Georgia, because so much effort. Look at this. Are these the minions?
That's a lot. It is a lot of effort.
These are the Manor minions. Look at that.
I think I'll take home the little white pony.
Absolutely.
I think I need a garden ornament.
But where do they get this? Somebody's sitting at home all nights over Easter weekend, sewing, sizing up horses. Crazy. Is that
I think
Gru?
It's Sten.
Is that Gru in front? Who's Gru? Is that Sten?
It's Sten.
Sten's going to be joining us later for the 140 class. Sten Muckner. He better hold on because he's just coming back from an injury, and with all that paraphernalia on my horse, I'd be out of here, as I said. Look at this one in the front with his little...
I think an arm's fallen off.
There's an arm fallen off.
I don't know.
There, it's back on. So Sten is Gru, and all his Manor minions. You'd like to think they're his minions, wouldn't they, Shay? Sten and his minions. There's Kim. Sten. It is Sten. He's just ridden past the commentary position, and here go all the Manor minions. Kimberly Hathaway, a spot at the back there. What a great effort. And just let's open up the door there, shall they? Playing the Minions theme song as well. Some ambient sound from outside. Well done. That takes a huge amount of effort. So that's the Manador team and the Mana Minions. Desrin Drinkwater comes out next. And the theme is South Africa. Let's see what they're going to go with here. Team South Africa comes in next with Desrin Drinkwater. We hope the power doesn't go out here.
Oh my gosh, look at the little one in front.
What is it?
I thought it was a dog originally, but it's actually a actually, isn't it?
What is it? Is it a dog or a pony? It's a pony.
Oh my goodness.
Is it a Tokolosh? It's got the Toyota banner on it.
I think it is a pony.
It doesn't walk like a dog. Any dog that walks like this, no.
No.
I mean,
that is very
I don't
cute.
know. Is it a dog?
Shake or check first.
It is a pony.
Oh my gosh, that is so cute.
And it's South Africa, and it's got Victor Matfield's jersey on it. So, no, it's stopped for a pit stop. Toyota's having a pit stop. And let's look at Desrin's outfit. Adorned in all sorts of themes of South Africa. South African mask and colours. And the little Matfield pony. Everybody's having a wonderful time here at the Easter Festival. Still a chance for you to get here. Lots of fun to be had as we build up to our next class, which is the Junior 1m35 Grand Prix. And then later on the 1m50s follows on after that. We conclude the day with the 1m40 class later on this afternoon.
I think that one's coming home with me.
It's so cute.
It's apartment sized. Come now, Aiden.
It's so cute. Oh no, I could definitely take it. Add it to my herd of minis.
Oh, that's not fair. I think Harry needs a miniature.
Sure, anything compared to Harry is a miniature.
You must see him next to Cognac in the horse box. It's hilarious.
He's massive.
Well, I mean, the measuring stick doesn't go big enough to measure him.
Right, so that was Desrin Drinkwater, and the last team coming in is Willy Wonka, and this is RH Equestrian. Ronnie Healy Equestrian going all out. Ronnie leading the way there, giving out his chocolates as Willy Wonka, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
I'm sure that's bribery. That's considered bribery.
Yeah, for sure. Well, he's got to hand it to the judges. Where are the judges? Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Willy Wonka leading the way there with Ronnie Healy. There he is.
The Oompa Loompas at the back are very brave, riding bareback, double donkey on a young warm blood. Very, very brave.
There they are, the little Oompa Loompas. Oompa Loompa. What are they spraying up into the...
I think it's one of those smoke...
Oh, look, one of the Oompa Loompas is a bit lame.
He's not passing vet check.
No. Cast on the leg. Is that an Oompa Loompa? It's an Oompa Loompa.
There you go, that one.
So well done to RH Equestrian. Well done to all of these teams. A huge amount of effort going into all of these fancy dress teams. RH Equestrian, Willy Wonka, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, the great Roald Dahl novel or book. And is that Hera, Mother of the Gods? Once again, that is Hera, Mother of the Gods that we didn't get to see. We're on a commercial break. What a great effort from them. Tamar Glixman and her daughter Leah.
Very cute mom and daughter.
She always puts so much effort into it. I mean, look at the painting of the... That's all. Is that all paint that they've painted up like a peacock at the
Yeah.
back there? And do you remember the one year when she came in as the dragon, where she
I
won as
do
the dragon?
remember
I mean,
that.
how was the effort put into that?
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
I do think that the most memorable one for me was, I think, Aisling Triggle going as Bridezilla.
Oh yes, I remember that. Yes.
That
yes.
was very memorable.
Quite apt though, wasn't it? The year that she got married
think
as
it
well,
was.
and that's why she went as. I'm not saying it's apt because she was Bridezilla. Of course she wasn't, but I'm just saying the timing was good.
Yes. I think that one definitely stood out for me.
Have you done the fancy dress before?
No, I don't think I have a horse that would tolerate me doing that.
Huge amount of effort that goes into this, so well done to all of them. Usually, of course, this happens in the Bob Charter, and we are left with more time than we do have today. And there is a jumping competition over around about a meter 10 max with the fancy dress. Today, however, it's only going to be the fancy dress without the jumping due to time constraints, but can't control. Maybe here a mother of the gods could control the weather, but for the rest of us we can't. And let's see how the judges score.
I remember there used to be quite a few fun classes. There used to be the show jumpers versus eventers. I think there was the speed,
which got very hairy at times.
Yes, that was a bit scary.
People
but it was
carted
still
off to hospital, I remember, a couple of times. I think that one was written off the schedule because of that. Yeah, we had the 6-bar and the 4-bar, speed and 4-bar.
Then there was also one that I used to do. I can't remember it was the groom.
The Laduma Challenge.
That one, yes. That was always a lot of fun.
Easter Festival always under normal circumstances, but 2022 has seen a crazy amount of rain come down over Johannesburg over the past few days. We're blessed with a wonderful, wonderful day today. There's a few clouds in the sky, but they don't look like the bad type. The Nimbus clouds, they're just little puffy whites, and perfect conditions for today. Lots and lots of support here for the fancy dress riders. Who got the loudest applause? Did you hear?
I think Ronnie.
Did Ronnie?
I think Ronnie. But I think that was bribery.
Yeah, he gave them more sweets, didn't he? Willy Wonka.
I must say, it is awesome to be back at a show with all the spectators and be almost back to normal. It's been a long, long time, and it's awesome to finally have everyone involved again.
Yeah, with the atmosphere, it's just. I mean, it is a pity today that we couldn't have it in the Bob, and I'm sure a lot of people are watching have decided to stay at home and watch the live streaming, thinking that the rain might come into play. But it's actually a glorious day, so there is still time to get down here to the Peter Mini Arena before the commencement of the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. One class to go. That's the Junior 1m35 Championship. Or Grand Prix, and with me in commentary is Georgia Rorich, and she is a past South African junior champion, which she won in this very arena 2 years back.
Yeah, 2020.
2020. We'll talk more about that as we get closer to the junior class, but for now our eyes are on the fancy dress, and you are one of the riders who was expecting to jump the main class in the Bob and is come to the Peter Mini. How are you feeling about it?
Oh, I'm very happy.
You are?
I'm very, very happy. I love this arena, I must say. I've never jumped Harry in this arena, but I have seen him jump in this arena. I mean, he is a big horse, and it will be a bit tight, but I feel I do a bit better with a tighter arena. It gives me less chance to make too many decisions.
So there are our judges, and from the right that is Regina Hobbs. The lady in the hat, in the brimmed hat, is Barbara Lovell, and on the left hand side of your screen, Di Baxter, scribbling some notes. I wonder if they were paid off by Willy Wonka and his clan. I wonder how many chocolates they received.
Or the golden ticket.
Oh, the golden ticket. Do you think he had it?
Well, it was pinned to one of them.
Oh. Oh, was it?
It was.
Ah. I wonder who. Who's your favourite?
Out of everyone
Yeah.
in the... I haven't had chocolate from him, but I must say I think Willy Wonka, they put in a lot of effort. They all put in a lot of
Yeah.
effort.
I do like the minions, I must say.
They are very, very cute.
Back of Gru's bald head.
But the Rio, I think
The Rio Carnival.
The Rio Carnival also, that's
There's
a lot
Rio
of effort.
Carnival. Yeah.
I want a pony.
I want a pony.
Don't we all?
And there's Mr. Jean-Michel Turlot as part of the judging panel in the background as well, the man on the right-hand side.
I think every kid, every horse-mad kid on Christmas wishes for a pony under the Christmas tree. I know I did.
Did you get one?
Some years. A little bit windy.
The wind has picked up. You can see the Rio Carnival getting a little bit flustered there. Oh, look at the minion showing off.
I think that's an emoji.
Oh, that's an emoji. That's an emoji. That must be the happy emoji, the way he's dancing around.
Not just for one individual team, but for all the effort that's been put in. So ladies and gents, come on, let's cheer and scream and give a round of applause for all our teams in the Toyota Fancy Dress. A lot of effort has gone into this today, and it is wonderful to have these fun events back in full swing.
So judges still doing their thing here in the Easter Monday fancy dress. I'm going to say, for me, the minions, just because I love minions.
I think they're on the last one now. Superman.
Under the Sea is there, the emojis, the minions. Right, so we should have a result of the fancy dress in a moment or two. And nice money on offer. Big thank you to all of those sponsors. 5,000 Rand to the... Well, I mean, 5,000 Rand if Willy Wonka or the Minions gets it. They're each going to get about $50.
Oh, no. Oh, but it is a team effort. It's only fair.
Well, I hope the people who are riding the horses are going to, or those teams are going to give some to the seamstresses who sat up all night, especially that the Minion crowd putting all that together, because that looks like a lot of sewing went into that.
My question is, what do you do with it afterwards?
Oh, I could think of a few things.
Desensitizing horses?
Yeah. There goes one of the Oompa Loompas.
You mean Oompa Loompas?
Oompa Loompa.
I think that's the limping one.
I mean, that must have taken some time as well.
Yeah.
Sure. Right, so in front of us, the judges are walking away. And we're going to listen in to see who has won. In fact, I'm going to grab Barbara Lovell and see what the results were. Judges, could you step in a second and let me have some results, please? 3 prizes on offer.
Okay, 3 prizes. We've got a first and a tie second.
First and a tie second, says Regina Hobbs. First.
The tie second is Ronnie Healy's and the peacock.
So, ladies and gentlemen, hot off the press, I can tell you that the winner, and not for the first time in the fancy dress, drum roll please, You're getting it before the audience here. The live stream audience is getting it before the audience that are here at KP. And I can tell you, Georgia, and those of you at home, the winner is Tamar Glixman, Hera, Mother of the Gods. Congratulations to Tamar, the winner of the Easter Fancy Dress for 2022. So well done to the Glixman clan.
She really did put in an unbelievable amount of effort.
She always does, doesn't she?
It's great. It really is. Don't know where she found the time.
No. No.
To literally paint a horse. Should have chosen a grey, although that might have been a little bit more difficult to wash out.
Just listening into the PA.
Absolutely mammoth amounts of effort. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Tamar Glixman as Hera, Mother of the
Confirmation of the result that Tamar Glixman and Hera, Mother of the Gods, Tamar and family, the winner of the fancy dress for 2022. And there they are, well done. In second place, a tie for second between Rio Carnival and Willy Wonka got second. And I feel for the minions. I love the minions. Despicable Me.
I've always wanted to do it, but I don't know. It's just so much, so much preparation.
So much of PT.
Yes.
So well done.
See, there's the golden ticket on the grey horse.
Aha. And Ronnie Healy definitely going for the more modern Tim Burton Willy Wonka look, the Johnny Depp one, isn't he? Rather than, I suppose you're possibly a bit too young to remember the original Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Gene Wilder.
Well, I never watched either.
You've missed out.
I was playing with ponies instead of watching TV.
Correct. Correct. So well done to all. Just confirmation of that result once again. So Hera, Mother of the Gods, and Tamar Glixman family, the winner of the fancy dress, walks away with 5,000 Rand. Courtesy of Toyota South Africa, Equestrian House, Western Shop, Buck and Bob, Equestrian Diva, Mumpro, Dorpal, Property Group, Denton Horse Boxes, Rubber Sealant, Arco 360, Castano Equestrian, and Manor Door. Second prize shared, so a tie for second. So second will also walk away with a combined prize money of 5,000 Rand, and that will be split between the Willy Wonka clan and Rio Carnival. So well done to all of those involved. And what about little South Africa, little pony? Little Matfield.
Very, very cute.
It's so difficult to judge them. You almost got to have a prize for everybody. You really do. I hope there's some consolation prizes as well, because everybody puts so much effort into this.
I think it's easier to dress up a small pony.
Well, yeah. You could probably fit it into one of those rugby jerseys from a front rower of the Springbok team. Would probably fit in one of them.
Always wanted to do the safari theme.
You should do it. Who did it one year? It was didn't Nicholas Riley do what was that movie with the girl, the woman who puts the thing and communicates with the adult? Sheena, Queen of the Jungle. She did the safari. Sheena, Queen of the Jungle.
I know the Minions have been done before.
Ah.
Maybe that's why. I think a couple of years ago, I think Liam Stevens did the Minions.
Ah, okay. Right, well, there goes Willy Wonka. He's now got to take all that garb off of him because he needs to prepare for the big Grand Prix. Big thank you to Canon. There are our Canon towers and our very able cameramen on top of the towers. Go check out some toys at Canon. They're not toys. They are. They're lovely to play with. Nice, expensive toys. www.canon.co.za. So all your pictures today, courtesy of Canon and their very generous sponsorship of the Canon cameras at Kyalami Equestrian Park.
Hey, Uncle Smooth.
cool. Check your map. Are we going the right way?
I'm following you.
The all-new Corolla Cross. Cross boundaries.
Welcome back to our live stream pictures, Equestrian Live, broadcasting from Kyalami Equestrian Park. No, if you've just tuned in and you're wondering why we're not on the grass in the Bob Charter, well, rain, as they say, interrupted play, and all course classes from the Bob Charter had to be relocated to the Peter Mini Arena. Well done to the Kyalami Equestrian Park team. All the bunting, bannering, sponsorships, gazebos, etc., etc., and all the jumps, in fact, from the Bob Charter had to be moved across. So a mammoth task that happened overnight last night. The going underfoot looks superb. We've already seen the conclusion of two of the first classes of the morning, the 1 meter 30 pool 1 and pool 2, and we now move on to the junior 1 meter 35 South African Outdoor Grand Prix. And joining me in co-commentary, she's recently out of the junior ranks, and she was a top junior herself. In fact, she won the title of the South African Junior Champion 2 years ago in this very arena. Georgia Rorich, good morning.
Good morning, Eden. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
All good, yeah.
Take us back to that day quickly, if you will, when you won the South African Junior Championships and the horse that you won it on.
I won it on Assegai Cognac. He used to be competed by Anthony Kay. And yeah, I did quite well at that show. I think it was my first 135 show on him. And I also had my other horse there, Van Chaluga. I'm sure you'll all remember me falling off at jump number 1 on him before I went and won.
Well, it was great to see you regather and get your wits about you and come back in and then take the win.
He really humbled me. It's a very humbling sport. Before I took the win, but Cognac really, he is special. He's got the heart of a lion, and he'd won 2 of the qualifiers. So he was highest qualifier. He won 2 of the classes, and then he was second to Chaluga in the 3rd qualifier.
Yeah,
and then obviously.
We're going to go into, we'll come back to that in a second or two, but the first horse is moments away from coming in. So let's take a look, and you can take us through the lineup of some of the big runners, as we say in racing, in this. Michaela Martin's in devastating form.
Michaela Martin? Yeah, no, she's really done phenomenally this show. I know that Cosmic Girl, she's not easy, but she really has got the knack of her.
So I would say that she's in with a huge chance. Zandi Alcock Favor, the bold, is there at number 6 as well. Let's update the screen. There are 23 horses that go through the start, and there's the next page of them. Obviously, as they come in one by one, you've done your homework and your research, and you know a lot of these riders, having competed against a lot of them in juniors as well. But there's some good riders there. The Klaasen, son of Klaasen, comes and called Tira. Michaela Martin's got another one for Cruz. Helen Criticus is a very good rider. Cabell, Lansink, Zandi Alcock got to be a big combination.
So. Who's just winning President's Cup as well. Revel Bonvi, also very, very good. Zoe Roberts come from KZN. She's also in with a big chance, I think.
Yeah, well, she's got 2. She's got Costco and she's got Coast Watch. So lots of riders in with a big shout here in this Toyota Junior 1 meter 35 Outdoor Grand Prix. And that the final there, Alexander Rickanson, Laos, Thomas van Rijkvorsel. Okay, you would favour him on his magical mare, but he comes in with a shout as well. And Red Ivory, and then Kiara Burns got a second rider at 23 with Aeroplus Lindor as well. As I see, the first horse is in the arena, Heinrich Nell, and this is Capital Cambridge. Georgia, before we get on to the class, you're riding a little bit later on today?
Yeah, I've got Harry in the 150s, and I've also got Cognac in the 135s on another arena.
Excellent. Well, before we commence with this class, all the very best for that. Right, let's get into the business end of these junior riders. What can you tell us about Heinrich Nell?
I think he's had this horse for 2 years. He's partnered, his instructor is Charlie Crockart. I did speak to him a little bit. He said this was his first 135 show.
Is that daunting as a junior coming into your first 135? I mean, he would have jumped the qualifiers at least.
Yeah. I must say the difference from 130 juniors to 135, there is definitely a difference. The technicality really becomes a whole nother ball game. because, I mean, the fences are not sitting at 130, they're sitting at 135, 140. I know he also was in the top 16 qualifiers for the Aachen Youth Olympic Games. I'm not sure who bred this horse.
Ooh. Okay, well, that B element we saw in the 130s was a major factor. I'm assuming it's this. Did you walk this distance between 5 and 6? Is it on the 7?
No, it's on the 6 now.
Okay.
And then I know it's 8 to the United Aviations.
We'll have a closer look at. I mean, you walked the track. Anything tricky or trappy or?
I must say the treble combination to the United Aviations it's not too easy on the 8. I think you've really got to keep going and keep your inside legs so they don't fall in.
You're saying from the C element of the Toyota of the treble combination, it's an 8 strides to the United Aviation. And that caught a few in the. It comes quickly, that 8 strides.
So I think you've really got to keep your inside leg to keep them from falling in.
Well, we're going to take a quick replay of Heinrich Nels. So he was lucky to see how that bounced and stayed in the cup, but he ran out of luck in the B element. And then safely over the C. So he finished his round on 6 penalties, 2 of those being for time. Time allowed 74 seconds. And this is, unlike the 2 previous classes, this is 1 round and a jump off. So you have to navigate your way around here safely in the time allowed of 74 seconds. Of course, the judges do have 3 full rounds to watch. Full rounds being they can have a poll, but they can't have a stop. And they'll then judge, take a look at the time and see if it's either too lenient or too tight and have the opportunity to change it. But only 3 riders. So 1 gone so far. On track now is Emma Wales-Smith, and this is Lexus van het Herteroy. And this is going like a Boeing.
This actually isn't her horse. Her horse went lame. Oh, she's got 1 stirrup. Her horse went lame on Thursday, I think, and her friend has so kindly offered her the ride on this horse. Her friend Isabella Lewick, I think, that this horse belongs to. She unfortunately got sick, and
Isabella got.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm not sure. I hope she's feeling better, but very kind of her to offer.
Well, she was going so well until that treble. Then, as you said, she lost a stirrup, had to circle, had 1 down in the treble as well. So time penalties to come to be added.
But she only sat on this horse for the first time on Thursday. So, I mean, still incredible.
Very good. Right, so finishes on a score of 24 penalties in 85.54. Time allowed 74, so 11 seconds over that. And remember, it's 1 for 1 now with the new ruling. 1 time penalty per second, even in a first round. And Georgia, talk us through.
I think she just got a bit deep there and then lost her stirrup. I also would have circled. Actually, I probably would have carried on. But I think she did well to recover.
Right, so next in is Salumi Nell and Calaho Consina. And what do you know about them?
I know she rides with Belinda Martin. I saw her jumping her President's Cup. She had some good rounds. I know this was also her first 135 show. President's Cup jumped to 130. I'm not sure who this horse was ridden by before she bought it. But I know she's had him for 2 years now. It's got a really super jump, this horse.
And trademark of her riding as well, she's always forward, always positive. I think possibly if you watch Michaela ride as well, they ride in a pretty similar style and a way of going. You said Belinda is the coach of both.
Yeah. You have to almost have your horses always in front of you for these big jumps. You can't expect.
What does it mean for the uninitiated, the lay person out there who doesn't understand the term, have the horses in front of you? What is it? What exactly are you talking about?
You've got to have them running into your hand a little bit. I mean, I do prefer a horse that I have to kick into my hand.
Do you?
I do. I prefer, it gives me more sense of control. But you've got to have power behind you in case you get into a little bit of trouble and you need the extra bit of push. Woohoo! Very nice
Super.
round.
Really, really lovely round there. Clear all the way for young Suluaminel and Kalaho Consina. And yeah, the first of the clears in a brisk time, 73.26. So the time allowed 74 seconds. I think they're possibly going to push that out a little bit. She came inside the time, but the others haven't so far. And
She really did keep forward though.
And she was really forward and only just came inside of the time. I've got a feeling the judges might push the time out from 74 to around about 76, 77 seconds, but we're going to send a runner upstairs if we can find one. Just go and see if that time has been pushed out. I've got a feeling that they might. Right, next in, and it's a visiting out-of-towner, Sanna Klaasen, and she's not from your neck of the woods, a Cape Town rider.
No, she is from Cape Town.
Your neck of the woods is now here, though.
Yes, it is. I really am enjoying it, but I must say, PE is still my home.
You miss the beach.
No.
You miss the wind.
That, I mean, well, Joburg doesn't want to talk the amount of rain you guys have had.
Yes. No, PE is a lovely part of the world. Right, so one down already. So at jump number 5, 4 penalties for Sanna. And what do your notes say about?
I know she does. She's had a circle, is she? Yeah. No, I don't think so.
No, it's that turn back.
I know she is trained by Damien and Georgia Beat in Cape Town. I think her most recent win was winning Western Cape champs, junior champs, and she was second as well. She was first and second.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I know this horse was originally ridden by Damien.
Finishes on 4 penalties. Regenesis vet Luna and Sanna Klaasen. We do have a replay. And that was just in front of our commentary point at jump number 5, that Blair Athol Oxa, which looks pretty big and pretty square on the distance running down the hill to that Toyota fence. On that 6 strides. And do you think riders come into that thinking about the treble to come, that your distance, you approach number 5, you have to land running to go on that 6, and that affects you a little bit?
I think it does a little bit. I think you have to really know your horse. To really judge that distance, because I think if you're on a horse with slightly smaller stride, you really got to know that you almost got to cut it a little.
Now, this is Michaela Martin, and that a very unfortunate stop for her, because that will put pay to her chances, and she has rarely been one of the form combinations coming into this 1 meter 35 South African Junior Grand Prix. She's had a very, very good show. She's won classes here at the show at this level, and that will be for her very, very disappointing. But that, as they say, is the game. It can happen. It's a leveler.
It is. But I do know this horse is tricky, and I think she's done a fantastic job. I think Belinda bred this horse and did compete her before Michaela took over the reins. That was an unfortunate pull. See, and there also you just really got to know your horse's stride.
Super gutsy rider she is as well.
She is, and I know she works really, really hard. I mean, she's up really early before school.
Really?
Riding
to ride before school?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys today, your school... School kids need PAs these days for all the extramurals and everything going on in your lives. And that is very unfortunate. She does have another ride at 16 for Cruise. What do you put this down to today? New arena, she's been in the bob, she's onto the fibre today as we take a look at the replay. This is the first stop here.
I think she just was a little... far on the 4 and too close on the 5. I think she should have just sat up. I walked it. It's not a flowing 5. It's a little bit more contained, and it looked like she just didn't have a ride to that double.
Well, she has a second chance later on, so unfortunately an elimination there for Michaela Martin. Down we go to number 6, Zandi Alcock, and this a horse that she's had a partnership where you were saying you need to really know your horse. She'll know this one. This is Favour the Bold, her long-time partner.
Yeah, I think she's been partnered with him for 5 years now, so really knows this horse well. I know he is really sensitive, and he can be very playful, but very, very good. I know they've had quite a few nice title wins. I know I was at the awards dinner, she was the top ranked thoroughbred for 2021. I know this is quite a sensitive and anxious horse, and I know she does a lot of horsemanship, and it seems to really be paying off for her.
She absolutely
She works really hard.
adores her horses. She was telling me she goes and she reads them stories in the paddocks and spends a lot of time with them. Oh, that's unfortunate. Back rail coming there. Just clipped off with the toes. He seemed to just get a little bit crampy on his way through behind there.
I know that sounds terrible, but I think it can be a little bit of a thoroughbred thing that they don't always want to finish behind.
No, you'd be right.
I think also he gets a little bit anxious and forgets about his back end sometimes. But still a brilliant horse. That's a little bit flowing on the 7, I think.
Did you walk that 7 or waiting 8?
No, I walked it.
7.
I would have gone on 7
Okay.
after the double.
So let's take a look at the replay.
Almost looked like he hesitated a little.
Just clipped it with the back toe coming through. So finishes on a score of 4 in 68.15. I only give you the time because she's well within the time allowed. I'm just wondering if that time allowed remains at the 74 seconds. Perhaps it does. Right, so that was Zandy Alcock, 4 penalties, her finishing the score. And Helen Criticus goes now, Calaho, Liberia. Helen from Natal, and if I'm not mistaken, rides with Grant.
Yeah, she does ride with Grant. I know she's only had this horse for 10 months. She got this from Paige Gutch. Very good little horse this. Well, not little, but I think it's a Lissabon as well.
And can be quirky. I've seen it refuse to come into the arena at times.
But the Lissabons can be quirky. I think it's a Lissabon, Ivan Argentinas May. But a super, super jumper.
She's got the other horse a little bit later as well, Forcabell. Yes, so this is her first of 2 rides, young Helen. She goes at number 17 as well.
And she went on one more there. She almost bounced her a little around the corner, going on the 9. I walked at quite a flowing normal 8. But I think if you sit up a little bit.
Would these riders with their coaches come in with a definite plan, or is it sometimes open to a little bit of improvisation?
I think once you get in the arena, you do what you got to do. Sometimes you go in with a plan and you have to think of plan B, C, and D.
Well, very nicely done there. And we now do have 2 clears, which means we do have a jump off. Calaho Liberia clear and Calaho Consina and Salumi Nell. Those are 2 clears thus far in the opening stages of this Toyota-sponsored Junior 1m35 South African Outdoor Grand Prix here in the Peter Mini Kalami Equestrian Park. Still time for you to get down to the grounds. I can tell you that there is a bit of an atmosphere going on outside. It's wonderful to see people back at the shows after such a long break without people in the grandstands. Lovely to see. Do get yourself here. Lots of vendors, villages and tech retailers and lots to eat and lovely carnival atmosphere going on. So get yourself down here. Still time as we build up to the big one, the 1m50 Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. Fran Laren Beaudeloon goes next. Number 8, Holly Smith.
She's from Cape Town. I think she's travelled up for the show. She's got a few really nice horses in Cape Town. She, I think 2018, bought a very nice horse off the Capital auction called Capital Corona. It's also one of my favourites. Super, super mare.
You just don't like the name.
No. I think that one was named after the cider.
Yes,
though.
We like the cider. Okay, we'll have it.
She's had Beau for I think 2 years. I think this is her first 135 show.
She's come a long way in a relatively short space of time, hasn't she?
She has. She's only 14. But she also has a super horse. Bonus Point was also Jason's.
Okay, yes.
Jason's
Oh, is
stallion.
he a dude?
Yes.
She got the dude.
She got Dude, and Dude is an amazing junior horse. Really good at confidence.
Oh, good horse to get her out of that. And who's she trained by?
She trains with Georgia Beat
Mm-hmm.
in Cape Town, and I think this horse was ridden by Tracy
Oh,
Carney. No, Tracy Davids.
Tracy Davids wrote it, correct. Did you have a look at what happened there?
I didn't.
It's like the horse didn't lock on. She came in very short off that turn back.
I think they are worried a little bit about the time.
Yeah. And what is the riding scene like in Cape Town in the junior ranks? Is there lots going on? Is there lots of outings to go on? I mean, would she be short of ring time being that in that part of the world coming up to a show like this? Would she be well prepped?
I think there are a decent amount of shows in Cape Town. I mean, look, not as many as Joburg. But at least they don't have one show a month like there is in PE.
Ah, right.
I think there'll be 1 or 2 a month.
So, off of the replay there.
Yeah, it just didn't lock on.
He just didn't give him time to lock on. He didn't know what the question was. Really, PE won a month?
Yep.
And you come out and win the South African Championships. That's not bad.
Yeah, it is. It's difficult to bring on young horses and stuff with only 1 show a month.
Well, you're here now. You'll have shows coming out of your ears. Hayley Stratham, Locarno Cosmopolitan. And this has got to be another big combination as well. If she goes clear in this first round, and we're hoping she does, Hayley is always devastatingly fast and will always pin her ears back in a jump off. She's a tough competitor.
Yeah, I mean, I think the year that I won SA Junior 135 champs, she won the 130s, and I remember watching her, and she went blitzvinnig.
I think she's also a past winner of the President's Cup Junior title.
Yeah, she is. Also a very versatile rider. She does the Philip Smith. She's been in the Philip Smith this year and last year.
Who won the Philip Smith this year?
This year, I think it was Grace Quinlan, I think. I'm not sure who was second or...
And Hayley trains with Nicola?
Yes, she does. She has for a long time. She was a very good pony rider as well. She had a pony called Gandalf the Great.
Ah, yes.
Which was also, I had a pony called Tequila Girl. I don't know if you'll remember her. And that was actually a foal out of my pony Tequila.
Gandalf?
Yes, he was.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, she's through to the jump off. 3 to the jump off, and the 2 that have gone clear before her just went... Hayley Stratham, always a big force in a jump off to be reckoned with. So, Helen Criticus clear, Salome Nell clear, and Hayley Stratham clear. Shaping up into a good second round, a good jump off here in this 1 meter 35 junior outdoor South African Grand Prix. So, Eagles Coast Watch goes next, number 10, and this is Zoe Roberts.
I think she's also from KZN. I think she trains with Chad. I know this was ridden by Amber Rathbone. This was a very good horse. I think it won the mini derby.
I think he won the micro derby with
Amber.
And he also won the South African 130 champs, adult 130 champs. He's a horse that I know pretty well. Amber's my cousin, so he was stabled with us.
Yeah, he's a fantastic horse. Cheeky.
Yeah.
But very good. Can throw in an odd buck every now and again.
And I wonder if Amber's watching in Spain, in Mallorca, where she's now living the life.
Ooh.
Oh, that is not like him. She just looked like she tipped forward with her body going towards that, and this horse likes you to be with him. Just likes a little bit of support. Come on now. No, he doesn't like something about that.
I did hear that at pre-Easter, a lot of horses didn't like the United Aviation's fence.
This panel, this is the second horse we've seen do that today, and the other horse, I'm just trying to rack my fading, aging memory who it was, but I know there was also a horse that never does that kind of thing, is honest. Coldplay, I think it was. Odd, maybe it's something, United Aviation. That panel that they're not liking, maybe it's the sun off of it, I'm not sure.
So he looked like he stopped quite a bit away.
Yeah. So elimination, but she does have Coscar, second chance to dance for Zoe Roberts in at 20. So in now is Divan Bosman. And what do you know about Divan and Cornerstone's Midgard Zakiro?
I don't actually know a hell of a lot about Divan, but I must say I absolutely love this horse. I remember watching him at Junior Champs and at President's Cup. And he's a little unorthodox behind where he swaps behind a lot. But he's got a fantastic jump and he's unbelievable behind.
And he's deceptively quick as well. In a jump off, he can really go. Divan, his riding has come along leaps and bounds in the last year or two. I think this is the half-brother or the full brother to Caroline Chalchinsky rides a big Zingaro. Rode in there, I think against you in the Burlington Cup last year. And I think this is it's definitely a full brother. I mean, a half brother could be a full brother as well.
Well, I must say, I really do like the Consuelos. This horse is
I think
fantastic.
he's been trained for a long time by Anton Hook.
Yes. I remember him as a pony rider.
There's a few of those Bosman brothers running around.
They are.
Yeah.
I think he's the most close to my age, though,
Yes.
so I would have competed with him.
Well, this is shaping up here because that goes clear through to the jump off. Well navigated, well ridden there by Divan Bosman. Through to the jump off he goes. So another clear. Let's take a look at them. Zakiro clear, Liberia, Consino, Cosmopolitan. And then there's 2-1-4, Favour the Bold, and Luna unfortunately won't have a part to play. Maybe for minor money, but won't be going through to the jump off in this Toyota-sponsored Junior 135. Aeroplus on fire now. Number 12, Kiara Byrne.
I know that this is honestly one of the most unbelievable thoroughbreds I've ever seen. It's got a hell of a jump on it.
What is the pedigree? Do we know? It's a Bezrin.
Yes,
out of a Northfields mare.
Yeah. It's 16 years old now.
Well, he would have to be out of a Northfields mare because that is a pretty old bloodline.
I think this was bought by, I think they bought this from Bronwyn.
Opens up nicely behind for a thoroughbred, doesn't he?
It really does. I know she trains with Jonah van Achtenberg. She made it in for, I think, the top 8 for the Aachen Youth Olympic Games qualifying.
You can see that this is speedy.
Yes.
If this is clear, and touch wood, it's clear.
I think she also had a few good places this show.
Yeah, and she's had a good couple of shows on this one, some good classes of late.
I think.
Oh, that's down.
Yeah. Still a very good round though.
Oh, shame. Penultimate round there.
I think she won Junior 130 champs on this last year.
And if Dad Simon is at home watching the live stream, very good morning to you. Here's the replay. Landed running, and I think just a little bit. Was that the last fence we just saw?
Yeah. It had she had the front rail of the second element of the double.
So, unfortunately, 4 penalties for young Kiara. Now, Jade Bessie Hansen, 13. Chitara Quickstep.
She's originally from Namibia. And she's moved down to Cape Town to further her riding. I think there's a lot more shows in Cape Town than there is in Namibia.
Goodness, there must be no shows then in Namibia. I'm teasing Cape Townians, don't scold me.
She trains with Georgia Beat. She's been partnered with this horse for I think 3 years. She bought this from her cousin, I think, who used to train with Ronnie. And I think Ronnie jumped this in a few shows.
I seem to remember something like that, you're right.
She was also part of the Western Cape team for SA Junior Champs on this. It's a very nice horse, I really like it.
Oh.
A 12-year-old mare.
Finds a rail there, so 4 penalties.
Quite fussy in the mouth.
Yeah, but a beautiful canter, light, fleet of foot, nice and up in front. Nice horse to ride, it looks like.
Yeah. Second person to have that down now. Very nice round there.
So 9 penalties. 5 of those being for time. 78.15. So here is the replay. Just the front rail. And once again on that 8 strides after that treble combination down the hill. Running down towards the gate on the turn. Comes very quickly. So that was number 13. Number 14 is Impangele Capital Cavalier, and this is Lauren Duval.
I think this horse was originally ridden by Leona van der Merwe. I know she trains with Charlie Crockart. I think she's been with Charlie for quite a while. She's 17, so I think she's wanting this win quite desperately. Well, not desperately, but to be a really nice win for her. She was 4th overall now at President's Cup. I remember watching. She had beautiful rounds. This horse really is super. It's a Katoki, so very well bred.
Looking like a very, very nice round. I want to put the mockers on it, riding at a good clip, good pace.
I would almost up the pace a little bit.
Impangele Logistics, Herman and Melanie Duval, big sponsors, supporters of equestrian sport as well.
I think she has a horse called Capital Cancun, or it might be her
Yes.
sister. But Cancun is out of Harry's sister.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Oh.
at Capital.
So that was a stellar round there, Lauren Duval. Wonderful. So into the jump off she goes. 0 penalty score in 72.17. So do have confirmation that 74 seconds the time did remain. So forcing them up a gear a little bit. The time is slightly tight. But I like to see them riding at this pace. I like it when they're
Forced to be a little bit forward.
Yeah, correct.
Also, when you're a bit more forward, you don't make as many mistakes, I
Yep.
think. So if you're forward, the horse can get you out of trouble.
Correct.
Uses momentum instead of pure power.
And you almost create the space in front of the fences. You're a
Yeah.
little bit creepy too. Right, so Sanne Klaassen went earlier and has another crack here. Regenesis vet Coltera.
This was originally ridden by her sister Puck. I think when Puck stopped riding.
Has Puck stopped riding?
Yeah, I know. It's really unfortunate for the sport. She was brilliant.
Why'd she stop riding?
I think she is now big into her motocross.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she's very good. She travels overseas and stuff for her motocross.
Oh, wow.
But I think Sanne took over this horse almost a year ago. She's also done a really good job with this horse. I think it's a Spanish import. And
A Spanish import?
Yeah. I also went, wow.
It's got a bit of Lusitano in it or what?
But it's a very good horse.
Done.
Very good
72,
round.
71 and clear. Regenesis vet Coltera. What is the pedigree of that? Do we know?
Coltera Coltesi.
Well done. So
Coltesi.
they're coming thick and fast now. So Michaela Martin, you need to forget about the round that's happened before. And come on, give us a lovely clear and get yourself into this jump off now with Tack and Togs 4 Cruise. Michaela Martin goes again at number 16. We spoke about Michaela, trained by Mom Belinda. Runs and owns the Penbrit setup in the south of Johannesburg in the Aikenhof region.
This horse, I think, is owned by Oliver Bishop, or they've bought it, but I know it was Oliver's horse.
Is it a cruising?
Cruise control. She's very sensitive.
You had a cruising, didn't you?
No,
Didn't you?
I don't think so.
The grey that you used to ride, what was...
No, that, you mean my pony?
No.
I don't think I've ever ridden a grey.
Oh. Getting confused.
This is a very, very sensitive mare. I know she's, I think, had this horse for about a year. Last year, Easter Festival, I think she jumped to in the 1 meters. So she's come a long way in 1 year.
She really has.
Yeah.
Come on. Oh, I remember seeing Oliver ride this horse.
Yeah, it's a very sensitive mare. I know she's just recently got a Tack and Tog sponsorship, I think. I mean, she really deserves it. She works so hard. And she's partnered with Flexon and EPOL as well.
Well done, McKee.
Congrats. It was a lovely round.
Very, very nice. So let's take a look at their stats. 23 have gone, or 16 from 23 have gone. So we're well into the class now. 7 left to go. 7 clears thus far, 43%. So 7 clears through to the jump off with 7 left to go. Helen Criticus goes again, her second ride. And this is Falker Bell, number 17. Of course, she was clear on Liberia, so she'd love to double up, make it 2 from 2 into the jump off, give herself a real good chance taking this junior 1 meter 35. Outdoor Grand Prix title, sponsored by Toyota. Great to have Toyota back in the game after many, many years. Oof.
It's a phenomenal horse.
This was Leona.
Yeah, it was ridden by Leona. I think Leona jumped this in the 130, 135s as well. I think she was Victor Ladorum in the 135 Derby on this, the Junior Derby on this last year.
She's giving this a good ride. Keeping up the pace.
I've seen people struggle on the 7 to get there and get there a little deep. I think it just depends on how you land out of that combination.
Well, she did it the right way.
Yeah,
she is clear, so 2 from 2.
In with a very good chance there.
Very, very good chance. Helen Criticus is clear. Zandi Alcock, Tack and Togs, Kelleher, Lansink goes next. She wants the clear here. Of course, she went on Favour the Bold, and she found the back rail of that Oxer out of the following the triple combination. This is a very good horse. This you never see touch a rail. He is so good. He knows exactly where the poles are. It's like he's allergic to wood, his little feet.
Yeah, this was, I think Ray jumped this in the 140s. I don't know if it jumped to 145.
I think it might have, and I think it won lots.
It did. It won a lot with Ray.
And it's won a lot with her already as well. Some good.
I think she's only had it for a year.
Yeah. Come on.
This has qualified her really nicely for the Youth Olympic Games Aachen. I think she won the last qualifier at Maple Ridge. And she also won the FEI the FEI Gold Tour. So I think she's going overseas later this year.
Where is that going to be?
I'm not sure. She did tell me, but it's gone out my mind now. Fantastic.
Well,
she's always very speedy. That's going to be an interesting jump off to watch.
Another clear. Very, very fast in a jump off. There's a lot of horses that are in with a big shout here. Paige Noonan, Rivervale Bon V goes next. There she is.
I must say, I really love this horse. He is so sweet. I think they bought this from Aaron Dos Santos. I think Aaron jumped this up to the 135s, if I'm not mistaken. Either 130 or 135. She's coached by Liam Stevens, and they really have formed a great partnership. This horse, I think she started in the 90s with it. She's had him for 2 years.
And obviously bred by the Rivervale stud. And must be a Bonner, surely?
I don't have the breeding here, unfortunately. But he's fantastic. I must say, I love this horse. I think she was third in the junior derby, the 130 derby last year. She jumped to President's Cup. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, she just looked a little bit swervy on her approach through the turn. Got a bit imbalanced and one down, unfortunately.
Also got a lot of reach. She'll be very happy with that.
67.78 was absolutely flying.
Quick time, 67. She got herself around there. We're going to take a look at the replay and you can talk us through it. It was
out of contention. Only 6 prizes on offer, and we already
onto this hollowed fence.
Yeah,
almost stepped out to the left.
Good line balance.
Secure their own way through the jump off.
But she'll still be very happy with that.
Zoe Roberts goes again. Of course, Coscar, her second ride. Coastwatch, unfortunately, not loving those United Aviation planks. So all up to Coscar now, but this is a lovely horse. Quite similar in make and shape to Coasty. Big horse.
Yeah, Zoe is tall. So, but this is a very, very nice horse. I think they bought this from the Neils just under a year ago. She's done really, really well with this horse in such a short space of time. Seems to have formed a really good partnership with him. It's got a fantastic jump on it. Oh, looked like she just didn't quite get there.
Oh, no, she's going to be disappointed because this was her second chance to get through to the jump off. Come on now, Coscar.
I think she just jumped quite big over that and didn't quite step after.
Back rail coming down, so now on the 8, time penalties to follow. And for a junior rider, how big a title is this? Is this one that you really want to win, this in SA Champs?
I would love to have won this. I just never got the chance to. I never got to jump this class, unfortunately.
Well, PE, you know, you have the beach and lovely views, but it's a long way from the big competition.
I think 2021 I was supposed to jump it, but she just looked like she didn't get there. I think if she'd sat up a little earlier on the 7, or gone a little bit wider, it would have been fine.
KwaZulu-Natal now. Alexandra Rick Hansen, Calaho Laos.
Also, I would say she's in with a big chance this year. They've got an unbelievable partnership, these two. She's done really well. I think she's jumped her first couple 140s on this horse under the watchful eyes of Graham Swanson. And I think she's also trained a little bit with Jenna Barrow. I did speak to her. I said to her, who do you think you've got to watch out for in this class? And she said definitely Thomas and Helen Kritikos. Well, Helen's in with both horses and in with a chance, so I think she was right there. She had an unbelievable pony career as well as a very good junior career so far. I think she's won a lot. I think she won Pony Rider Derby, Pony Rider SA Champs.
Fantastic little My Irish boy.
Yes, that has been a trooper of a pony. I remember him in 2014 winning SA Champs in this arena with Charlotte Stewart.
And then of course Alex, and of course Jason Slade. Who's got him now?
I think Jada Anderson.
Who's the lucky person who's got him now? There you go. Clear all the way, Alex Rick Hansen and Calaho Laos. And I'm correct in saying another one like Zandi bought this off of Ray Corbin, and Ray produced it up to about the 130s.
Yeah, I think it was a 130, 135. I think this horse originally belonged to Craig Rankin though.
Yes.
And it was ridden by Ray.
So, clear. Now, Thomas van Rijkvorsel, Tackentog's Gledsmuir's Red Ivory, who you said Alex saw as a danger. Thomas is an outstanding rider, also on that young riders team that went to, was it Algiers or Algeria? Where was it?
Algiers, yeah.
Algiers.
I think this horse is from Cape Town originally. I think Sarah Besson jumped this horse in the 135s quite successfully. Not an easy mare at all, but Thomas really has done well with her in the last year. I think it took a while to get to know this mare properly.
And she's quite technical with her head up there and can go a little bit stiff and tight in the back. You've got to be very soft with your hand. If you get it wrong, she'll shut down behind on you.
Very unorthodox.
But on her day can also be quite brilliant.
Brilliant. She's very quick. Very, very quick. I think she doesn't spend a hell of a lot of time in the air, so it can also land and turn.
Fortunately, one down, so not going to be a... Make that 2 down.
Third person that's had that down, that back rail.
Not going to pose a problem to Alex Rick Hansen today, so she can breathe easy about Thomas, as he has 2 down, finds 8 penalties in 70.85. So no time penalties to add. Let's take a look at the replay. This is the first of the mistakes. Just a little bit flat over that.
Yeah, I don't think he did anything wrong.
So, not his day today. Kiara Byrne is already clear on her first ride on fire and goes again on Aeroplus Lindor as the last to go in this first round of the Toyota sponsored junior 1m35 South African Outdoor Grand Prix. Kiara Byrne, Aeroplus Lindor looking to join the jump off, where already 10 have found their way into that jump off. Will Kiara make it 11?
This is also a fabulous horse. I really, really like. She's been riding this, I think, for 2 years. But she also has a very nice horse, Casper. I think this was also ridden by
he was ridden by Simon for a while. I know her dad jumped some very nice rounds on this as well. Got some nice horses.
It's a little bit more deliberate than the thoroughbred. Oh, very good horse to get out of there. But it must be quite difficult to change so much between something that's so hot and then something that's quite deliberate. Well, I don't know if he's deliberate, but he definitely goes in a
very different type.
Different type, and a little bit heavier. And I know I have.
But you do all right.
I had Cognac who pulls my arms out around the course, and then I had Chaluga who I had to kick.
Well, we finish off the first round.
That was the last one to go.
That was the last one, Kiara Byrne. So we now move on to the jump off. This is a replay of the previous competitor's second round, second fault. That was Thomas van Ryk Borsel and Red Ivory. So 11 through to the jump off with Lindor going clear. Well done, Kiara Byrne. 2 from 2. So who's got 2 in the jump off? Kiara's got 2. Helen Criticus has got 2. Are those the only 2 who've got 2?
Yeah.
I've said 2 a lot of times.
Sandy's got Lansing.
So let's go through them, and you can tell me where your money lies. Lindor, Laos is quick. Lansing is quick. Zakiro is deceptively quick. Can turn on a ticky. Liberia. Cavalier, 4 Cruz, quick, 4 Cabell, quick, Coltera, Consina is quick, Cosmopolitan Superfast.
I don't think I can say I think it's on the day. I think it's whoever the luck lands on. I think they all stand a very good chance.
Currently watching the Toyota 1m35 SA Outdoor Grand Prix. First round has concluded. Coming up next is the jump off with me in code commentary. Is Georgia Rorich, who will be riding in the big class a little bit later on. We're very privileged to have her here with us. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at that jump off track and all the action. Don't go far.
Hey, Uncle Smooth.
Okay, cool. Check your map, but we're going the right way. I'm following you.
Your new Corolla Cross. Cross boundaries.
So we have the wave, we are ready to go, ready to get things underway with the jump off of our Junior South African Outdoor Grand Prix. First to go, Salome Nell and Callahone Consina. Now just waiting for our timekeeper, so we'll give you a bell in just a few moments' time. Of course, the timing needs to be adjusted, everything put in its place. Jump off, 7-8, 9A, 9B, 4-5, 2 and 3B. Time allowed, 52 seconds should that need come into play. Course length for the jump off of 320 meters. Bell sounding for our first ride in the jump off. Salome Nell riding out to Penrith Equestrian Centre in Aikenhof, south of Johannesburg.
Welcome back to the jump off now for the Toyota sponsored Junior 1m35 South African Outdoor Grand Prix. Let's take a quick look at the jump off track for the juniors. 7-8, 9A, 9B, 4-5-2, and we end on 3B. So lots to remember there. 7-8, 9A, 9B, 4-5-2, and 3B. First to go is Salome. And this is Consina, Callahone Consina. Salome Nell out to put pressure on the others. She's got to leave them up. Oh, she's at the gallop here, Georgia.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness. That was rather dramatic. Horse okay.
You got to risk it if you want to win it, unfortunately.
So, take a look at the replay. I thought it was a good pace to begin with, but just went all pear-shaped at the last moment.
I didn't think she was too far away.
No. Do you think she backed off with her leg, like she didn't trust her distance that she was on?
I think the horse just second-guessed her.
Oh, shame. Well, not the way she wanted to start. Is she going to regather? Is she going to go again? She has picked up a canter.
I just hope she doesn't get a little bit pulley now and doesn't not trust herself.
And it can so easily happen, can't it? Right, take two. A little bit shaken. So not what she was looking for by any means. Unfortunately, an elimination there for Salome Nell and Callahone Consina, and that's the sport, isn't it? That can so easily happen.
It is, unfortunately, but they will come back and fight another day.
On we go in the meantime to number 7, Helen Criticus.
Helen Criticus goes next. This is Liberia. She's got two, correct. Callahone Liberia. She comes on Falkabell a little bit later on.
I think she might give it a little bit more of a go on the other horse, knowing it a little bit longer, but might surprise. Oh, no. Gonna go for it.
She looked pretty wide on that turn,
Yeah.
so definitely room for improvement there. A little bit pulley into that one as well.
But I think she just wants a really nice, clear. Ah.
So that unfortunately is not going to be the case. One down. And you are spotting the shortcuts for us, are you?
45.22 was a good pace.
Very competitive.
So Helen finishes her round on 4 penalties in 45-2-2. Replay of the fence that went down, which was number 5. On the corner she comes in, and just for me looks like she fell into the right and ran out of space. Got a little bit under that one, took the front rail.
A little bit on the inside forearm.
So who is this now? Hayley Stratham, Cosmopolitan on the gallop. She's pinned her ears back. She's going for it. She knows there's some quick riders to come. She needs to put the pressure on. She's gone quite wide there.
Needs to sit up here.
She's at the gallop. Land and gallop.
Red pedal. Just needs to keep it together for this last fence. It's quite a flimsy last fence, that. Very, very good.
Hayley Stratham clear all the way in 44.66 her time.
Absolutely
now 44.66 and she was going. Kelleher Liberia 45.22 looked like a much slower round, but on the timing sheets it wasn't that much slower. So did Hayley go much wider somewhere?
I think that this horse hasn't got the biggest of strides, and I think that Liberia's got quite a big stride, but I'm not sure where she would have gone so wide. She looked like she was taking all the inside turns.
So Divan Bosman goes next. This is Cornerstone's Midgard Zakiro looking to hunt down Cosmopolitan's 44.66. For me, he's up. I think if anywhere, this is to me where Hayley went quite wide.
She did go quite wide, yeah.
To me, oh, it doesn't help when you, in the second pole, so that's already on 8. So 2 down, I'm afraid, there for Divan, and Hayley will remain in the lead. It'll be interesting to see what time he comes home in. He doesn't look like he's slowing up too much. Looks like he's still got his foot down. That looked tighter.
Yeah, she almost got stuck a little on that turn there.
And there we go. The time was better. 43.35 his time. Cosmopolitan's time 44.66. But I'm afraid when you've got 2 down, here's the first of the rail. Got through that double pretty flat and pretty quick. And then I think had this one down as well. Yep. So the time can be beaten. She has left the door open, but can they leave them up while trying to get there?
Oh, unfortunate.
And that's not the way Lauren Duval would have wanted to start. An Impangele Capital Cavalier, 1 down already, 4 penalties.
I wonder if it's possible to go inside that United Aviations to this double.
Would you?
I would. Only get 1 shot to win it.
Yep.
The risk either pays off or it doesn't. I think if you're last to go and there's only been 1 clear and it's a little bit...
Yeah, obviously.
Then you can... But if you've got to risk it...
If you were first out the gates, you would be doing it.
Very much so.
So 48.66, but the 1 down, 4 penalties. And that was at the very first fence that United Aviation, Oxa off the turn she comes. And bang goes the front rail. 4 penalties. Still leading, the only double clear in 44.66, Locarno Cosmopolitan and young Hayley Stratham. Next to go, Sanne Claassen, called Tira.
Look, there looks like there's quite a bit of space there.
You've got your eye on that inside turn. What has Damien told her? I was also eyeing that out. Do you think it would disrupt your rhythm coming into the double though? Do you think you'd get out the other side?
I think my horse has enough step that I would be able to. I think if I kept going at a really an angle and kept smooth around the corner and didn't pull.
And again, that's what it comes down to, knowing your horse, knowing what he can do in the middle as well. If you're too deep into the first one, you don't have the step, then you're in trouble.
Yeah.
If it was a single fence, I think everybody would be going for it.
Definitely.
Oh, there we go, 45.73. Oh, just outside into second. So time to beat still out front, 45.66, Locarno Cosmopolitan. Haley Stradham still leading here. Cortira and Santa Clausen into second. Liberia and Helen Criticus on the 4 penalties goes into third at this stage. Right, Michaela Martin, what can she do for Cruz?
I wonder if she's really going to go for it on this horse.
I think she will. I think it's in her headset, in her mindset. Oh well, not the way to start.
I didn't think she was going to go for it. I think she just wants to keep this horse cool and calm. So I think if you set this alight, I think she's a little bit difficult to get back to you.
Not her day today, I'm afraid.
That's the sport.
Yep. She's had a wonderful show, mind you. She's won some good classes.
I mean, I had a really nice President's Cup, and I mean, I've come to the show, and it just hasn't been my show yet.
Yep. Well, there's still a class to go.
Oh, it's unfortunate. A little bit in on the inside line.
You got 2. You got the adult 135s as well.
Yeah.
It's been moved to the May.
It has. Like I scratched yesterday's class on Cognac.
How's he feeling?
Well, I haven't saddled him in 2 days, so that should be
goodness.
fun.
Okay, hang on. Hang on.
But I'm happy it's a speed class.
Well, as we said, not going to be her day today. Taking togs for Cruz and Michaela Martin. So still out front is Locarno Cosmopolitan and Haley Stradham. But there's some good ones still to come. Helen Criticus is back. She's taken a ride around on Liberia. She sits in third on Liberia on 4 penalties in 45.22. Folker Bell, her next ride. And she gave a lovely showing in the first round. It was pretty forward in the first round.
She can also be super competitive. She's starting a little bit behind Haley's time.
Yeah. Now, where Haley lost it, as we said, was the turn back to the third. After this one, she went a little bit wide to this double. So as Helen, I thought for a moment she might come in.
She was gonna do it. I think you've really got to angle that fence, though. She got one less there.
Not sure.
Haley's still leading the pack.
Yep. But she's got Lansink, she's got Laos still to come. 4 penalties, 1 down, 46.53. Let's take a look at the replay. Jordan, you can talk us through.
She just looks like she was a little deep. Isn't that the same one she had down on Liberia as well? I think it was. I think also a little bit on the inside line.
Yes.
I think you've really just got to push them out a little to make sure you're straight for that fence and then land and turn.
So here we go. Now, this is going to be quicker. Question is, can she leave them up? And that's no disrespect to Cosmopolitan, because Cosmopolitan was fast, but I think just went a little bit wide on that one turn.
She started a little more on the pace.
Landed, put her leg on.
Hello.
See how she's landing and getting the horse back into top gear.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. I didn't see that back pull.
Haley breathes again. Very seldom you see this horse have a rail.
No, very, very seldom. But very nice ride nonetheless.
41.81, look at the time. 41.81, some 3 seconds into, well, quicker, I was going to say into the lead, but of course she had the 4 penalties. And let's take a look at this pole.
Just breezed on it behind.
It was pretty late to fall as well. I was watching the horse and I thought she was clear. I just heard the noise.
I think this is also going to be tough to
Yeah. Alex Rick Hansen, Callagher Laos.
Oh, if anybody's going to go inside, it's going to be her. Maybe it's not possible.
Yeah. Well, maybe she thinks she can beat Hayley's time going wide, because she did leave the door open there, Hayley, and maybe it's not worth the risk for her. She knows she can be quicker just leaving them up. You also got to play percentages a bit. And there you go. New leader, 42.02, 2 seconds into the lead, leaves them all up. New leader in this Toyota-sponsored Junior 1m35 South African Outdoor Grand Prix. And the cup is in Natal at this stage.
Lansing was still a second faster, but I don't know where. She must have hit it a little bit safer, but still very, very quick. Oh, I think she went a little bit wider to the western shot.
So, thoroughbred speed now.
No, I think this is Lindor.
Is this Lindor?
Yeah.
She's bringing him in. Come on. Oh! Deep to that. Got her out of it. Well, she's moving.
A bit wide there.
Go on the live stream to see if we can hear.
Oh, Kiara!
Where do you go to live stream? Oh, my phone's been on the whole.
Yeah, all the oohs and ahs from the audience outside.
Oh, you've got to be kidding.
42.52. Oh, would have gone.
Hello.
Was that quick enough? 42.02, 42.52. So wasn't quite there. Would have gone into second. Yep.
Can you hear
that? Just breathed on it.
I almost would have taken one out there. I would have gone a little bit more forward around the turn. So also then you run the risk of going a bit flat.
Stand by for your full results lineup.
This thing's actually really nice.
And that is that. Full result to follow. Before we let you go, I'll give you the provisional result. Alex Rick Hansen prevails in 42.02, double clear. Aeroplus Lindor, Kiara Byrne. No, that won't be in the second because she had the last one down. So let's leave that needs to be ratified and had a look at. Tell us, horses that you still have today, and how much you're looking forward to the big class, and there's going to be no water jump, so you're happy about that?
Yeah, it'll be my first time competing Harry in this arena. I'm sure he'll be fine. I personally love this arena. I'm looking forward to it. I'm a little bit nervous. I haven't had the best show and prep and stuff this show, obviously with the rain and thing. But I'm confident with my horse, and if all else fails, Harry will take the reins.
All the very best. And before we let you go as well, future plans, because I know I spoke to you not so long ago and you were talking about possibly going overseas. Where are you at now?
I need to get another going horse, and then I will look at. I do want to get my feet wet a little bit more in the 150s, and maybe by the end of this year, beginning of next, I can head over.
All the very, very best to you. Go and get your head in the game, and go well. Be looking forward to seeing you on Harry a little bit later in the big one, which is up next.
Yes, I think I'm going to jump the 135s first, though.
Okay. Go well. That was Georgia Roach joining us in co-commentary. We're going to take a look at our camera suppliers, and of course that is Canon. Big thank you to them. And www.canon.co.za. There are camera towers, Canon coming to the party as sponsors of all of our pictures through their wonderful X55 Canon cameras. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, the prize giving for the Junior 1m35 Outdoor Grand Prix, and then the build-up to the big one, the South African Outdoor Grand Prix for 2022.
show you flames, boy.
Hey, now you drive like a mama.
Ooh, that's cold. Like your bed in summer.
Oh, easy, boy. I'm coming for you.
Coming for me. Watch me pack this up. Yo. Smooth. Where are you?
The all-new Corolla Cross. Cross boundaries.
Victorious 2022 South African Junior Outdoor Grand Prix champion Alexandra Rick Hansen. What an absolutely spectacular ride she put in on Kalaho Laos. It's been a wonderful partnership after she moved into the junior ranks, picking up Kalaho Laos, and they have been a formidable partnership. Today, 42.02 and double clear. Only one rider went quicker, but no one was able to go quicker and double clear. So the winner, 3,500 Rand, as well as a load of hampers and wonderful products courtesy of our various sponsors. Second prize, Hayley Stradham. She was hanging on to the lead, 44.66 and double clear. Looked like she might be able to hang on a little longer. Unfortunately today, not to be. She picks up second place. Third place going to Santa Claus and Regenesis Vet Colterra. Wonderful smooth rounds to come home double clear in 45.73. Quickest of the four falters, Zandi Elcock picked up fourth place. Wow, quick it was. The winning time was 42.02. Zandi, your time 41.81. Would have had it had it not been for that one fence. Many championship victories you've had in your time, and you get the impression there's a lot more to come from young Zandi in this wonderful, wonderful Takatox Kalaho Land Sink. Fifth place to Kiara Byrne and Aeroplus Lindor. She really did leave it all out there. That final fence coming down. Blazing time of 42.52 seconds. And then to round out the top six, Helen Kritzkos and Kalaho Liberia. So our top three riders, you can dismount and make your way forward to the podiums. There's trophies to be awarded, medals as well. The South African title up for grabs here this afternoon.
Lovely pictures coming from the Peter Mini Arena here at Kyalami Equestrian Park. The winners of the Junior Toyota 1m35 South African Outdoor Grand Prix. It was a hot class. Came down to the wire. Penultimate competitor Alex Rick Hansen takes the victory for KwaZulu-Natal. Double clear in 42.02. Second place to Locarno Cosmopolitan, Hayley Stradham. Double clear in 44.66. And the third place going to Colterra and Santa Clausen. So we've got KZN, Gauteng and Western Cape. Very nice lineup. Well done, ladies. Minor money, Zandi Alcock getting the fourth. She did get the fastest time, 41.81, but unfortunately found, just breathed on a rail and it was late to fall. So unlucky there, finishes on the four penalties in 41.81. Kiara Byrne, 42.52. Her time would have gone into second, but finding the very last rail, four penalties. And Helen Criticus in Kalaho Liberia, four penalties in 45.22. Alexandra Rickhand, Outdoor Grand Prix, 135 for juniors. And a stellar pony rider career and just as good in the junior rankings as well. Gets adorned with that winner's sash and the gold medal. Locarno Cosmopolitan, Hayley silver, and the bronze there going to Regenesis Vet Colterra and Santa Clausen Western Cape, all the way from Cape Town. We do hope that you have enjoyed your time here on the Highveld at the Easter Festival here at Kyalami Equestrian Park. Right, he's going to jump off of that podium in a moment or two. We're going to take a look at the final result, confirmation of the result.
Once all the photos have been taken, our riders can go to remount before we send them off on a lap of honour.
And there it is, Alex Rickanson, Calaho Leos, the winners of the Toyota-sponsored Junior 135 SA Outdoor Grand Prix, the build-up event to the big one, the SA Outdoor Grand Prix for adults. One of the jewels in the Triple Crown, of course the Triple Crown of show jumping, the South African Outdoor Grand Prix, South African Championships and the South African Derby make up the Triple Crown, and only in its history has one horse and rider ever managed to win that Triple Crown, and that's Nicole Horwood and the wonderful Don Camarco, capital Don Camarco. Now retired, living out his dotage. Well, he's not so old, he's just retired, living out at Summerhill Stud. But the Outdoor Grand Prix happening next, so we build up to that. So as they canter off, we're going to go to an ad break, and hopefully we will get Alex Rickanson to come and have a little chat with us about this wonderful horse and who win here in today's Junior Outdoor Grand Prix over 1.35 m. Calaho Leos, Alex Rickanson. Don't go far. Lots more to come here from Carl Army Equestrian Park at this Toyota-sponsored Easter Festival.
I just don't understand why you never use things. You have a watch, but are you ever on time? No. You have a GPS, but are we taking the fastest route? No. You have a phone, but do you ever bother answering it? No. Yes!
The all-new Corolla Cross. Cross boundaries.
Lots more action still to come throughout the course of the afternoon here at the 2022 Toyota Easter Festival. Of course, in between classes, lots to keep yourselves busy with. There is, of course, the vendor village. Numerous vendors that do have their wares on display, lots of stalls. Andrew and the team from the Strawberry Patch, the Daiquiri.
Welcome back to Equestrian Live here at the Peter Mini Arena. As you saw a moment or two ago, the course currently being made ready for the big one, the South African Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. Of Horse designer there, Anne-Marie Esslinger. More on that to come as we build up. There's still time to get here to the showgrounds. If you're in the area, it's building up into a lovely festive carnival-type atmosphere. But with me, the winner of the Junior 1m35 Championship, the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa, is Alex Rick Hansen. Callagher Laos, what a fantastic result for you. It was worth the trip, obviously, from
Very much
KZN.
so.
Yeah.
So happy. Yeah.
Tell us about this wonderful horse. How long is the partnership? It's about 2 years you've had
Yeah,
him?
we're looking 2 years, round about now. Got him in 2020 in Feb. He's been a fantastic horse. Cannot fault him for a single thing. He's everything and more I've ever wanted. He's just so fantastic.
Wonderful. Now, it was a pretty hotly contested jump off. Some big names, some speedy horses were in there. Cosmopolitan was there. Helen Criticus was there. What did you think? What was the plan going in?
I got told by Ollie Bishop, just go for a nice forward clear, because sometimes I can get a bit ahead of myself and then I'll take the pole. And he just says, go for a forward clear. You've got a horse that can go fast. Just go for a forward clear. And that's what I did. And then I saw Hayley jump, and I thought to myself, no way, there's no chance I'm going to beat that. So she was just so fast. And you never know what's going to happen in a jump off. You never know what strides are going to arrive. And I just somehow pulled it off.
Well, let's take a look at that winning round. We've got your jump off round queued up, and we're going to go through that. And you're going to talk us through it.
So Ollie told me to come a bit wider to this, but I didn't listen because I saw the way the start flags were finished. I just wanted a nice forward round around here.
Was the opportunity to come inside here to the double?
Not for me, because he will clip the pole if I pull him in the air. I just wanted forward strides to everything. I got told when you wait, you add a second. That's what I've been told and believe. So I wanted to go as forward as I can, and then I saw Hayley's round. I was like, no, okay. To that, I wanted to be straight because I saw people were twisting in the air and had it, like Helen. Then just wanted a nice off the corner here. I got a bit stuck here. I don't know if you can hear in the commentary, I said come. And then I just wanted a nice ride to the end. And then Ollie told me land and go forward because of how far the finish flags were. He was super. He accommodated everything I asked for. All the strides were there.
Well, your winning time 42.02 and Hayley's time 44.66. So you were worried about her, and you were 2 seconds faster than her. Where to from here? Where are you at in your junior career? How old are you? How much more time do you have left?
I have a long time. I'm only 16. I turned 16 like 2 weeks ago. Plans for this year is just to get more 140s in the bag, because I really want to jump a 150. Next year, the year after that, whenever I can get hold of my 150 horse.
Do we know who that is?
No, not a clue. We're still looking.
And Laos, you don't think will do the 150s? Where do you think his ceiling is?
He's got such a big heart, and I don't want to break it. I could force him to get around a 150. He would try, but I just don't think I want to do that to him. And it's very fun going through the smaller grades. Not smaller grades, this is pretty big. But it's fun having a petrol money horse. And it's just,
But the 140s are well within his scope. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And training back home, you mentioned Ollie. Have you been training with him for a long time?
Ollie, we've always been good friends with Oliver, and he was up at the show. My coach, Jenna Barrow, didn't come up. So I asked
Why is she
Ollie.
not here?
She doesn't like jumping on the grass, and she wanted to go away on
If
holiday
only she'd
with
known.
her
We were in the
fiancé.
Peter Mini today.
Yeah, she wanted to go away with her fiance. So, and she also decided she's been here for so many times, it's worth a holiday. And I love having Ollie help me at shows. So we asked him, please, because he normally helps me in Joburg shows, and he's more than willing. And I love walking courses with him. He gives me such big insights because he jumps the open grades nowadays. And it's very nice having a World Cup rider's point of view towards things.
Now tell me your prep coming towards the show, where you're based with all the rain and the devastation that happened there. Did you get your prep in, or were you coming?
Yeah, we did. I had to make sure my horses were prepped before I left for Algeria. And they were prepped. Thankfully, Jenna was able to ride them for me whilst I was gone. And we were a bit wary because I wasn't able to jump before I came here in a show. And I was ready for it, but not like 100% sound-headed. But it was very nice. I got out on the first day. Laos jumped a super clear for second, and I was happy. That made my confidence. Yeah.
Excellent. Now, on Algeria, you guys had a lot of fun, but it wasn't the easiest trip in the world, but that doesn't dampen. It was still fun.
Yeah, it was very fun. It was very nice seeing different cultures, because it's not every day that we get exposed to those type of cultures. Food was very good. That's one of my big things. I'm a very picky eater. It was very, very nice. Lots of pastries. We didn't get luck of draw with horses, but you know what? It's another story to tell. It's another experience to add to the books. It's another thing to say that you've done, and you can gain experience from it. And we learned a lot. Like, we learned that you do need to like bring your own tack, not like saddles and all that stuff. I'm meaning just like extra bits, extra reins, even boots sometimes, because the boots aren't always the best. Yeah.
But chalk it up to a learning experience. That's what life's all about. Well, wonderful chatting to you. Once again, big congratulations on your title. You are now the Toyota Junior 1 meter 35 South African Outdoor Grand Prix champion. How does that fit?
It hasn't really clicked yet. I've been dying to win an Easter festival. I haven't been able to do it. But thankfully now I've been able to do it, and I'm so proud of how Leos jumped for me today. He was on fire. Didn't touch a single pole. It felt like he was clearing them by miles. He really put all his heart in today for me.
Excellent. Lovely to see. Congratulations. And that is Alex Rick Hansen, who is the new Junior 1 meter 35. We're going to take a look at the final result. Let's confirm that. And there it pops up onto screen. The final ratified, audited result. Alex Rick Hansen, Calaho Leos prevails. Haley Stratham game in second, but some 2 seconds behind on Locarno Cosmopolitan, Santa Claus and Western Cape. Good to have all the provinces represented there. Natal coming up trumps. Haley Stratham for Gauteng in second and Western Cape in third. Zandi Alcock, Gauteng in fourth. Kiara Byrne, Gauteng fifth, and Helen Criticus, Natal in sixth. So don't forget the big one that's up next. That's the adult Toyota 1 meter 50 SA Outdoor Grand Prix track currently being made ready. It's not too far away now. The excitement builds. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, lots more here on Equestrian Live.
Hola.
Hi, did you draw this around my flat?
The all-new Corolla Cross Hybrid. Cross boundaries.
course now open for inspection for our 1 meter 50 adult South African Outdoor Grand Prix, proudly brought to you by Toyota. 30 of our highest qualifiers lined up to take part. We have received one scratching, that of number 7, for the connoisseur not taking part in today's competition, which leaves 29 horse and rider combinations vying for the title of 2022 South African Outdoor Grand Prix champion. So a strong field of competitors we have for the 2022 Toyota South African Outdoor Grand Prix. In and among the field of 29 horse and rider combinations, no fewer than 11 previous titles between our riders in this grouping. Most recently, last year, it was Nicole Horwood who won. Mark Nissen's capital Chantilly. Chantilly absent from this year's competition, but Nicole still competing, hoping to rack up a potential 4th victory to her name. Currently only 3 riders in South Africa, or rather 4 riders in South Africa that have 3 or more victories. 2 of them competing in this year's edition. Both Ronnie Lawrence and Nicole Horwood sitting on 3 victories apiece. Of course, the standout, the leader way out in front, Barry Taylor, with a record number 8 titles. Of course, Barry not taking part in this year's competition. Time for somebody else to potentially elevate themselves, put themselves in the history books of South African show jumping. One scratching that of number 7, Fulvik Connoisseur, leaving the remaining 29 riders when the course is closed for inspection. First 5 or so riders in will be Sandy Manasseh in at number 1, riding Carignus, followed by number 2, Hannelise Comfer, riding Cry Comfer's Regenesis Vet White Waters on time. At number 3, Lara Neal rides the homebred Ultimo WC for Delmont Mining and Civils, while in at number 4, Georgia Rorick is the owner and rider of Capital Don Costello. They'll then be followed by Ronnie Healy in number 5 on Blue Turtles Capital Magic Boy. A reminder to everybody that today's competition, 1 round and a jump off. So 1 round, clears will be proceeding through to a jump off against the clock, and that will determine the victor, the winner, the champion of the 2022 South African Outdoor Grand Prix, proudly sponsored by Toyota.
Right, so welcome back. Equestrian Live, the Peter Mini Arena here at Kyalami Equestrian Park. The excitement is building as we get closer to the commencement of the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. Of course, if you've just joined us, you would ask, why are we at the Peter Mini Arena? Well, to answer that question, we have my co-commentator and guest this afternoon, Stacey Lee Weston, who has been riding in the Bob Charter, but unfortunately a no-go this afternoon. Stacey, what happened?
I don't know. Do we actually even have to tell people at this point, Aidan? I mean, I'm sure everybody knows the weather's been pretty disgusting. But the show organizers have been amazing, and they've had a great plans for us to change arenas, and everyone's been very accommodating and looks amazing. So it still looks like it's going to be a great class.
You rode in the Bob. I mean, was it terrible, or was it just you rode in it before the heavens opened? And
yeah, we rode there on Saturday, and they were still really good.
Yeah.
I don't think it would have been safe to ride there now.
No. As a result, FEI have given special dispensation for this class because under normal rules it's 2 rounds, and then in the equality of score and penalties you'd go to jump off. Now it's pretty much 1 round and a jump off. So special dispensation, it has changed. Is that going to make it easier? Are people happy about that? Are they not happy about that, riders?
I haven't actually heard about that, but I think people who've specifically brought horses out just for the Outdoor Grand Prix will be upset about it because it's such a test of stamina over big jumps. The whole point is you jump 2 rounds of big jumps and then go to the jump off. And there are lots of horses who can maybe manage the 2 rounds, but 3 would just be too many. So now we're looking at different horses who might fare better in this arena. I mean, there are people like Nicola Syme with Connoisseur who wanted to bring him out just for the 2 shows. For
He's
this.
out.
Yeah, he's out. I know. But I think she wouldn't have wanted to jump him here anyway. She just wants to bring him in the Bob Charter.
Well, I think that's a good cue for us to take a look at the lineup, and we can see exactly who's in and who's out as we got a picture of the final couple of riders just exiting this Peter Mini Arena as you hear the bell rings to close the course. There is the lineup. Sandy Manassi, Carinius, Annalise Comfort, Whitewater's on time, Lara Neal, Ultimo, Georgia Rorich, Don Costella, Ronnie Healy, Capital, Magic Boy, we'll talk about that, gone up a step. Kronos is there with Nicole Horwood, Nicholas Simon Riley. Unfortunately, Connoisseur, you can draw a line through number 7, takes no part. Gareth Neal, Dartoli, Rainer Korber in Nushar K, Gillian van Oorshoff and Ronnie Lawrence at number 10, if we update the running order. 11 is the visiting Italian. The Italians have been doing so well at the show here, the Mostert Summer Bridge crew. Jean Korber, your bestie there on Lexington at 12, Stacey. Lara Neal, Diamond Dundee, another ride for her. That's her second ride. Chaiton's at 14 on Kalinko. Chad Cunningham, Capital Clarissimo, interesting at number 15. Nicole Horwood, Hitoshi. 17 is Chris van der Merwe, Kitchen, Babisi, and Bronwyn DeSantos at 18 and 19. Oliver Bishop visiting us from KZN on Gaucho, and Legato and Kylie Stain at 20. We update 22's Grant Langley and Bengston. Regenesis Vet Licado and Desiree Davidson at 23. At 24, Michelle Fleming. Tamara Raid at 25 with La Adorado. Aldo and Ronnie Healy at 26, his second ride there. Paige Gates, Casper 27. Jonathan Clark and Clooney 3 at 28. Campbell, second highest qualifier at 29, and at 30, Dominic Alexander, Rotaflow, Yella S. All in qualification order there. Who do you make the big contenders?
There's so many here.
Yeah.
No, this is going to be a hot class to watch, Aiden. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, it would have been great to see the 3 rounds, but yeah, no, this is great. And 30 horses all had to qualify. I mean, this is the top level and superstars here all round.
Wonderful to see people in the grandstands. Of course, Easter Festival always attracts a big crowd. The Bob Charter Arena would have been wonderful as you see people taking their seats. That was the national anthem that was playing. And a big shout out also to a new sponsor who's coming to the game, Toyota. When I say coming to the game, they used to be around. One would remember Peter Gotts and his Toyota sponsorship. Toyota Gossiper,
now
Charlie
you're showing your
Swab.
age, Aiden.
I know. But great to have them back.
Yes, marvellous.
So, you walked the course, Stace. What did you make of it? Where are the tests? Where are the traps?
There's quite a few. It's a very tough course. I think one of the biggest things is going to be this big Oxer number 8. It's a very steady 6 down to the treble. Oxer in and Oxer out. That's going to be a big one. Of course, early on there's a dog's leg back to a combination triple bar in. But, you know, this is just a big track. And also there's quite a long run after, I think it's number 5, back to that keep double. So people might just lose their rhythm there, or, I mean, it's just something where it's a long run to the next jump.
Any decisions that riders have to make, whether it's, you know, on what to go on a related distances, that you set it up kind of trappy in the middle of a 4 or 5 or 6 or a 7?
No, not really that I saw. I didn't actually walk the last, but it's just you got to make a decision early, I think, in every one of these distances, as you'd always have to at this top level. But I think this course also is adapted from the Bob Charter for the small arena, so it's going to be a serious test.
Well, time allowed is 80 seconds. First on track and first to go is Sandy Manassi and Carinius, a horse that she bought from the course designer Anne-Marie Esslinger some years ago now. She's been forging a very nice partnership with Carinius. He's by Carino, out of a Baronello mare, and he is not that young anymore, but as game as they come. What can you tell us about them? Because you've done your homework.
Yeah, I did homework. Sandy said she's disappointed it's not in the Bob Charter. He's a big horse, and the grass really allows her to keep a forward rhythm and, you know, use the arena. So she is disappointed, and yeah, she would have preferred it in the Bob Charter, and she's also lucky because of her big property. Ascot Stables, they have a beautiful big grass arena, and she feels very at home on the grass.
She's found a rail now early on in the track, so currently sitting
She just got
on
there a
4.
bit quick on that distance.
375 meters per minute is the ground speed. Anne-Marie Essling is standing right in front of the commentary position here, giving instructions from the sideline. Just told him to give him a little tap down the shoulder, say, hey, where's your attention?
Yeah, Sandy said she just didn't have a great preparation for the show. In the first qualifier, she had a fall, and then she just didn't ride well in the second qualifier, and she hasn't jumped any big classes early this year, so she wasn't feeling the most confident, but she said it's her only competitive horse, so she wanted to definitely have a good round and just, get the experience for at the start of the year.
All right, throughout the course of the morning in both of the 1 meter 30 A2 championships, rain's getting a little bit long. She finds the finish, she'll be happy with that. What I was saying is that B element, one of the elements that came down now, the B element of their Toyota treble combination, has been proving a problem throughout the course of the morning. We've got a replay, let's take a look at the replay. How do you think Sandy will feel about that right there? Just looked like he shifted left on takeoff and didn't get the necessary push right through.
Yeah, so she just seemed to have got there quite quick on that distance. Yeah. This wall has been a serious problem. It just is an optical illusion. It seems to be better in this arena, but in the Bob Charter caused a lot of problems first day.
Are you not loving that water park that KPC Exco has come up with and had so many debates about? The wetland. You not love the wetland?
Especially not now. I don't love any wetland. I just want to see dry land.
Right, so total score for Carinius 33 and 17 of those. Always this new rule with the timing 1 for 1 makes the scores look a little bit worse than what they really reflect. 1 for 1, 1 time penalty per second that you're over in the first round now, the new ruling. And next to go is Reed Genesis Vet White Waters on time, Hunley's Comfort.
I didn't do too much homework. I didn't see Hunley's around the show. She has quite a few rides. She was quite busy, but she's a super young rider, very competitive, and I'm sure this is a horse that they bred.
They did breed this horse for sure. He's by Beachhaven on track. I think Patrick Brown started him off in the formative grades up until the 130s or so, I think, and then Hunley took him back. Lovely, honest horse. A trademark of her riding is she's always very positive.
A very nice rhythm here. Let's see, there's a deep turn, and like I said, that was the long run to the combination.
Gets a good crack in there. Very nicely ridden out the turn. Chains with her mom, Cry Comfort. Travels a long way. Stable yard based out in White River.
It's steady 6, but because she had that back rail, gave her more room on that distance. So she rode up there into the treble and actually jumped through that super.
Is it a steady 6 down to that treble?
It's a steady 6.
Okay. This morning we saw in the 130 set up as a...
It was a cantering 7.
Forward 7, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so over the bird park safely.
Yeah, good positive round. I'm sure she'll be happy with that.
77.29, time allowed 80 seconds. 2 down, 8 penalties for Hunley's and Regenesis Vet White Waters on time. We are going to go, Stacey, to a replay, and you can talk us through what you think was the trouble here when the pole went down. So this is right in front of our commentary position.
Yeah, she just got him a bit deep there, and he just couldn't make the back rail. It's a big oxer. It's very big and square, you can see. It's a real test of scope.
Number 3 now is Lauren Neal, and this is Ultimo WC. Homebred. Out of her wonderful mare that she rode, Whisper Cool. That's what the WC stands for. Laura absolutely adores this horse. Been a real passion project of hers as she bred him, produced him all the way up through the grades. It's very, very rewarding. A little bit unorthodox in the way that he canters, constantly cross canters with his back legs, which is odd. But there's nothing untoward. I mean, that's just the way he goes.
Yeah, that's just how he goes. And Laura's very good on any horse, really. She's always positive. You can see there, comes out of the corner, forward, gives horses confidence. yeah, and just formed a lovely partnership with this horse. He's also very cheeky, and he's quite a naughty horse on the ground. To ride, marvelous, but on the ground they really have to watch him. And he does like to pull shoes a lot.
Oh, really?
Every time he goes on the track.
Oh, no.
Oh, he just tapped that behind coming out, that treble.
Now, how have her qualifying classes gone?
Not great.
Doesn't love that.
He didn't like it the first day. She was actually just performing the 1 meter 35s, and he wouldn't go near that wall in the 135s. So that wall, he's just decided it's not for him. And she's not fighting with him because what's the point? It's just one jump, and he knows his job, and he's good at his job. Here you can just see it's a big oxer going in. You got to sit for that upright, really push coming out, and he just taps it off behind.
Oh, they're all showing their horses, the bird park, the water park. My vote was for Table Mountain. Okay, just saying.
Yeah, maybe if we had Table Mountain, we wouldn't have had all the rain. So actually, this is why we had all the rain, because of this wall. Another very positive forward rider, Georgia Roerich. Yeah, she's very quick. She recently moved up to Joburg. Young rider. She did have a stop in one of the qualifiers, which is strange because this horse, she's had a good partnership with him.
Very good partnership.
And she started jumping in the world in the big class thing towards the end of last year.
Yeah, she had an outing in the Burlington Cup, was one of the
and something at Rionet, I think, World Cup end of last year. Jumped super.
Correct.
He's very confident normally, but there has been a little whoopsie, and we know this sport is very much mind game. So for us and the horse, we all got to feel positive and confident to get over these big jumps.
George actually sat with me in commentary for the 135 juniors and was really looking forward to a round today, but hasn't ever jumped him in this arena before. But she was actually quite happy that it moved to this arena because she was worried about he's not a great water jumper. She says he's hesitant at the water, so that was her worry. But there was going to be no water today in this arena, so she was looking forward to it. But it's all mileage.
Yeah, exactly. Now she's going to have to really steady for this. Get him right back here. Oh, you see, just took too long to get back because she had a really forward ride in that oxer. But that again, like you say, that's just mileage, and also maybe because she hasn't had the best qualifying rounds coming in. But she'll be back.
Make no mistake, she's a very, very good jockey. Early days yet. Still very young.
And she has a good string.
Yeah, and she's building a very, very good string. And she's a hard worker. So, now, Mr. Healy, Blue Turtles Capital Magic Boy, makes a step up into the 1 meter 150s. A production job that Ronnie has done on this horse. He bought the horse off of the Capital, Mom Jane bought it off the Capital stud sale.
Blue Turtle owns it. Blue Turtle.
Blue Turtle.
Although it's Jane's child, loves him more than life itself.
These are both Mummy's Little Soldiers, both of them.
No, there's a foal called Mummy's Little Soldier. Did you know that? No, joking. Jane just told me there's a foal. A Magic Boy has a foal. It's called Mummy's Soldier.
Really? There you go. So he's come up. This is his first show in the 150s.
Yeah, his first show. He just had number 2 down. That's just experience. Ronnie just said he's just going to be a learning round. He's not expecting too much, but just getting mileage. He is trying a new bit. So he's got this combination bit which gives you a little bit of nose pressure. He's not a strong horse, but Ronnie says what he can do when he gets anxious.
He's quite mouthy and
he actually just holds his neck against you. He's a big he's a stallion, and he holds that neck against you.
And then, of course, the knock-on effect from that is they start bracing in their backs and they go a little bit stiff in the body.
And then you just lose adjustability. But Ronnie is an experienced rider at this level, jumped overseas, and he knows how to produce horses to this level. He's got many horses produced here successfully, and
of course he's got Eldo coming on a little bit later.
Yes,
so like you say, just finding mileage with this horse. I mean, this horse has got all the scope in the world. You can see that. Look at the technique.
See that I told you that distance with the 6.
Land.
You just have that really forward ride at that ox, and you got to get back.
Yeah, and especially always, like you say, lands and braces against you, and it's not that adjustable in the distance.
He made the right decision there. There's no point jumping that horse through the treble, and he crashes through it, loses confidence. Wants to build this horse and give him confidence for future rounds.
Well, the little soldiers will come back and fight another day.
Exactly. I think he'll be slightly disappointed with that round, but he'll get better. Still early days for that horse.
Lovely to watch that horse jump, and this now is a United Aviation Group's Capital Kronos and Nicole Horwood, and she is a past winner. I think has won this event 3 times. Shay's going to call up the record of the event. I know the all-time great in this is Barry Taylor, your coach, who's an 8-time winner of the South African Grand Prix, and I think the next best is only about 3 or 4. And I think Nicole is one of them who's on either 3 or 4 wins. I'll have a look. Shay's quickly calling up the record. So what a consummate professional she is.
Yeah, just beautiful to watch. Always smooth. And you can see that the trend is always all these riders are very forward, positive riders. You've got to be at this level. You can't be hanging in the corners. This horse, as with all these riders, producing horses to top level. She's very good at that, and she really enjoys this horse. She's always loved him from the beginning. See how she rode that corner and really came out of that corner.
To say, as the nose faced towards the fence, you could easily see
that was just as an experience.
The stride lengthening. She's pressed the button.
She's so good at that. So watch, now she must really roll. Very slow in, but push him out. He's got scope to burn, so not a problem for him. Just having a little look there.
Like you say, a bit of an optical illusion with the lighter blue on the top.
Yeah, you come around the corner and I don't know, maybe some horses even think they're cantering into a lake. It's pretty horrible.
You got to aim for the birds at the top.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
Right,
I don't know,
so
I think
we got a replay of her coming out off the turn, as we were saying here.
She just keeps coming in the corner. You can't hang in that corner.
Really
That's
well
a real
written
test of good riding. And then just inexperience from the horse's part there.
Did he just not sit up for that?
Yeah,
he get back onto his hock?
Maybe a little bit of more steady on landing, but I think he could also just sit up.
Score of 18, some of those being for time, 2 for time for Kronos and Nicole Horwood. Dartoli goes next. This lovely magical mare ridden by Gareth Neal. Dartoli by Van Gogh out of a Kigali mare, winner of a World Cup qualifier out at Revel Stables a year or two. No, it must be 2 years ago already.
Yeah, such a super mare, very sweet. Chatting to Gareth about her, and when she arrived, he actually said he suddenly thought, I don't really like this horse, because you can see sometimes on takeoff sometimes there's a little bit of a wiggle.
Is that the mare or is that Gareth?
Yeah, Gareth does also like a little wiggle.
Because a few of his horses can do a little wiggle.
Yeah,
Remember
exactly.
the grey that used to also do that?
Yeah, and he was always winning on that grey.
Yeah.
So he let Lara ride it a bit, but luckily he quickly got it back before Lara got too attached and got her claws into a horse. And
Gareth and his juicy wiggle, he likes him, man, I'm telling you.
No, Gareth is a
Very
superman.
well
Very good at riding these technical courses. I think Gareth's quite happy that it's been moved here. She's never really produced her for a derby. He's always going to keep her for the World Cups. Oh, she jumped out of that super.
Yeah, he had the B element. It stayed in the cups, and there's much talk about these lighter poles and these shallower cups that have come in from overseas. These yellow cups, the 18mm cups, and
I
these
think we just try not to look at them.
Wow.
Oh, super.
Wow.
First clear.
There you go.
Oh, time penalty.
1 for time.
Beaten by the clock.
80.20. 1 for time.
That's super.
For Gareth and Dartoli. Oh, let's hope that doesn't come back to bite him. 1 for time.
which means 2/10 over.
You see, this is where the 3 rounds would be better for Gareth, because he'll come into the next round 1 down, the clear rounds will come in, and then you get a chance for the clear round horses to have a rail. They're then on 4, you stay on the 1 if you jump a clear. So it's a different, the technicalities of jumping in the second round and then setting up for the third for the jump off is different. So a person like Gareth now with 1 down would almost prefer the second round happening. So that is something.
Raina Korba goes at number 9. This is Inush RK, the daughter of Tinker's Boy out of a Chin Chin mare, owned by Slade Equestrian, formerly partnered by Jonathan Clark. They did jump the big President's Cup, but this would certainly be the sternest test that they've faced.
Yes, definitely. So this is a new ride for him towards the end of last year, but she's experienced at this level, and so is Ray. And actually it's a horse that just suits him, forward-going horse, and he really, really enjoys riding her. He says she's so focused in the ring and just loves her job. So I think I don't want to have commentators curse, but I think they've got a good chance for today. And you can see how quick he is. That's a long space, and he just canters along, making up time.
And interestingly, he only jumped one of the 2 qualifiers, was well placed there. Finnick got himself 45 points and elected not to jump the second one. So she's coming out fresh today.
Yeah, exactly. When you're experienced, your horse is experienced, you don't need to jump too much. You just make sure you... And now watch, let's see the steady. Oh, he just tapped the back rail there, I think. Oh, going in. Middle. Don't blame me now, commentators.
No. And she is jumping.
Very surprised with that. I don't know what happened there. It's like that whole... Very not like her to have so many down. She's such a careful horse.
And she was looking extra careful today. I was just about to say before she went into that treble, my word, she is jumping, because she was giving them height. I don't know if it's too much height that she lands a bit short. No.
She just didn't even seem to jump the top rails there. Didn't get sitting on a hocks in the middle. A little bit of a wiggle.
She had jumped the previous jump so well.
So well. That was very sad and disappointing. I'm sure he'll be disappointed at that.
Ronnie Lawrence is next to go. Also, he's only jumped the 1 qualifier. The second.
No, he did jump the first day. He fell off.
Oh, did he? Okay, because I see a 0 penalty score here, and then he won the next day.
Yeah, I know. I mean, this is your consummate professional. Smooth as anything. Always lovely to watch. On the first day, there was an upright close to the member side, and I'm not sure what happened. The horse almost just stuttered on takeoff and then jumped really high, and he kind of was shot out the saddle. It was very funny how it happened. Not ha-ha, strange. How it happened, shame. And then he comes out the next time and wins. So, you know, he's... Exactly. He's had a lot of second places in big classes, hasn't he?
Yeah. Lots on this horse and big classes. Obviously, he's one of the absolute legends of the sport. I think he's also a 2 or 3 time winner of this event.
Yeah, just to watch how he rides these turns. I mean, when you're standing on the outside waiting to go in, you want to watch someone like when he just does it so smoothly. See how it's all done. You'll see how he does the 6 strides. I mean, probably won't even notice the change in canter. Let's see. Hope I'm right. And you see how he collected up for the oxer before the treble. And I mean, even with that collection, he was still quite deep going in. But this was also very scopy, and he's such controlled. Oh! This wall. The curse of this wall. This wall or that Mandela Bridge, they're both terrible. Thank goodness they're not both in here.
Goodness you don't have the bridge over the water.
Oh, shame, man. That's just...
So that's
super
8
right
penalties, time penalties to follow. What a pity.
There you go. That wall just catching even an old, an experienced horse like that.
So 14 foot time. Total of 22 penalties, and that was up until what, the penultimate fence?
Yeah. Very disappointing. I don't know if he just cut that corner a
he
bit,
did,
and the horse just suddenly
I'm not blaming the wall for that.
Didn't only saw it at the last second.
Oh, what a pity. 22, the final score there for Gillian van Oorshoff and Ronnie Lawrence. Heather Mostert now, number 11 on the program.
So only Gareth with 1 time penalty and everyone else more.
Yeah.
And that this is a testing track Anna's put up today.
Now, Heather Mostert from KwaZulu-Natal. If you follow her social media, she does tend to get around, old Heather.
Yeah,
she's always seeming to be on holidays.
Does a lot of
somewhere.
traveling. And then still makes time to work her horses, come to shows.
I mean, a week ago there were pictures of them on the ski slope, some exotic location. Here she's on Easter Monday jumping a 150 Grand Prix. But she does it so well.
That was commentator's curse, Aiden. Sorry, Heather.
She does do it so well. That was a mistake, and I'll take that on the chin. I'll blame myself.
She just had a half stride there, and going into triple bar, he probably just looked at it and said, not a chance. It's a big triple bar going into the double. Always a test there, because horses land, and on their nose, and you got to sit them up to come out over a double like that.
You were right on the money. This looks like a testing track that Anna has set up. Of course, we are in reverse order of qualification, so the higher qualified horses go towards the end. But so far, closest to the clear Gareth Neil Dartoli on just the 1 time penalty. Oh, what is that? Is not like that horse.
Horse just running out, taking the bit.
Second disobedience coming midway through the track for Heather Mostert.
She's lost a bit of confidence maybe after that ride, because she's been rebuilding a bit this year. She'll be back. This horse, just a little bit.
Looked like also just fighting with her in front a bit and didn't lock on. Mine was more.
Yeah, she seems to be struggling just a little bit to get him back.
Lexington's having a look at the bird park.
Exactly. I think that's the thing with that wall. If you just canter to it, the horses see that optical illusion. Just try to get in early so they can just see that it's actually just a wall. Please jump the wall. I'll give you carrots if you jump the wall.
Yes.
Lexington, he's a gorgeous horse to watch. He's a cutie pie. He's also very strong. So that's, I think, going to be the test for Jean, if she can hold him. Oh, number 1, Jean. That is very unlucky. So he is a bit strong. So by the end of the track, she's normally struggling to keep him under control, because he'll just run with her there. So she also hasn't had a great prep classes, and she's been going really well at the World Cups and Derby. And she's got a great partnership with this horse, so that's very disappointing. She'd be knocking on the door, clear rounds, and just missing good places.
How much does it affect your mind when you have done prep expecting that this is going to be in a big open Bob Charter arena? You get a chance to really canter at the fences, and then at the last minute it's moved into the Peter Mini. Does that at this level, does it affect your mindset at all?
I don't think with these professionals it affects them that much. Except, unless you've taken a specific horse that you wanted for that specific class, it's going to annoy you. Also, the preparation for this, we went and we had a preparation day at Ascot on the grass. So now we've prepped for something completely different. Practice lines where the distances are 8 or 9 instead of 4 and 6. So it would have been better for us to know that you're going to jump in here, then your preparation is different.
We can't control the weather, can we?
I know, but Jean's very good at that. She could have lost concentration at the beginning with all that mishap, and she still pushed through and finished the round.
Score of 33 there for Star Fragrance's Callagho Lexington. We're going to take a look at the replay of the very first jump. And again, this is pretty deflating when you come in and you have number 1 down.
Oh, it's the worst.
Also in terms of your concentration, it's got to affect you.
Oh, I think the first jump is the absolute worst. You actually just want to stop. I don't. I know it's terrible. I need
to turn right and go out the gate.
Yeah, it's actually okay. I'm done now.
But Lara returns now, number 13, Diamond Dundee. Of course, she went around on Ultimo. Her first ride. Husband Gareth sits in the pound seats here on the 1 time penalty.
Yeah, this is a super horse. She started riding him in 2020, and she bought him from Martin. He's imported from Italy, which is interesting. Yeah, and she absolutely loves him. He's a big horse, but suits her, and she's hoping for big things with him. At the moment, he's just finding his feet in the 150s. I think that's about her second 150 jumped World Cup at Shangweni last year.
All the scope in the world.
Yeah, and just you get the experience, you know.
And strength. He just looks like he also has been coming along the right way. He's a big horse, building up the strength he needs as well.
Yeah, that's
Italian bred by Diarado. Does she talk to him in an accent?
I'm not sure. Let's see this line. This is the test.
So.
Oh, he's beautiful. Came right back there. And then just powers through. Oh, that was lucky. Come on, Laura. She could get a time penalty, though, I think.
I was about to say, her and Gareth might end up on one each. Come on.
Come on. And she probably knows it, but she's trying to hold it together. Oh, super
there
round
you
one.
go, 80,51. And Gareth's time, 80,20. Both of them on the one-time penalty. Lara and Gareth Neal, both of them clear for jumping one for time. So is it going to be a Neal one-time penalty jump off?
Looks like so far. Oh, dear.
Chayton Hendricks, there he is. Biogen's Kalinko. Chayton recently betrothed. Did you make your way out there?
No, I was not invited. Thanks, Chayton.
Neither did I. I didn't crack the nut. Don't worry.
Looked
we'll
beautiful.
Sit in the
though.
corner and sulk here together.
Looked like a beautiful event. And yeah, Chayton, we're chatting about the horse, and he's saying the last big classes he's jumped double clear on the last two big classes, so he definitely thinks he's got a good chance today. And it's a lovely horse, and he's really got a good partnership with this horse.
Brought into the country by the Gartons, and then moved on to Chayton.
Well, bought by Biogen and Shanae Gooch.
Lovely expression on this horse's face, going around
just
with the
wants to do
ears
its
for
job.
looking for the work.
Oh,
super rhythm is right. Look at him. He
doesn't want to get that time penalty.
No.
He's thinking, I'm jumping clear, I'm jumping clear. Oh, good ride. Very nice. I mean, he did that very well, really canted up and then collected again on the corner and just didn't just run through the corner.
I'm watching him wherever there's a little bit of space to move on, he's moving up. Oh, come on.
This is a very testing treble. Oxer in and oxer out. And it's towards the end of the track, so if your horses are a bit tired, that's where they're going to have the rail.
Moves up again here to the wall. Ears pricked.
Come on.
This is looking good.
Yes, please. So
And
he
there
was
we
right.
go.
So 3 for 3, this horse, jumping clear in its third big class. Or
Very,
big
very
championship,
good.
should I say. That was super.
First clear, Chayton Hendricks and Biogen's Kalinko. Now, will we get another? Will we see a jump off in this 2022 edition of the Toyota-sponsored South African Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa?
I think we should. We've got some very strong combinations coming still.
As we say, in reverse order, so the higher qualified horses and riders starting to come in. So on our program, Stacey, we were to see Chad Cunningham in Capital Clarissimo, but not here. So scratched is that one. Do we know why?
No, I didn't know they were scratched.
Nicole Horwood on her second ride. Of course, she went around on Kronos a little bit earlier on and has had a look around this track, knows what she has to do. This is United Aviation Group's Capital Hitoshi.
Yeah, he has had a few down each day in the classes, but Hitoshi, he's an interesting horse. Comes out on Championship Day, and he knows it's the big day. So let's see how he goes. And of course, Nicole's been riding him for years now. They've got a very strong partnership, and on his day, he's unbeatable.
Absolutely. Gave a great showing at President's Cup as well. Finished second overall. And was a winner. Did he win the class on the final? No. On the final day?
Yes, he did. He won the class. I think she came second.
Yes, in the
and she was quite impressed because I think the first day he'd had a couple down. So she, carried on riding. Through some people, after having a few down on the first day, then, I think I'll just jump in the 140s then and win the 140s.
But maybe he's like that. He needs a day or two to settle down, get the oats out of his system. Comes out strong on the final day because, like you say, on his day, he is virtually unbeatable. I saw this horse.
He just ran deep, didn't listen to Nicole there.
Yeah.
She said, whoa. And he just said, I know better. But he didn't.
Yeah. Stallion. Brick out the wall.
Oh, no.
Killed a duck, I think.
That's a very unfortunate for penalties. A brick on the wall. Oh, but she got 8. Oh, she had that other one.
Yeah. Finishes with the 2 down, 8 penalties for.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's been having a good year. He won the Stockies Cup.
Has
won
he
the
ever had a
Reed
bad
Cup.
year?
You know what? I did say that now that he's moved to Joburg, I think we should limit him to 1 lesson a month with Barry, because if he starts having more than that, I mean, should we even come to shows?
Yeah. That's gone
commentator's
down.
curse. Sorry.
Yeah.
Number 2, that was a silly upright, but he's had a good year. I mean, those 2 championships, and they were strong classes. But he's a very strong horse. He likes this hack a bit. Also the nose pressure. Just tapping the back rail there. He's had a lot of jumping this year, so Chris didn't do too much before the show, and he did say he's feeling slightly rusty.
Yeah. And he's not that young anymore either. He's a 2006 model, so
15, and but he said just watch what's coming. Just keep an eye out on him. Chris reckons he's still got another 2 good years with him in the 150s.
Well, I mean, he had a year or 2 off, didn't he? He went into the wilderness for a while. He wasn't competed at top level.
Yeah.
So retirement there from Kitchen and Chris. Number 18 is next to go. Bronwyn DeSantos, BBC or BBC.
Oh, she's a super mare.
Imported. Kalato Karma out of a Marcus dam line.
Now, Oliver Lazarus, I think, was involved in producing and jumping this horse overseas before Bronwyn imported her. I think Bronwyn owned her there at the time and then brought her back here. Super careful horse.
She's a magnificent animal. Full of scope.
Oh, look, I jumped that number 1.
Gets lots of height over the fences. Almost sometimes a little bit too high she can go. She's that...
There you go, let's see. It's a test for her. And that was good.
Super right there.
Yeah, Bronwyn's got a good string of horses, which is really great. When you're at the top level, you want horses in all the grades so that you have a nice rides in other classes.
I'm constantly looking to the future to build.
Yeah, and then so that your top horse isn't always pressure. That was great. I mean, that mare, Scopy, just got there a little quick, but was no problem for her.
Now, is she going to run into problems with the clock? Just...
What is this?
79.81, time allowed 80 seconds, so just under, and
Sure,
there we
that was
go.
great. So we got a jump
well
off.
done, we do have a jump off, well done. Bronwyn DeSantos and Babisi. So, Jayden Hendricks clear. Bronwyn DeSantos, Babisi goes clear. We do have a jump off here in this Toyota-sponsored South African Outdoor Grand Prix as Oliver Bishop comes into picture now, number 19, riding Gaucho. Oliver visiting us from KwaZulu-Natal. How's he been going in the warm-ups?
I actually haven't seen him, but I think he's quite new to the 150s. I think he jumped that World Cup last year once at Chongweni, but we haven't seen him. He hasn't really come up to Joburg for the rest of the year. So Oliver, not new to the 150s, but he hasn't been consistently jumping at the 150s for a while.
Not mistaken, I think he came up for as number 1 goes down. He was very well placed in that first one at Chongweni. I think he finished 3rd in that World Cup qualifier. Yes,
there was a few of them clear, and he was super in the jump off.
And then I think, if memory serves, he might have come up to the Biogen World Cup at Maple as well. But unfortunately not his day today. 2 fences, 2 early fences going down.
You can see she was just backing off there, so had to override the upright. But again, that's just experience, I think, on the mare's part. And I can just see that Oliver's not happy with that.
Yeah.
He's right, needs to rather build her up. It's a good decision from him.
I'll take a look at the replay of the first rail, which of course was at number 1. So here he comes.
Just tapping it off behind.
No, just not finding the travel. Lady in picture is Kylie Stain, and what a run she's had of late. She was in the money at that Biogen World Cup last year, and since then the form has just continued at a great outing at President's Cup as well. And here she goes on her lovely soul horse, what do you call my heart horse, back on track, Legato, Kylie Stain, Lego as she calls him, by Staccato Gold. What a horse he's been
they've
for.
had a long partnership, I think, and she's had some great results. Looks like she's also got a combination hack a bit on. It's the latest favorite, I think. Oh no, she doesn't. Is that combination? Double bridle. That was well ridden.
Yeah, she had to press. She landed short in that distance and needed to get her leg on, and he responded.
Yeah, she made the decision quickly, and that's what you need to do at this level.
Trains out of Northland Stables with Rogan Askin, Greg Scott. Is this a new bitting combination that she's put in this horse's mouth? Because the other one, if it is...
I was just noticing they all seem to have this bit at the moment. But no, it looks like a double bridle.
Come on!
Go, no, bring him back. He's a big horse. Yeah. You can see when these
rolled in the cups.
Yeah. It's a little bit of luck for everybody. Everyone needs a bit of luck at some point. But he jumped through that super.
She's going to have trouble with the clock here if she doesn't get a run to this one. Come on.
Oh, it's just over, I think.
Yeah. Oh!
Just under.
79.
Wow. That's called timing it.
9-9.
Perfectly. But it's 8 penalties.
Now, what did she have down?
I didn't see. Unless it bounced out of the cups afterwards. Oh, I didn't see that. Just a bit forward to the second element. Could have been because earlier she had to kick to that second element of that first double, so...
So the score says 8 penalties. We were watching our screens, and on the replay we saw the one. I didn't see where the other one was.
No.
I thought that was a clear. So unfortunately, no. 2 down, 8 penalties for Kylie and Legato. Nicholas I'm Riley now, Sunny Park Stables in Suggy DB. This is the reigning South African show jumping champion. She took that title at Stockies, was it, last year?
I think so.
And also a 2-time winner of the President's Cup on this horse.
I mean, she's won the President's Cup 2 or 3 times
she's
before.
won it 4 times, in fact, I think, before. She won it on Sharp Colt, and then won it the next year, and then there was a long break, and then she won it on back-to-back years on this horse as well.
They was just a bit cheeky, but got him back. So careful. So she runs a top yard in Benoni. And she's competitive, and her clients are all very competitive.
She's tough. She's a tough competitor. Cool as ice.
I know, that's the thing. I used to look at her, think I'm going to be like this. Oh, and I just don't have the temperament. She's always just so cool and neutral. I think that's the best thing about her. Nothing phases her.
And you are?
I'm a little bit of fire.
Chestnut.
Chestnut mare. I knew someone was going to call me a chestnut mare today. At least this time I'm here to talk back to you. She'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah, he just looked like he was fighting for control, running around the corner there to that.
Can be a bit quirky.
Number 8.
She was quite well under the time there, 76 something. So
oh, that's unfortunate. So 1 down, 4 penalties, replay. So watch how there he just
fell in, and then didn't push off.
4 penalties, not to be today. So 2 clears, Chayton Hendricks, Bronwyn DeSantos, and then the Niels. Gareth and Lara both sit on 1-time penalty apiece as we welcome into the arena Grant Langley from KZN, Summerfelt, Forsyth, Bankston, Homebred.
Yeah, there's a number of homebreds in this class. We should actually do a photo shoot.
Yes.
All the homebreds produced by breeders, ridden by the breeders to the 150s. I mean, it's quite an accomplishment to do that. People don't realize the long production job that it takes.
Absolutely. Grant very, very passionate about his breeding.
And loves his horses. We're chatting and he just says he just loves the riding, loves the horses, wants them to have a good time as well. He's feeling a bit rusty because he was been overseas in Algeria with the junior and children teams when they competed. So he says he hasn't been at the big shows. So feeling a bit behind the curve with these technical jumps. I think he would have preferred it to be in the Bob Charter.
Having said that, he's going well enough here.
Yeah.
I don't want to put the mockers on him, but it's looking good.
Whoa. Sure.
That was well done. Got the horse to sit up right at the penultimate jump before that.
This wall's actually quite nice because when you start running towards...
now it's nice. Now it's nice. Now it's a nice wall.
No, it's not a nice wall.
Yes.
Sure.
Well done.
Yeah,
well.
Brilliant. So 3 in the jump off.
Take more trips to Algeria or wherever he was. Well done, Grant.
He was sounding like it was going to be like a bit of a special round today because he was quite rusty, but no.
Brilliant.
It's super.
3 clears, 3 in the jump off. Chayton, Bronwyn, Grant Langley. Desiree Davidson, here she goes. She was a winner on the first day of the A2. She said it didn't go all according to plan in her second outing. She had a few down. What a wonderful run of form she's been having on this horse as well.
Lovely horse. I mean, it's also important. These horses have only jumped in the Bob Charter the show. Their
Correct.
first qualifier is Bob Charter, second qualifier Bob Charter, and now the championship is in the Peter Mini. So, yeah, this is a new arena for horses at the show, which is
Regenesis vet Lacado, and again a production job all the way from the beginning for Des. She bought this horse off of the Callagher
auction.
Yeah, and has done all the production
and
right
he's
from the beginning.
the same size as Lexington. It's a Lissabon.
Correct. And is the same mother as Tam's very good 140 horse, Lientos.
Oh, okay, yes.
Very good family. Wonderful dam. Trained by Tossie Raynor. Ah.
Oh, she rode that line well. And I think this is the only horse at the top level.
It is. She's got a very nice up-and-coming thoroughbred. 1 down, and I think she'll be happy with that. She was looking forward to today.
Yeah.
There you see, big smiles. She was well placed in the Derby last year, was on the podium, and of course she was well placed in the Burlington Cup as well, so she's been having a really good time of it. But just the 1 pole down today there for Desiree Davidson and Regenesis Vet Luckett. I think she'll be happy. She's still relatively new to the 150. She's jumped a few World Cups and getting better and better all the time. I think she's going to have a really good year. Michelle Fleming, number 24, Plastic Colours Master Batch Chagori. Now, how would she feel about coming to this arena?
She wanted to jump in the Bob Charter.
Yeah.
It's a big, same as Sandy, big scopy horse. Needs to be ridden up a bit. That arena would have suited her, and the 3 rounds would have suited her. I think it was a couple of years ago she actually jumped 2 clears, or had 1 down in the last round. I mean, he's a big horse and struggles to compress him sometimes. So the Outdoor Grand Prix is going to be her class when it's in the Bob Charter. You can see there just struggling to get back after that triple bar. I mean, he's got so much scope, and he is the sweetest horse. Mish says it's a horse of a lifetime for her. You know, she's an amateur, and I mean, as is Desiree, they both only actually have 1. Well, she's got a second now coming up, but they don't have a lot of horses jumping at the top level against these professionals. And this horse just gives her so much confidence and looks after her.
Giving her lots of good memories, rides around big classes, derbies.
Yeah, and she always feels safe. She likes a big horse. I mean, every horse she buys, they look like giants to me because I ride small horses.
Yeah.
So, but she likes to buy big horses so she feels safe on them. And this is looking good.
Yeah, what is the saying going? I'd rather look down on a big fence than look up at a big fence gate.
Super. That was 1 down and inside the time, because sometimes she struggles with time as well.
And that could so easily have been a clear as well. It was a bit of a little bit of a nothing mistake.
She'll be super happy with that, though.
We got a replay. Take us through it. Was she?
She's just put forward in, and he just can't get his body back.
What's a big body?
And just taps it off.
Just on the way down as well.
But I'm sure she'll be happy with that round. Lovely round.
Tamara Rueda now, Regenesis Vet La Adorado. How's she been going? Oh, she must have been going pretty well.
Yeah, been pretty well because she's quite high up.
Yeah.
What are the points?
Right, so 32 in the first and 44 in the second.
I mean, Tamara's super competitive.
4th yesterday, the day before.
Tamara's a very quick rider. You don't really want to be in the jump off against her. Well, most of these riders, but Tamara in particular is very quick. This horse, they've been going in the big classes since about mid last year, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, just tapping behind there.
Did she have that down?
Yeah. I think he was just...
Was it the top rail?
Yeah, the triple bar. He just wasn't going forward in... Looked like. Yeah, it's a funny jump to have, the triple bar. Yes, triple bar doesn't really cause issues. It's the jump after the triple bar that will cause issues.
And a triple bar is the element of a double.
Yeah.
You've got to be careful because it invites you to run at it a little bit.
Yeah, and also then like to jump super high, try hard, and then pitch, and then just, you know, exactly that, can't get up again like we saw with Shigori. So I'm not sure exactly what happened with her. But so scopy, super through there. Didn't look like a problem. Oh. Just kept running around the corner. I think she didn't set up there for the wall. Have a lovely round.
2 down, 8 the total. 2 for time, 10. 81.70. So the 3 clear, Chaitin, Bronwyn, Grant, all clear, heading into a jump off with 4 more to come in the first round. There's the replay. Oh, just on the way down again.
Just looking like he was being a bit cheeky on that, going through that double.
Didn't get the necessary travel. Ronnie Healy's second ride. He came in on Magic Boy. And now he goes on this, we talk about a horse of a lifetime, Hausberger's Eldo.
He is just one of the best show jumping stallions we have seen in this country. Magnificent to watch. I said, do you think this is going to be his last show? He said definitely. His wife Ashley was already shouting it from the side of the arena 2 days ago, obviously wanting to get her ride back, and Ronnie probably wasn't doing a good enough job. So I'm sure he's going to make the most of today.
He's finished an unlucky second on a few occasions. President's Cup, we found the final rail.
And then last year it was this Reenet one that I think Nicole just pipped him at the post.
I think also just the last rail came down.
No, I think it was just like a 0.00 second difference between them.
So he'll be out for a big win before he has to hand him back.
He's just so lovely to watch, so smooth. And Aldo just looks like he's going out for a Sunday hack.
Yeah.
Not to say that Ronnie doesn't have to ride him, but he's just magnificent.
Which is sometimes a mistake you can make when a horse is that good, where you think, oh, well, this is easy, and you just sit a little bit passive, and you think you don't have to ride them because it's almost, oof.
I was lucky,
almost
That's
an autopilot.
I wonder if those cups are a bit deeper in the middle. They have bounced a bit today.
Well, that one's come down a lot. That B element's come down a lot, and that Hollard Insurance vertical has also come down a lot today.
Ah, yes. Fourth clear.
There we go.
And in the time. Super. This is going to be a competitive jump off.
Who's your money on here? Ooh. Thus far, who have we still got to go? Paige, Gage, Casper, Jonathan Clark, Clooney, Lisa Williams, Campbell. Ooh. That goes clear. Your money's got to be there.
Yeah.
Dominic Alexander, Roteflow, Yeller. All still to come, highest qualifiers in this 2022.
I think we've got maybe 2 clears still coming. Do you think? There's all very good horses coming still, and riders.
Top qualifiers still yet to come. 4 left to go in this first round. Remember, it is only over 1 round and a jump off. Page Gate now, Biogen's Casper. Carolus Grundeman. He's 16 now. And he's been second in this class before. With Chayton on his back that year in the rain in the Bob Charter, pipped by Chantilly. And a very, very thrilling finish.
Yeah. She's built up a good partnership with him and taken her time to get up to this level. She's a young rider. This is a big course for her.
Well, let's take a look at the replay as to what happened. And would this be a triple bar error? Was the horse backing off?
She just
came in slightly on the angle there.
You know, just one of those things, just missed. I don't know if it was just big class, big day. You're not 100% focused because you're just anxious. She's a young girl. She's got lots of big classes to come still, and definitely one to watch for the future.
Would this man be anxious?
John, I know. I've never really seen John anxious. He does say, actually, that every World Cup he gets nervous. I've asked him for, even though he's jumped and won so many big classes. But he says the World Cup's a World Cup, or a big class like this is a Grand Prix. Probably say same thing, but...
but then again, John is nervous. He's probably not like our nervous. Different kind of nervous.
Yeah, okay. So they've also a new partnership, both experienced at this level. I think he would have preferred it to be in the Bob Charter because Clooney loves that Bob Charter, has done very well in it. Yeah. But he's got Jono as a jockey, so he's got a good chance.
He's all his best results. He won a World Cup qualifier in the Bob Charter. He won the Derby, obviously, in the Bob Charter. He loves a run at the fences.
Yeah.
Big, scopy horse.
Owned by Linda Illerine, and Back on Track SA, one of our big sponsors in the sport. just so smooth as well. Also known as very speedy, so if he gets in this jump off, it's going to be a cracker.
He hasn't been moving up around the corners like the likes of Shaitan. I wonder if...
I don't know, you never know with Jono.
You never know, because he's so economical, though, around the turns and the lines that he takes, and using the arena to best advantage without bustling the horses. And maybe he's deceptive, this horse, with the amount of ground that he covers. Well, never mind.
That B element catching him again. Well,
oh,
that was very cheeky. It's a bit of a quirky horse. Not so much in the ring, but I think it was at home, or, you know.
He's very spooky.
Can be a bit funny. So a wall like
He's
this.
very spooky.
And he probably jumped this wall on the first day. But it was in the Bob Charter, now it's moved arenas. Oh, that's disappointing.
Replay of this Toyota triple combination. And what did that walk in there?
Just, I don't remember actually. I didn't walk it this time. I walked it earlier this morning, and then I just skipped it now. It's not super tight. But I mean, that oxer going in and out are just big and wide and square.
Well, here's the great Campbell, and even the great Campbell needed to be shown that water.
Exactly.
That I was going to say that water jump, that
the
water wall,
the water wall. Yes. You know, talking about the great Lisa, I mean, at the Show Jumping Awards dinner, her speech was amazing, and actually how she just talked about her failures. And I think it's so important when we all sit and watch her on this championship day and or over time, and she's done so well, we think, oh, well, that's it, and it's not. And it was amazing how she just is very disciplined and says you just stick to your system, and you work hard and you commit. And she
you
just
learn from your mistakes.
Exactly. I mean, when she put a video of her roundup from one of her overseas rounds, she didn't put a winning one. She put one where I think Campbell mowed down the whole course,
which was 2 weeks before the final.
Wonder how she was feeling after that. But it just shows you that, you know, and many people, amateurs out there, when you sit here and you see all of us, you have to work hard at it. You just see the end result a lot of the time.
No, she's the consummate professional.
Yeah. I mean, she likes to control everything and know everything from what he eats to, you know, she just is organized and has everything in a system. Nothing's chance here. You can see how she's riding up around the corners. Yeah.
Super.
Super. So now we got 5 in the jump off. Where did she have the rail?
4 penalties.
Oh, I didn't even see that. That's disappointing. Also the triple bar. That's a strange jump.
Not going to be her year once again. She's finished second in this competition a number of times.
She might have set up a bit quick there. Body, I don't know.
Did an interview with her a few weeks ago about this, and this and SA Champs.
Oh, Nemesis, can't get it.
Second a number of occasions, but never won. Won everything else. Won the World Cup 5 times, the whole series 5 times.
Whole series.
Won the Derby twice, and these 2, the Outdoor Grand Prix and the South African Championships.
Well, at least she has something to work towards.
Yes.
Yeah. Still has goals.
Yeah, correct. 4 penalties. Protein Feeds Campbell, Lisa Williams, Dominic Alexander, Roadflow, Yella S.
I know they call them Jelly.
Jelly, yeah. They do call them Jelly.
Also a super partnership, and one to watch for the future.
13 years old now, by Dissonant. Tommy, a real professional as well. Coach of Lisa Williams, as well as many other riders. Lots of them in this class as well.
Yeah, and for many years, actually, well, for a while, Dominic didn't really have a coach. Other than, I think Lise used to help him a bit, but he went back to Gonda, who has been his mentor for many years, and just shows you that even when you're a professional, you just need that eye on the ground to give you that extra bit of finishing touches.
All right, so it's a 4-horse jump off.
Still going to be quick. Shame, I think he was just a bit steady going in. Oh.
And now?
I don't know.
Jelly got the wobbles.
Aiden. Can't help yourself, can you? A shame. He'll be disappointed with that. So super round up to there.
Oh. Total of 25, 17 of those being for time. What do you make of this 1-for-1 new rule? Is it making you gallop on a little bit?
No, it's good for me. I'm a fast rider. It was 4-for-1 before, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was 4-for-1
so
in the first round.
So that meant that someone who was 4 seconds over had 1 time penalty.
Let's take a look at the replay. Yeah, it used to be...
yeah, I'm happy with it.
Treble combination. Jumps in well enough.
It just does make some people sound like a cricket score, though.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest criticism, that on your record it looks like you've got these big scores.
Just, didn't get out
which
of
it
that
should
level.
stipulate, I guess, time penalties and what we're jumping to.
I think it does, actually, and you can actually, you know that we're just lazy, we don't actually go and look on the record. She shows you all of these things. If you circled, retired, etc., scratched.
Yeah. Well, that's the first round, Stacey Weston, done and dusted. So 4-horse jump off. We're going to have a look at these Canon towers. There are our Canon cameras. Thank you to Canon, www.canon.co.za for their sponsorship of the cameras. Generously donated for live streaming here at Kyle Army Equestrian Park. Nikki Mungle and Canon, big thank you to you.
Hola.
Hey, did you draw this around my flat?
The all-new Corolla Cross Hybrid. Cross boundaries.
Lisa Williams and 13 feet Campbell, and rounding out the placings in 8th will be Nicola Syme Riley and Sunny Park Stables in Sagi DB. Cut off 4 placings, 76.90 and 4 penalties. Reminder that the top 6 will be required in for the prize giving. So to Dartoli, Gareth Neal, Diamond Dundee and Lara Neal to please make sure that you do hang around until the end of the class. The adjustments have
Welcome back to our live stream pictures, Equestrian Live SA. We do hope that you are enjoying our broadcast. It's interactive. Hit that subscribe button. And also, if you would like to be part of the Equestrian Live sponsorship family, do get in touch with us. Pop onto our Facebook page. All the details are there. So, we are now moving on to the second round. Well, the jump off, in fact, it used to be a second round, but special dispensation. Look at those lovely pictures, Shay de Beer from Macalum. There's clouds hanging in the sky, that blue sky. It's been rainy for the last couple of days, but glorious conditions here today from the Peter Mini Arena. It would have been lovely to be in the Bob Charter, but not so. But this is a very, very close second here in the Peter Mini, and hats off once again to Kyle Army Equestrian Park the grounds crew for getting it all ready, moving all the equipment overnight. So the jump off track, and just to confirm the 4 going through to the jump off, will be Chayton Hendricks. He'll go first. Bronwyn DeSantos will follow. Grant Langley in at 3. And Hausberger's elder Ronnie Healy looking for a big title on that horse before he has to hand it back to his wife, who's just had their second child, but she's ready to get back in the saddle. He's looking for a big win on House Burger's Elder. Probably be his last ride on the stallion this afternoon. Who knows? Let's see. Jump off track is over fences 1, 2, 3A, 13, 6A, 6B, 7 and 8. 1, 2, 3A, 13, 6A, 6B, 7 and 8. So let's work that out. 1 to start off with the United Aviation Group. On to 2. Where are we going? Right, we're just looking at our course plan. The Hollard upright. Now, is there a chance to come inside anywhere? 1 to 2 looks like a pretty straight run. Then it's a right-hand turn to 3. Then it's number 13, which is number 10 in the opposite direction. So from 3, it's a right-hand turn to 13, correct? Then 6A is all the way around. It's a bit of a gallop inside of that United Aviation Oxa to 6A, 6B, and then 7. It's a run down, possibly 4 strides to 7, and then to finish off over 8. It's a long run to 8. So 7A, they're probably going to come inside of 3, and the option is to go round number 11 or inside of number 11 to finish off at number 8. So, first to go, here he is on track. Chayton Hendricks gets us underway. And Shay's going to be looking at all of the inside lines. Possible the opportunity to drop strides. Oh, unfortunately, Chayton drops a pole at that Hollard upright. So a little bit on the back foot now after having 1 down, 4 penalties. Now he's got to keep them all up, but he's also got to keep going because not too many in the jump off here, and very possible that they could have a rail down as well. So he's got to keep his foot on the gas. 4 strides there. Now a long run to the last.
He's chosen to go around the
He's
Cuda.
gone round Cuda. Do you think it's possible to come inside?
I think
It's a tight angle,
it is
isn't
tight.
it? It's a very tight angle.
It's possible.
Possible,
think
but
we might-
high risk stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, for
If
my
we've got
money,
a
I think
couple
they're all going to
fast
go
ones.
round. Let's see. Here's where the. Did he just balance up a
it
little
so
bit too
lightly.
much? Not
Touched
sure.
just barely behind.
Okay, so 4 penalties. His time 46.31. 46.31 and 4. Bronwyn DeSantos, BBC, in at number 2. After her, 2 left to come. This lovely big mare. Let's see how she goes. BBC, Bronwyn DeSantos. She leaves them all up. She goes into pole position. She'll go into the lead with 2 left to come. They'll Grant Langley and, of course, Ronnie Healy on Eldo.
Doesn't quite look like she's going for speed. Maybe just looking for a clear.
Oh, and the same mistake. It's Chayton. So now she has to get going. So Chayton's time, 46.31. I think she's behind the 8 ball on the time. Chayton kept his foot down. He wasn't going hell for leather, but he did keep up a good rhythm. Oh, another one down. 8 penalties now, so into second she drops. Chayton will remain at the top of the leaderboard with 2 left to come. So the worst that he can do at this stage is third. Nice way to finish. 48.38, 1 foot time, 9 penalties. Let's take a look at the replay of that, what looks like, well, it's been the bogey fence the whole day. In fact, in all of the classes, this Hollard Insurance vertical has come down more often than any other fence. So, 48.38 her time. Chayton's time 46.31. He finishes on 4. Grant Langley, if you leave them all up, you go into the lead. And the worst you can do is second, even if your time is beaten. So what is he going to do, Shay? Is he going to be thinking about Ronnie and Eldo? Or is he just looking for a good placing here and leave them all up?
It's a risk because Ronnie and Eldo can be really quick.
Oh, and once again.
Man.
It's on a silver platter here for Ronnie Healy and Eldo. All he needs to do is go clear, and we're only talking about, we're not even talking about time, because he can afford to have 3 time penalties if he leaves them all up. So he really can go wide and take his time.
But remember, it is only 3 seconds.
Correct. Well, it would be in a jump off.
Yeah. But that goes by very quickly.
Yeah. So leader's time, Chayton 46.31, 4 penalties, so that puts him into second, 45.60. Well, let's take a look. Yeah, it puts him into the lead 4 now. So Ronnie Healy just needs to go clear. Let's take a look at the replay here once again. Oh, this bogey fence.
He got a bit deep there.
Right, so what's Ronnie going to do here?
If I were him, I would go for the clear. Be a little more on the careful
It's cost
side.
him before. It's cost him. Those tactics have cost him before, where he's needed to go clear and he's gone for the clear and he's pulled the final rail.
It's also something that makes you a little more careful, and sometimes it isn't always the greatest because you end up pulling or overthinking.
The times haven't been hot. If I were him, I'd be looking for the clear, but also not too steady. You know, not going hell for leather. Okay, well, that's out the way. Looking for the big win here on Elder. Ronnie Healy, Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. Jumps the wall for fun. Going for the steady clear. Fell to the right over that, which can sometimes be a little chink in his armor. He got away with it on that occasion. 1 left to come. Come on. And there you go. South African Outdoor Champion for 2022. Sponsored by Toyota. There is your winner, Ronnie Healy, Hausberger's Eldo. And very deserving win. He's been second on a number of occasions when the big win looked like it was in the bag.
Yeah.
He's lost it at the final element today. Makes no mistakes. There was a slight little moment of trepidation where the horse at the penultimate fence looked like he fell slightly right, which has cost him before, but he's gotten over it. He's gotten away with it. Clear today. What a big win. Of course, owned by Ashley Healy and Hausberger Financial Services. Ashley, the horse's usual pilot. Ashley's just given birth to the couple's second child, and Ronnie's had the ride. He will have to give it back to wife Ashley after today, but at least before he's had to do that, he's come away with a very, very nice victory in one of the jewels in South African show jumping. Of course, makes up part of the Triple Crown Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa, SA Championships and SA Derby, the Triple Crown. And he's got one of those jewels today. We're going to go for a quick break. When we come back to prize giving, then hopefully we'll also get a chance to sit down with the winner of this class, Ronnie Healy and Hausberger's Eldo. What a win. Don't go away.
Hey, Uncle Smooth.
Okay, cool. Check your map. Are we going the right way? I'm following you.
The all-new Corolla Cross. Cross boundaries.
For years, it's been close seconds, narrowly missing out on victory for Ronnie Healy. As it turns out, all he had to do was to win his first major South African title was borrow his wife's horse. Ashley, I've got bad news for you. Aldo's definitely not going back to you after this. Ronnie, you can't keep them in foal forever. It was an absolutely stellar display of show jumping, with the other riders having picked up 4 faults. Ronnie came in cool as a cucumber. Kept a cool head about him. Didn't go for the pace. Came home with 1-time penalty to emerge victorious in 48.85 to be crowned South African Outdoor Grand Prix champion for 2022. It was a valiant effort ahead of Grant Langley and Forsyth Binks, and quickest of the 4 faulters in 45.60, and Shayton Hendricks on Biogen's Kalenko in 46.31. In 4th place, Bronwyn Dos Santos and Babisi. 5th going to Gareth Neal and Dartoli, and 6th going to Laura Neal and Diamond Dundee.
Well, if you just joined us, a very good afternoon to you. You've tuned in just for the end, the prize giving for the big one of the Easter Show for 2022, sponsored by Toyota. It was the Outdoor Adult 1 meter 50 Grand Prix of South Africa. It's a very, very big title and the roll of honour. Lots of top-class riders having won this. Of course, the overall leading champion is an 8-time winner on multiple horses, Barry Taylor. But if we look down the order of honours, Annelie Vuckerfinning, Gonde Beatrix, Peter Lavore, Errol Vuckerfinning, Barry Taylor, Nicola Schroeder won it on that lovely mare Lane, Barry Taylor, Gladiator, Jonathan Clark, Ronnie Lawrence is a multiple winner, Grail Foxcroft, a back-to-back winner, Lynn Piercy, Dominique Alexander won it on Larry Delabre's last step. Barry Taylor once again, Lexi Carter, there she is, Sean Henderson, Ashley Hausberger, the owner of today's winner, Eldo, she won it back in 2010 on Quincy. Nicole Horwood, a back-to-back winner on Don Camargo and Capital Colnado. Back-to-back winner also Nicholas Syme, Riley El Paso, as well as Connoisseur, Gillian van Orsaf. Unlucky today, Ronnie Lawrence was a winner of this event back in 2018, 2019. Capital Sean Tilley and Chris van der Merwe. But at the top of the podium today, and look at that, ladies and gentlemen, an all-male lineup. Ronnie Healy finishes top of the pops there on the top tier. His wonderful horse, Hausberger's Financial Services Eldo, the winner of the class. Second place, he was the only double clear. In fact, finished on 1-time penalty in the jump-off, so 1-time penalty in 48.85. Made sure that he went clear for jumping. He could afford 3-time penalties as there were no other double clears. 4 penalties in the jump-off. Grant Langley, he finishes in second, 45.60. And that's what it means to Ronnie Healy to get his name onto that trophy. And in third place there you can see Chayton Hendricks. He was first to go in the jump-off. He finishes in third. 4 penalties in 46.31. He was a runner-up a couple of years ago behind Capital Chantilly and finishes in third place today. So congratulations to Ronnie Healy. Big thank you to Toyota as the sponsors of this, not only this class, but also this event and, of course, the live streaming as well. Do give them a shout out. Sponsors the lifeblood of this industry, of our game. Without them, we would be nowhere. So big thank you to Toyota. Wonderful, wonderful to have them back as a sponsor of equestrian sport here in South Africa. The Tiger Oats Trophy, there it is. The winner of the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa for 2022, Ronnie Healy. He's had some near wins. So close, but so far on this horse, the President's Cup. I think last year's Rionet Grand Prix as well. And there he is with their new ball. That's Tommy Hunter. Tommy Hunter with Dad and Mom. There they are. What a lovely, lovely family photo. Of course, there's another little sprog that's just arrived. And that's really the reason why Ashley's not riding her wonderful stallion this afternoon. Big congratulations to the team. Of course, they bought the horse quite a few years ago from Diane Boertis. Carolyn Dupree produced the horse up to the 130s, and thereafter Ashley took him over. What a buy he's been. Wonderful, wonderful sport horse. Good horse anywhere in the world. We've said before, we'll say it again. He really is. Magical horse. And proving to be a very, very nice stallion as well. Some progeny on the ground. We look forward to them in the future. Ticks all the boxes as a sport horse, no doubt will do. So as a stallion as well, and will leave an enduring mark on South African show jumping through his record and his progeny to come. Well, we're hoping to get an interview with Ronnie. He's going to lead them off on a lap of honour, and then our producers are going to go and fetch him, and we'll have I'm sure, a very entertaining interview with him in a little while. But there is confirmation of the final result, the top 4. Those were the 4 that all went through to the jump-off. Chayden Hendricks was first to go. He finishes in 3rd. But let's take a look at the result. Ronnie Healy, the champion for 2022. Hausberger's Eldo. A big trophy on the mantle now in the Healy household, and doesn't he deserve it? Forsyth Bengston back in 2nd. Grant Langley. 3rd place, Chayton Hendricks, Biogens Kalinka. 4th place to Bronwyn De Santos and BBC. What a class it's been. We hope that you have enjoyed it, but don't forget there's still more to come. Joining me in co-commentary for the A2 1 meter 40 championship class will be Stenek Mokna. That's up next. This not the last class of the day on Equestrian Live. Still plenty more to come. As Ronnie Healy leads us off on his well-deserved lap of honour. Stay tuned to Equestrian Live. Interview with the winner coming up next, and then that 140 A2 championship class. Don't go away.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna show you flames, boy!
Hey, now you drive like a mama.
Ooh, yo, that's cold! Like your bed in summer.
Oh, easy, boy. I'm coming for you.
Coming for me! Watch me pack this up! Yo. Smooth! Where are you?
The all-new Corolla Cross. Cross boundaries.
The action continues in a few short moments. We're readying the course now for the 1 meter 40 Easter Championship, proudly brought to you by Toyota. That will be our final event for the afternoon, so sit back, relax and enjoy. Go grab yourself a strawberry daiquiri. For the kids, Flag Evans the ice cream man down, and have an ice cream and a smile. There's lots of time still to go and grab a pony ride for the kids. That's up next to the Scotsman Ice Systems tent. And of course there's that wonderful vendor village, jam-packed with lots of things to do, lots of things to buy, lots of activities here at the 2022 Toyota Easter Festival.
Welcome back. Don't forget, plenty still to come on Equestrian Live. We still got the 1 meter 40 A2 Championship. But before we go there, let's chat to the winner of the big one, the South African Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa 2022, sponsored by Toyota. And the winner on my left-hand side, Ronnie Healy. Booyah.
Thanks, bud.
Take us through it. It's been a long time coming.
Yeah. Sure. Last year, I think I threw away 3 titles.
Well, let's go through them. Was the President's Cup the last rail?
Second last.
Was it the second last?
Second
rail?
last.
Yeah.
Then Derby.
Yeah.
And then there was
the
Rionet World Cup.
Yeah.
I was second, and I was second in the Derby, but I just couldn't get them over the line. Not for love or money.
Yeah.
And this is probably my last show on Aldo.
I was saying in commentary, we were wondering because obviously it's Ashley's horse and she's very keen to get him back. Congratulations
even more so
on
now.
the birth of your second child, but now she really wants him back.
Yeah.
Is she going to give you the snip?
I don't know yet. Probably after that. We don't know if we'll have another one or not down the line, but so I think we'll the other measures in place. But I'm excited to have her back in my team. I've missed her. When you're riding every day, and as much as I want to keep her team of horses, which is incredible, I want my partner back. Riding and working together as a team. So that side I'm excited to have. Gutted to be losing Aldo.
But what a nice way to, if this is the last, what a way to go out.
And I've got a nice team of horses coming through. My young one was probably a bit green for today. He didn't have the best warm-up, and it rattled him quite a bit. But he's going to be, this year he'll go through the bigger classes and stuff. But he's an exciting one. And the one I've got in the next class, in the 140s, Cornets Mandarino, he won a big one last year. So I think it's the right time, for those horses to step up. It's always easy to leave them in the back seat when you got Aldo driving the train, But what a horse! I thank my wife for giving me the ride.
How did he feel today? If there is a chink in his armor as well, is there anything in those poles that you did have in those other championship classes? Sometimes just shifts onto that right shoulder just before.
Second last. Okay. I promise you, I was riding my heart out.
Well, let's take us through it, and you can see exactly, because we were saying in commentary, he's done it. And
I thought I'd lost it. I thought I'd lost it, but. To be fair, I actually didn't give him a great ride the first round. I felt like, and he's been quite bolshy the first few days, and this would be a jump that I would worry about.
Well, you would, because all of them had it down.
Yeah, and I had a bit of space. He jumped it well. You see, like that when he throws his head. That's when often he's made a silly mistake where he's fighting and resisting. What you're trying to tell him, because he is so talented. You get away with in a lot of it, and then sometimes you have a fence down.
Was the mindset just go for the clear and don't worry about the time?
Yeah. I don't think I would. Those other horses are very quick, and this horse has endless scope. Oof. And I just didn't want to have too many time faults. I knew I was going to be close to it, and he dropped off here a little, but he's got so much ability. What a horse. Thank you, Aldo.
That is the horse, and I've said it in commentary, and I'll say it again. I sound a bit like a stuck record, but this is a good horse anywhere in the world, right?
I've jumped some of the biggest tracks in the world, and I would take that horse to a championship and feel that I'm not making up numbers. I think he's that good, and he would get better when it got bigger. I think, if you trained him, here we're at 150, 155, there it's 160, 165. So
and you would go in with confidence into it.
I think that's when you'd see that horse's true form. Personally, when it's bigger, like today was big enough, and he was on form. His game face came on.
Any plans like that? Any thoughts of taking him overseas? You've got a family now. You're well established. You've got a business, but there's always the temptation because you want to go and put yourself against the best in the world.
Finances, isn't it? Kids now, I think put a hammer in that. We got high school and school fees to pay. So I would love to. I mean, if it comes along to it, a point that we could take him for Ash, I would love for her to go and jump him in some Nations Cups and maybe a championship. I mean, if it wasn't me and it was her, that horse should deserve to jump a championship. You know what I mean? He's that good, and I think it would be unfair to miss out one day. So we're in conversation, but it is finances.
Let's see what the future holds.
Yeah.
Well, 140, they are walking the course. You've got to ride this. But before you go, Ashley's got her name on that trophy on Quincy. You've got your name on that trophy as well, and that is one of the jewels in the Triple Crown. What does that mean to you?
I'm going for the Triple Crown.
Excellent.
That's the plan.
Yeah. If you can stay on the horse, you better twist her arm.
I've got to plan with the other three. So I think the black one for SA Champs, that's my game.
Yeah.
Cornet's Mandarino's in this one. He'll build up for that.
Okay.
And
on our program, it says Cat Weasel.
Cat Weasel is building up.
Yeah.
He'll jump the Derby this year.
Lovely.
I think he's going to win it.
All the best, bud. Go walk your course, and we'll look forward to you in the next one. Ronnie Healy.
Cheers.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ronnie Healy, the champion here for 2022 Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. Let's take a look at confirmation of that result once again. Hausberger's Elder prevails. Second place, Grant Langley, Forsyth Bankston, Chayton Hendricks, Biogens Kalinka, Bronwyn De Santos, BBC. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, Stenek Mukna with me in co-commentary for the 140s, the final class of the afternoon here, only on Equestrian Live. Don't go away.
I just don't understand why you never use things. You have a watch, but are you ever on time? No. You have a GPS, but are we taking the fastest route? No. You have a phone, but do you ever bother answering it? No. Yes!
The all-new Corolla Cross. Cross boundaries.
So a couple of scratchings that we are aware of at number 3 and at number 14. Flying Diamond J and Carlson 113 taking no part in today's competition. We do have the More Warrunde Z and the Red Knolls Taylor coming in first. They'll be followed by Tamara Rueda and Regenesis Vet Qantas 18. Third in will be Kerry Reeks and Zeisler Champ, followed by number 4, Regenesis Vet Barberg Savoy Affair and Georgia Beat. And in at number 5 will be taking Kusta G and Aislinn Triggle.
Yeah.
Course length is 460 meters. That gives you a time allowed of 79 seconds. Running at a speed of 350 meters per minute for this class. So there's 2 scratchings, 1 rider filling in next highest qualifier. Means that we have a total of 31 competitors lining up to take part here this afternoon. Fantastic prize money courtesy of Toyota. Don't forget to go and check out the full Toyota range of vehicles. They're all on display around the showgrounds, and you'll see taking pride of place in the arena the all-new Toyota Land Cruiser 300. Just recently touched down on South African shores. Available your choice of either a 3.3 turbo diesel or a brand new twin-turbo V6 petrol engine, providing unparalleled power and refinement to your drive. Well, to close the course for inspection as we look to get underway with our last competition of the day. Tomorrow Rueda will be first in Begipon, the Red Nose Taylor will be first in on a Morwa Runday Z, and to stand by Tam Rueda and Regenesis Vent Qantas 18. If you are the owner of a grey or silver Audi, registration JP18XZGP, please urgently go and move your vehicle. You've parked in a friendly neighbourhood vent. So if you're grey Audi, JP18XZGP, please urgently go and move your vehicle so our vet can make his way off premises. So we'll be looking for our first competitors to make their way in, please. Lorraine Knowles-Taylor, Amor Warande Z, and Tamara Rueda on Regenesis Vet Qantas 18. A reminder of those scratchings at 3 and at 14. If anybody knows of anything else, kindly inform us in the judges box.
Welcome back to our little studio here next to the Peter Mini Arena, Equestrian Live, bringing you the last class of the day, the adult 1 meter 40 A2 competition championship. What does A2 mean? Well, it's 1 round against the clock. These are due to time constraints, all the classes from the Bob Charter having to be moved across to the Peter Mini, and then the 130 championships this morning meant we had time constraints, so a few changes to the program. And A2's the championship here for the 1 meter 40 class. Big thank you to Stacey Lee Weston, who's had to run away and ride the 135 championships in the May Foxcroft, and she'll also be seen out in this 1 meter 40 A2 championship as well. But joining me now in co-commentary for this class, Sten Muchner, how are you?
Yeah, good, thank you, and you, Aidan?
Excellent, fine, thank you. Now, why are you not riding, or have you been riding?
I'm slowly getting back into the ring, but I'm recovering from an injury, so I'm easing myself back into it.
Are we allowed to let the viewers know what happened and why it happened?
Yeah, I had groin surgery.
Or maybe we shouldn't say why it happened then.
Same as you. You know exactly what's going on.
And how are you feeling? You good?
Feeling strong. Just, a little ring rusty, but getting back into it.
Excellent. Right, so 1 meter 40, and it is an A2 competition. There is a change to the running order. Lorette Knowles-Taylor, there she is, at number 1 on Amor Warunda Z. And she's replaced Tamara Rueda, who was carded to come in at number 1 on Qantas 18, but that is a change. Time allowed for this class is 79 seconds. Instead, as we said earlier, it's a 1 round A2. What does that mean for riders?
Well, it definitely means, you can see by the way Lorette set off, she's up to pace, and unfortunately maybe paying for it there at number 5. But the riders are going to be really up to the gallop. I mean, if you saw the canter that she set off to number 1 with, they basically, from what I've seen today, Anna hasn't really changed her track. So the guys are basically jumping a Grand Prix track, but against the clock. So basically they need to be jumping as fast as they can.
Having a few down throughout the course of the day. There have been some bogey fences. That Hollard Insurance Vertical has played a role. This wall in the previous class played a role, although the stallion here jumping it very nicely. And the B element of the Toyota treble combination also coming into play more often than not as well. So riders will watch out for those. But what was the final score there for Amor? 12 penalties.
3 down.
73 1-2. Time allowed 79 seconds, well inside of that time allowed. You've had a look at some of the horses in this class. Who have you got your eye
on? As winners for the class, potential winners. Andrew Olaf's been on amazing form, I think. At there, Stacey Weston's moved to number 15, but she's always very fast against the clock. Is this Tamara? Tamara's always quick.
Okay.
This mare in 2019 jumped a lot in the bigger grades, in the 150s, and I think had 1 or 2 injuries or health problems. So I
think she had horse sickness.
Yeah, she had horse sickness and really battled from it. So she's been bringing the mare back, but she is lightning quick, and you can see already she's up against the time.
So this also on reverse order of qualification, and higher qualified horses and riders will go towards the back end of the class. But sometimes that doesn't really reflect the form, because a horse like this sat out of the first qualifier, so didn't score any points there, and then got a score of 30 in the second qualifier. So it comes in a little bit fresh with less jumping under the belt. Does that affect your mindset or the way the horse is going?
Sure.
Fitness?
Sure, for sure. I think, they just had one down. For sure, I think in this class, a lot of the horses either didn't jump the second day or wouldn't have got a fair result with the weather. So, and now they're jumping on a completely different surface. So I'm not sure how much the qualifications how much you can read into the qualifications, yeah. And there's another horse having a good look at that wall.
I mean, we watched the previous class, and that caused a few issues, that wall.
And I think if you go past any competitive yard after Easter show this year, we're all going to have a blue wall painted with a river and some grass on the side.
Yeah.
They'll be throwing out the old brick ones, and you'll be having a look here at yards with some ponds on their walls.
Now, the horses also wouldn't have got a chance throughout the qualifiers to have a look at the full wall. They might have seen some lower bricks or
so they saw
poles.
half that wall. As far as I'm aware, we've seen half of that wall, which I think, at least in the fibre, it doesn't look like a continuance of the grass like it did in the grass arena. But I think
was it causing some issues in the bob as well?
In the grass, definitely. And I think, like Roger said, the horses are either absolutely fine with it or they absolutely don't like it.
Yeah.
One or the other. There's no in between.
Kerry Reese comes in at number 2. Unfortunately, an elimination there for Tam Rueda and Qantas, but she seemed to see the funny side, at least, when she was sitting there on the fibre. Seemed to have a smile on her face. Kerry Reese, Zas Le Champ. Stepping up to the 140s, a young rider that's recently only coming out of the junior rankings. This is her junior horse, and making a good go of it here in the adult rankings.
Yeah, she's trained by Raina Korba, and I think has been a very successful rider. She bought this horse from Javine Shaw, or Javine Grief now, as her married name. And I saw the other day, it's 3 years ago that she bought this horse, and she's built up a really good partnership. Very competitive. Perfectionist of a rider, as I've seen, and she and I think gets along really well with this horse. I don't think the easiest. I think needs a very caring rider, soft touch, and she does a fantastic job with this horse.
Certainly going at a really nice rhythm, good pace. Oh!
Sure.
Kerry, just stay where you are. Medics are on their way to you.
That wasn't nice.
Not a nice moment. We don't like to see that at all in the sport.
There's Ray and the medics.
Yeah, and again, that wall.
Now she
sometimes not always the rider.
Yeah.
I mean, not always the horse booking at it. I think, we as riders sometimes can also maybe predict that our horses are going to have more of a look than what they do. I don't know. Override it a bit. I don't think so there, though. I think maybe just a miscommunication. I think she thought one less and the horse couldn't quite get it from there, so it chipped in.
Well, we've got a moment. Let's cast back to the big class. Exciting stuff.
Oh,
Happy
amazing.
that,
so nice for Ronnie.
Yeah.
He's had 2 years on that horse, and he's been there and thereabouts for basically the full 2 years. Hey, and so nice for him to get that win. I think his wife Ash is chomping at the bit to get back on the horse. So I think any thoughts of him thinking that he might keep the horse for the rest of the season, like the commentators were saying upstairs, I think there's more chance of him falling pregnant next than that happening. But yeah, so nice for him to get the win, because he's been in the results all the way with the horse, and he's always one of the top qualifiers, and he's always there and thereabouts. He's in the prizes. It's so nice for him to get the win finally. Good to see Kerry's up and she seems okay. Horse and rider both seem fine.
Does it look like a little bit of an optical illusion with a lighter blue?
I
up
definitely
towards
think
the
if you
top?
watch all the horses, they jump away from the direction that the water goes to. They all jump, even when we had the jump in the Bob Charter, they all jumped off to the left. Every horse that spooked or jumped it funny jumped off to the left. I think there's definitely something optical about it.
Looks like a standing water jump.
Yeah.
Georgia Beat goes next. Regenesis Vet Barberg's Savoury Affair. Now, I don't know much about Georgia. I know that she's from the Western Cape and she trains a lot of riders as well. Do you know much about her?
Not a whole deal, but I've met her at shows here in Joburg, and she seems to be a very popular and very successful trainer in in Cape Town. She has a lot of pupils, and they all ride really nicely. So that's always a good description of an instructor. Yeah, good reflection.
Oh, that was a late falling pole.
Shannon again there. Just touching it off behind.
Now, what viewers may not know is a new shipment of international poles came into South Africa, as well as shallower cups not too long ago. One of the criticisms of international course builders for a long time was that our poles were too heavy and our cups were too deep. Everything else was around about on par, but that wasn't correct. So these hollowed out poles, a maximum of 12 kilos. They've got a plastic, very round cup at the end, and then they sit in a very shallow 18 mil cup. So the lightest of touches, you literally breathe on those poles and they're going to come down. Have you seen horses having more poles? Have they made much of a difference from what you've seen over the course of the week?
I must say, I thought that the horses, I thought we'd see more faults with the lighter poles. I don't know about you, but I thought, sure, I've got a lot of very fast, speedy, not super scopy horses that can touch the fences often. I thought, oh, we're going to have, more faults than normal. And in actual fact, I think, I think our horses are careful enough. I don't think that the poles have made a huge difference. I think it's great, the odd touch here and there where you would have been clear before and now you're not. But I don't think it's changed results to a huge extent. The 12 kilo poles, maybe I'm just weak, but they still feel really heavy, I must say.
Aisling Triggle now, she comes out of order. She was at number 15 on the program, but she swapped places with Stacey Weston. This is Kusta G. And you've been watching the warm-ups in the Bob Charter. Unfortunately, I've been stuck this side, so how's she been going?
See, she had a really good result on day one. I'm not sure. I stayed out the mud and the rain yesterday. But she had a really good result. I think she was 4th or 5th or something on day one in the 135 qualifier, and then stepped up to the 140s. And also, I think she was 10th. I saw the result. She was 10th. She's actually jumped some 150s on this horse, and gets a really good tune out of him. There you go. She's retiring, but she gets a really good tune out of him. I think the horse belongs to her husband Govert. And
Barry had a spin on the horse.
Barry kept the horse going while she was pregnant, and let me tell you, no better way to keep your wife happy than putting on a good horse. And Aisling and that horse really, really get along well together. I mean, they're an amazing partnership.
Now, why do you think the retirement this afternoon?
I think the horse is mileaged. Aisling is mileaged enough. I don't think either of them needed to see the finish line. She's obviously just
at the wall there.
Yeah, she's had 1 or 2 down and thinking, enough for her.
So, Kayla Gattenbach, Lacano Ballard, a big step up for them this week. You saw on her social media post, put this horse up into the 150s and back down to the 140s today. So, a milestone reach for them. This, always very, very clear. This is an A2 competition. So, just the one chance to dance, one round on time. Where's her mindset going to be at? Go quick as you can?
Suits her. This horse is naturally quick. She's a naturally fast jockey. She's always good against the clock. You'll never find Kayla finding a time fault. Very professional. She would have been prepared for this. And a quick horse, smaller type, maybe not top end scope. I'd say that. I mean, he's jumped the 150s with her, but not a horse that you would think as a big scopy horse, more quick and careful. And I think this class will suit her. She's set off at a great rhythm already. Almost nice sometimes if you've jumped a bigger, finding the back rail. I thought even in the last class, that's quite a scope test, that oxer jumping out, because they jumped the oxer in, and then that plank at the C element there really backs the horses up off the front rail. They've got a stretch for the back rail there.
4 penalties, 69-1-4 at this stage goes into the lead on that score. We're yet to find it clear, and the fastest by quite some way, some 4 seconds faster than anybody else. And have you watched the distances in that treble combination? Did they walk pretty?
I think a little short jumping in, and then a bit of a push jumping out. And I think the plank just exaggerates that. I saw Domini's horse did exactly the same thing in the big class. Sort of jumped in, backed off the uprights a little bit, almost too well, and then had to stretch out and had the back row of that C element.
Currently on track number 7 is Astrid Muller. This is GCS Mix's Samba P.
Yeah, sister to Tamsin Muller, who we all know well in Joburg. And I think Astrid, actually rode overseas for a while with Guy Hodgson, a South African
really?
rider who moved to Texas, America. And he has a very good string of horses. Toki Kakalofa, Johan Kakalofa, I think he's part of one of Johan's owners. And really nice guy.
Wow.
Yeah, a really good guy. Astrid rode and worked for him a little bit while she was over there.
So when did she get back, and what's the plan? And
She wasn't there long. I think
Okay.
I think it was like a visit.
Okay.
But yeah, I spoke to Guy. He's actually my father-in-law's friend.
She lost her way here now. Looks like she might have just got a little bit confused where she was going, and that's going to cost her dearly, I'm afraid.
With this new time fault system, I mean...
Now, what are your thoughts on this new time fault system?
I think it's great. I think it's great. You've just got to come to grips with them telling you you've had 48 penalties when you've had one pole and a circle, you know?
Yeah.
But I think it's good. It's making us all ride up to speed. I think for the horses' safety, you can't go any big on the jumps anymore if you want to look after the horses' well-being. So they're just making us faster against the clock.
Which is also a place that, if anything, is a criticism of South African riders. We tend to set them up a little bit too much, and we need to go quicker. So if you don't want the 48 penalties on your resume, then go up a gear.
Exactly.
Right, you were talking about Andy Olaf as one of your fancies for this class a little bit earlier, and here he goes now on Pegasus Wealth Management's Amazonas.
Oh, well, of course. I mean, he's an Natal boy. All three of us grew up in the same hood. Oh, Andy let me down. And I mean, this is a great horse. A tricky horse that he got probably 5-6 years ago now, and he was very successful up to the 150s. And then the horse had suffered an injury, and he's bringing him back. I would think this is one of the bigger classes. I know he jumped Bloberg Cup last year, but then he sort of took the pressure off. So this will be another big track for this horse that he hasn't sort of seen in too long. Careful horse, spooky. It'll be interesting. I don't want to put the mockers on my friend, but it'll be interesting to see what he thinks of this wall, because he can have a little gawk every now and then at something suspicious.
But how well does Andy do for a man? He's a professional businessman, works long hours in the office, comes home 6-7 o'clock at night, then rides his horses under floodlights.
Yeah, I was going to say to you, he'll irritate you as a friend, because don't ever invite him for a dinner. You'll only get there at 10 o'clock because he's going to ride his horses till 9.
Yeah.
Well, sure, and the horse had no problem with the wall there.
Yeah. Very, very good reaction from Andy, though. I think he read your mind. Came around the corner, gave him a little bit of a, come on, let's get at it.
Make sure you're going to get over that.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. And
I think he's one of the, I think he's very underrated, well, not underrated, but I think he's one that in the future we're going to see with a big string of very good Grand Prix horses, Andy.
Yep. 4 penalties in 73.54, so that is good enough to put him into second at this stage. Lucano Ballard still leading on the 4. A clear round, we'll see somebody into the lead. Will it be Dominique Alexander riding Athena?
You took the words out of my mouth. I think this could be the horse. Athena, owned by Simon Murray, and Dominique and Simon have had a good owner-rider relationship for quite a while now. And Dominique and this horse also have competed, I think, in 1 or 2 150 classes now.
He jumped this horse around the Derby for a very good score 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah. Again, another partnership that really enjoy each other, I think. Dominique's way of riding, very classical, and the horse enjoys it. I think the horse loves the way he rides.
And he's on a good rhythm here. He looks like he's setting up a good time, so whatever the penalty score is, hopefully it's a 0. The time is going to look good. It's that B element.
You wonder there, maybe Dominique's other horse backing up at the B element in the Grand Prix. You wonder maybe
that's in the back of your mind.
Then he's got his leg on a little stronger on the next horse.
Well,
70.22,
good enough to go into second.
Yeah, he was at a good pace, hey?
69.14, Dominique 70.22, Andy Olaf 73.54. And here's the replay. Take a look, Sten. I think you're right. I think a little bit.
I don't even think I can say that. I think maybe, sometimes in this sport it's an error.
Deep into the first one and then put the leg on to make the distance to the second, and maybe just Just flattened out ever so slightly, but that B element has caused a lot of problems.
Yeah, yeah. You know, the other thing is these horses, they make mistakes sometimes. Riders make mistakes, but I mean, the horses are also, we're all human.
Yeah. So Jonathan Clark goes now on Poland's Macchiato. Clooney in the big class did not want to know about that wall. Is that going to sit in Jonathan? Because this horse, I think, is also a little bit sensitive.
No, Jonathan's cold as ice. This horse is probably tenfold as spooky as Clooney. This, I mean, could kill you at the trot to a cross. But Jono does a great job on Mac, as he's affectionately known as a stable name. Blue-eyed boy, I think he's got one blue eye, this horse. Jumps in his own way, but really tries to be careful. And is really, he's come on in the last 2 years.
He really has. And Jonathan took a lot of time in the baby grades, in the meter, meter 10.
You know, you say that, Jono, I don't think he ever spends too much time too small. But like the 120s, 130s, I agree with you. You wouldn't usually see Jonathan on a production job with a horse spending that much time at that height. But he did, and it seems to have paid dividends because this horse is really jumping now. Sorry.
And Pat Pole, if you're watching from Poland Stud, bred the horse. Good afternoon to you. Now let's see, did he have this wall in it? Yeah. Oh, and he didn't want to repeat of Clooney.
Okay, but true to his name, or true to his nature, being a little quirky there.
Yeah.
And again, a good round. Not as quick against the clock.
6 penalties, 2 of those being for time, 80,15.
Puts him into 4th.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the replay here once again. Toyota treble combination.
You know, you can't see it in the screen there, but possibly with the spectators on the side. I don't know if you saw the horse shift to the right.
Close they're sitting, gazebos, flags that we're not seeing. The man of the moment returns. Ronnie Healy, Cornet's Mandarino, this combination, the winners of the Burlington Cup last year, and in one of their first 150 outings, I think, the Burlington Cup. He hadn't had too many under his belt when he won this.
I think it was his first.
Yeah.
We were both in that class. And that was a great win. Short. Well, I thought it was quite a track. And this horse as well, Ronnie's done an amazing job. A little bit unorthodox, like as you saw him land there, almost on all 4 feet, a little bit at the back of that jump. But as Ronnie's produced him up the grades, he's just got better and better and better. He's a bit of a long jumper maybe in the beginning, and
completely agree with you. As the fences have gone up, the horse has just gotten better and better, because he's always looked like a decent horse, but you would think...
Always. Yeah. He came in from Hilmar Meyer, I think, in the beginning. And Ron's had him since he was a 4-year-old. And I mean, if you got a tricky horse and you needed someone good to produce it and knowledgeable, Ronnie's your man. He's a hell of a jockey with a lot of experience I'd say young. He's honing in on 40. Hope everyone heard that. And going
Did you say 40?
40. And going a little grey. Well done, Ron.
Brilliant. Right, well, he's riding the crest of the wave, the winner of the big class, and that's the first clear, goes into the lead. Now it all comes down to clear round in time, 75.94. So in terms of the time, he has left the door open. We've seen some in their fastest time thus far, 69.14. So some 6 seconds separates him, but of course he's the one who's left them all in the cups. The others have found faults, so somebody's going to be able to go quicker than that and leave them up. Time will tell. Ivan van der Sade goes next, Locarno El Dorado. Who've we still got to come here? George Cutlass, Lord Chris, Aisling's been, Chayton Hendricks, Greta, Ryan Walbridge, Jupiter, Lorenzo, Charlie Crockett, Poimoy, Johan, Jonathan Clark, Sheldon, Cat Weasel, Ronnie, Perfect Africa's Lamina Z. So some good sorts still to come. Over the page, a good few as well. So, has he done enough?
He's definitely put the pressure on the others. I think that's there and thereabouts with the time. I don't think he would have been going flat out on Cornetto. But yeah, definitely, I think he's done enough for a podium finish there. And he'll be celebrating tonight with his 2 little boys.
Ivan von der Sade currently on track. Very scopy individual. This Eldorado brings lots of power, but I don't think the most rideable in the world.
I was going to say to you, I almost think he would have been better off if they'd left the classes in the Bob Charter, if he'd had a bit more space. This horse has all the jump in the world, but I think his keenness to jump the jumps almost gets the better of him sometimes. He makes Ivan's job a little difficult. Ivan runs a very good setup out of Plettenberg Bay, hey, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, correct.
And him and his fiancée Savannah have a lot of very, very good, exciting young horses. And I think this horse with time is going to be a World Cup horse. I think he just needs, he just needs a bit more production, and no better person to do that than Ivan.
4 penalties there in 78.64. So let's recap the top couple riders. Mandarino, Ronnie Keeling.
They missed it there. Number 1, and then the middle element of the treble.
Correct.
Catching them out again, that middle element, eh?
Yeah.
He finishes up with 4 penalties.
And it's funny, I thought that the C element, the back rail of the C element would be the bogey, but it's actually, like you said just now, the middle elements caught them out.
Again and again, right throughout the course of the day, especially when that was on that related distance between this Blair Athol on either 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Lots of riders struggling with that B element. Today, this one coming off in this class, just not off of a distance, and still depends on the ride in, I guess. George Cutlass, NCT's Callagho Lord. Chris, how's he been faring?
Yeah, more affectionately known by his friends and family as Gorgeous George. He rides out of RH Equestrian with Ronnie. He's been there for years, and I think Ronnie brings the best out of him. I know he works a lot with Ronnie and Ash's horses. This horse by Lord Zed, one of my favorite stallions, usually a little bit hot and quirky. They're all a bit buzzy, and George has done a great job with him. I think he's also jumped. I think Chris van der Merwe bought him off the Callow auction, and then George bought him as a 6-year-old, I think. And it's been a good partnership. George has jumped him up to some 150 classes, and I think a lot of the horses you'll see here, like we've said earlier today, jumping maybe a division lower just because it's early in the season, and some of them maybe stretched themselves a bit towards the end of last season. But yeah, George, a young rider, a very good rider, looking to make a name for himself in the sport. And he's a hard worker and a very, very good jockey. And I think he's got a bright future for him in the sport.
C element of that treble combination coming down, finding a rail there.
You think that was my bogey after saying not enough of them have had it?
4 penalties in 75.31. Still just the one clear. Cornets Mandarino, Ronnie Healy. Talking about the season, some exciting new venues coming online. Summit Ridge coming online. Heartland coming online. Let's take a look at this.
Yeah, that I thought would happen to more horses. You saw me just shifted left a little bit through the treble there, maybe losing a bit of push.
And then some exciting new competitions coming online as well with this team jumping competition. If you see Stacey Lee Weston, we had
second horse we've seen do that, jump through the front rail.
Yeah.
I think also worth saying that everyone's now prepared for the show. They've gone and they've trained on the grass. I know a lot of people have gone. Sandy Manas has the lovely facilities there at Ascot where people have gone and trained on the grass to prepare, and then jumped 1 or 2 days on the grass, and then the horses to switch to the fibre. I know some horses it doesn't affect, but I think some horses it's a change. This mare very seldom, I don't know, in what I've seen of her, very seldomly would you see her have 3 down like that. And then now to pick up, let's see how she jumps the rest of the track, but now looking quite comfortable and at home. So you never know. Maybe that's just a little bit of okay, there she has the back rail, but maybe just a change in surface, and the horses are sort of adapting a little bit, I think. Yeah, and the mare actually got better and better as she went on. I mean, I know she had the back rail of the last, but to me, jumped better as she went on.
Total of 20 jumping penalties. Not the round that Stacey would have wanted, but again, that's the sport, and these days do happen. And like you say, lots of variables, and
there's so many things that are out of our control with the sport.
And again, it's not just the surface; it's the atmosphere as well. It's the arena. I know most of these horses, or all of these horses, would have jumped in this arena, but today,
not this week.
Correct.
Like you
and
say.
then they bring the gazebos back and the flags, and a lot of the sensitive ones. They're looking around. Everything's much closer, much tighter, much
and
more on top of
amazing
you.
for us to have all these spectators back at our sport. Our post-COVID, but the horses also have to get back used to it again.
Chayton Hendricks goes next. Recently betrothed Chayton Hendricks by Jin's Greta G. One would expect a clear here. I don't want to put the mockers.
You would think. Second in SA Champs and Plet at Sanera that year. And Chayton himself on Kalinko, what did he finish on the last class? Third?
Yeah, he was on the podium.
On the podium in the last class. I mean, he's a professional of note. Broken many hearts recently by marrying the beautiful Ivana Calendar Easby. Now Ivana Hendricks. I think Ivana Calendar Hendricks.
I'm not sure. Did you go and party out at Callagher?
No, I'm part of the working class. I was at a horse show last week. But yeah, Chayton giving a bit of an exhibition here so far.
And again, look at the pace that he's riding at as well. We know it's an A2, so he's riding for the time as well.
People might think that little snatching down thing that Greta does is a bit disconcerting, but I think Chayton's ridden her for long enough to sort of, that's just part of the program with her.
Soft in the elbow.
Yep, and he's up on Ronnie's time.
There you go.
Oh, there you go. Ronnie might have beaten you in the Grand Prix, but you've beaten him in the 140s.
There
well
you
done,
go.
Chayton.
71-48, Chayton Hendricks, Biogen's Greta G, new leader. And that is the new time to beat, some 4 seconds up on Cornet's Mandarino and Ronnie Healy's time. Of course, Ronnie would have loved to have had a double, but he walks away with a big crown this afternoon, so he's still going to go home a very, very happy man.
Oh, I think he'll be happy enough.
Yeah. Chayton into the lead he goes with the lovely Biogen's Greta G. Ryan Warbridge now, number 17 on the program, comes up the hill from Durban, from a wet Durban, with Jupiter de Martellenville. And he can ride some.
So Ryan backed this horse. Grant Langley brought it in as a young horse. Ryan's backed it, produced it. Grant's given him free rein. I think Ryan actually has a share in the horse. Grant, for his 21st, Grant gave him a share in the horse.
That's very nice.
And he's done it.
Weren't you a recipient of that as well with Pamelia?
He's a kind man. And Ryan's really, really done a good job on this horse. I mean, he's a super talented horse, but, I think Ryan, when he started with the horse, was still very much an amateur. And I mean that with no disrespect. I just mean where he was in his career. And you look at him now, there's nothing amateur about this guy.
No.
He rides so many different horses and all of them well.
Yeah.
He's got great feel. He's a hard worker.
I was about to say super feel, super hands, sympathetic.
Horses like him.
Yeah.
Him and Grant have a great relationship, and I think have been very Jupiter. So Jupiter was also gelded quite late. And I don't know, always these stallions have a little bit more self-preservation and can be a little bit more quirky about spooky stuff. See how he goes, No. Yeah, they can do that. There I was just talking him up, but he really is. I think Ryan's one of the guys to watch for the future. He's one of those success stories, I think. Hasn't come from a huge background, and he's really just through hard work and grit and a few really nice opportunities through Grant Langley and the Langley Equestrian setup. He's slowly making a name for himself, and I think he's going to be in this sport for a long time.
I can see him overseas, actually.
All I'd like to do is to see him get a haircut, though.
Yeah.
Or wear a hairnet.
I do agree. Little ponytail.
Charlie Crockett, the master of faster. Eh?
The flying Charlie Crockett goes next, and Kelleho Lorenzo, who's a very, very speedy sort himself. And if Master Moet is watching in Ireland, very good afternoon to you, Lawrence. Saw Lawrence win I think it was a 140 or 150 champion. Well, I don't think it was a championship speed class at Shongweni on this horse one year.
It was a 150 speed.
Man, he went fast.
And Charlie's campaigned this horse super successfully last year in the sort of 145s, you know, those Bloberg Cups, Burlington Cups, Rionet Cups.
Yeah, how was her show at Bloberg last year? She just won everything.
Yeah. She was a Victrix Ladorum at that show. She was super quick and everything. But I mean, she always is.
Yeah, exactly.
Is she the first rider that's gone inside?
Yeah, she is.
She's the first rider that's gone inside from 7 to 8. Oh.
C element goes down. But let's see what the time is when she comes home and see how much that has paid off in terms of the time, and then see what the other riders do. 69.58. So Chayton's time 71.48, and he wasn't hanging about.
Kayla was 69.14, hey?
Yeah. So
Charlie goes in as the second fastest four-faulter.
Is anybody going to
I wonder
see
if they're going to
what
cotton
she
on
did?
to that.
Yeah, that's the question.
I think you really have to have the horse right at 7 to be able to. When I say right, I think you have to have the ride you want at 7 to be able to turn inside there without they dropping their back legs on that upright.
Johan Lotte, number 19, Pour Moi, for Nova Sonnenstrahl. Very good afternoon to Lynn Rowan, if you're watching. They're very, very picturesque setup there. Now this man can ride, and it's great to have him back in the 140s. He deserves to be up in all the big classes. He's a huge talent.
And everyone's best friend. What a cool guy.
Yeah.
Hey?
Yeah.
I mean, to have ridden at the level that he's ridden at, World Equestrian Games and all that, and then to come back and be so humble and have a kind word for everyone and be supportive of everyone. He'll be the first guy picking a jump up for you in the... Oh, he's gone inside to number 4. Jeepers, Johan.
Now, is he going to do the Charlie Crockart ride to the treble?
Well, it would be way easier than the inside turn he just did to the triple bar.
And I think, you know, this horse doesn't have natural ground speed. I think he's got a big enough stride, but not naturally quick across the ground. So
yeah, he's inside.
So he's going to be looking for these inside turns to make up the time. Well done. Okay, so come on.
Risk and reward.
Correct.
You know, he could have gone round. You never know.
I hope he keeps on this rhythm and he doesn't back off now, because I want to see a yardstick of what these turns pay off.
Have you seen Johan back off before? Oh dear, and a brick out the wall there.
But look at the time. 67.16. So
fastest time we've seen so far.
By some 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So if you can do that and leave them up, is that the key to success? There's the inside line. I mean,
and I think it's a stallion to watch out for in the future. I know he's not super extravagant and maybe what people want to see them flicking their tail and clearing the jumps by half a meter. But I've seen some of his progeny and they really
the breeders
look classy.
do, and you know, but the riders
they look super classy as progeny, and he looks rideable.
Yeah.
Okay, Johan might disguise a lot, but that horse looks rideable.
Very. And then you know, like a guy like Ludger Bierbaum, he trains them to be economical. When you do that, they're wasting time up in the air. And as a professional, you're here to win classes.
Yep. The great Jonathan Clark, Linda Illerine Sheldon, back on track owned.
In Doctro, Conti.
A new partnership. I think the two of them still getting to know each other a little bit.
And isn't he quite a relatively young horse as well?
I think so. Sort of new to this level.
8 or 9-year-old now.
Hasn't been here for a long time. And he's one of the high qualifiers, so he's obviously had a good show until now. And again, maybe one, like I said, just against the... Just changing from surface to surface or changing readings. I know he's a sensitive, careful, classy horse. So you never know how much this all affects them.
big horse for the future.
Yeah, and with a jockey like Jono, I mean, the horse will be given every opportunity it needs.
Jump that super. Nice way to finish.
Yeah. You can never underestimate time with riders and horses.
And this is a lot to look at. Lots of new types of fences, like you say, different arena today. Young horse, this will bring him on a lot.
Yeah.
Number 11 on Cornet's Mandarino. Subsequently, we've had another that's relegated him to second.
12 penalties, the final score there for Jonathan, and back on track, Sheldon. Ronnie's back. Cat Weasel, Blue Turtle, Ronnie Healy, his final ride of the day. So he's up there in second with Mandarino. Biogen's Gretagy and Chayton snatched the lead away from him. This horse a lot more experienced than Mandarino, so are we going to see him put the hammer down? Is he going to have a good go?
Yeah, Ronnie's a fighter. He loves a win. You won't see him back down here. Cat Weasel, super competitive. Everyone's favorite great pony. I don't think that on the screen you never see it quite as how small Cat Weasel is. He's tiny. I'm a midget and I can see over his wither. So I mean,
what did they say with boxers? Punching above your weight class.
Yeah, 100%. Sort of the same as Ronnie with his wife Ash.
No comment.
Not super quick so far, hey?
No.
Oh, inside though. And I didn't want to jinx him, but I knew that horse would make light work of the treble through there.
He just uses his body so well.
Unbelievable. Sten, don't let Ronnie know I jinxed him. And you know, I think, like he said, he's got a plan for his horses for that Triple Crown this year.
70.56, 71.48 the leader's time. So without that brick in the wall, that would have gone into the lead. So he did manage to beat Shaken's time with that inside ride to that treble combination. Of course, there are the 2 inside rides available for those who are brave enough to dare. Now, this is a horse that can turn on a ticky. Is Jean going to have her eye on the prize here?
She could 100% beat the time by about 6 seconds on a good day. So let's see.
This is the bravest little mare.
And Jean gets such a tune out of her.
Absolutely loves her. They have a real bond. Telling me the story about this mare, how timid she was when they got her and how small she was and backward and would stand at the box shaking and didn't want to know about humans, and they've got a very, very unique bond.
She came from Namibia.
Yeah.
Probably hiding in the back of the stable running away from leopards.
Correct.
Inside. Has anyone else gone inside one there?
Don't think so.
No. So she's just put her 4 seconds ahead of anyone already.
She spotted a trick, but now she's gone around here.
That's okay. She probably wants that ride round to the treble with a slightly smaller horse. Good ride. Yep.
Just heard Ray from outside saying, "Go on!"
And I think that inside ride early on has set her up for... She's inside. I think she's ahead of the time.
Look at that. Come on.
On it.
And there we go, 67.82. Now you ask yourself, how has nobody else spotted that? Or have they, and they just haven't been brave enough to go for it?
No, you think often people, we look for how to make up time as the class goes on. You know, you'll very seldomly see someone hit number 1 at the gallop, or be thinking inside turn 1 to 2. You're often thinking to sort of make up time as you go. And that
4 seconds inside of Chayton's time leaves them all up 67.82.
So Shayton also took the outside track to the treble, but he didn't do that inside turn. So like I said, that saved her 4 seconds there.
Coming right there from Jean Corbin, you've perfect Africa's Lamina. So a young lady in picture now also likes to have a go. Carla Brimacombe, Consumer Rock International Quisto. And trained by Ronnie, right?
Yeah, and another horse that they bought from Hilmar. She rides under the Tack and Togs brand. Carla, a young adult that's also very competitive. Sometimes maybe young and too competitive, always fast against the clock. You'll never see her cantering a quiet round. And this horse is very scopy, very classy, and very careful. And I think sometimes he can get in his own head a little bit. But she does a good job with him, keeping the lid on.
B element comes into play once again. 4 penalties.
Hard to see from where we're sitting, but almost looked like she was a bit deep at the oxer jumping in and then rode forward in that one stride between A and B.
Gives him a pat down the neck, happy with his performance today. 4 penalties in her time, 74.93. Drops her down the rankings to 9th. So let's recap. Jean Courba leading, clearance 67.82. Really structured, thinking ride from her. Bijan's Greta G. Chaitin in second, 71.48, and in third, Mandarina and Ronnie Healy, 75.92. Those are your podium at the moment, and the only 3 that have gone clear. As we move on down to Capital Hemingway, and this is Sophie Teed. Sophie, another young rider, always game.
Sophie originally rode with Charlie, and then I think now has been training with Dominique. I stand to be corrected, but I think she now trains with Dominique. Also very smooth, very accurate, good jockey. She didn't do that inside turn that Jean did, but she set off at a very good rhythm.
She's in a good place. She's landing and putting the hammer down between each and every fence. Landing and going. Gave that a rattle, that back rail, but it stayed in the cups. Ooh. Oh.
Hopefully clutching at her stomach, she's just winded.
Sophie, medics are on their way to you.
I think she hit her knee on the upright as she came over that wall.
She definitely did.
Did that just drag off the back of the horse?
Yeah. But I'm hoping that was just that she's winded, that she's grabbed at her midriff. So you'll find with a lot of the riders, there's almost sort of 2 tactics that they adopt when the horses spook at a jump. They either make quite an effort to show the horse in front and behind and show the horse everything, and then make sure when they're riding to it that they have a long straight approach. Or like you saw Lara try earlier, like Sophie just did now, they don't show the horse the wall at all, and then they have quite a short approach to it, so the horse doesn't have a lot of time to think about it.
No. I'm the former.
Yeah, for me as well, but I've seen both work, and I mean, you'd have to trust a horsewoman like her to know her horse, and obviously she thought that would work better, because if you saw her, she took quite a short approach. Hey?
I tell you, the exuberance of youth there, the way she just bounced, because that was a heavy for us to be lying there in a pile. She was right in front of you.
If you said you'd still be lying there in a pile, I'd have tears. They would have needed the whole ambulance in here, never mind a stretcher for me.
I'd be screaming, "Mary! Mary!"
Like our moms used to do when we were kids.
No, mine didn't. Get up! Aisling Triggle. Cadiz van Pitsenberg. What does she call this horse? Candy Patch.
That's it. And she loves her. I was chatting to her this morning, or yesterday morning, and she was telling me how amazing the horse feels over jumps, and she just, every lesson that she has, she trains with Barry Taylor, and every lesson that they have, she just comes away smiling every time. She can't get over how nice the horse is to ride. And I mean, Aisling's ridden enough horses in her life, so.
And good horses.
Yeah. There you go. Giving a good tug round on the inside turn. And nails the ride in there. Beautiful.
Very good.
She's on it. Yes.
Oh, what a lovely round.
Into second.
71.92 puts her into third. Well done, Aisling Driggle. Cadiz van Pitsenberg.
There was
Africa's
no way
Lamina
she
Z
was
leads.
missing that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No.
There was no way she was missing that inside turn.
Now, why you ask, should we ask, is Jean the only one who's done the first inside turn? Did you have a look at it? Did you walk the course?
I
Is
didn't
it
walk
very
the course,
tricky?
but it's obviously tight. You know it, if it was easy, everyone would have done it. So it's obviously tighter than what you see. And coming away from the gate, it's early on in the track. Quite those little white boards underneath there can be more spooky than what they appear to us. I think to the horses with the little hedges in the middle.
Well, is Amy prepping something here? Because she went and showed the horse those little white hedges.
Definitely.
And she's competitive.
And I saw her communicating there to her, I think quite a new trainer to her, Damien Stevens. She's originally from Natal.
Correct.
And now I might be incorrect, but she's, I think, studying in Cape Town.
She's studying at Stellenbosch.
There you go, and training with Damien. I think she rides out of Mystico Stables, hey?
Not sure where she's riding out of, but I know.
But definitely training with Damien. And this horse has been stabled at Liam Stevens, Damien's son, while it's been up here in Joburg. And Liam says to me that this is something special to watch for the future. He said this horse is going to win a World Cup series.
And she's capable. She's a very good rider.
He said one of the best young riders he's ever seen.
Yeah. She's just so natural on her rhythm and her eye, and I know not her day to day, but
I think that's also part of being. I'm not old, but I think it's part of being young. Consistency. Yeah. It's one great thing about this sport. You watch guys, you just get better as you get older. You know what I mean?
Speak for yourself.
You're in your prime when you look at some of those guys in their prime at 60.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
There's still hope.
Well, I don't know. I'll have to live to 200 for hope for me. But I mean, there's still hope. I think this sport, you can only get better. With that book of
that is that is the one thing about the sport. There's a great deal of longevity, so you're not out of it when you.
Yeah.
She's going to be upset with that.
No, she'll be going back to the drawing board.
Yeah.
And I think she's pretty hard on herself. Liam says she's a perfectionist, so yeah.
So retirement there from Amy. Kerry Muir, another very, very talented rider, also from Natal, comes in.
Yeah, Dick Muir's daughter. She's dating Oliver Bishop at the moment. And riding Capital Chatman that Jacob Peach used to ride. Jacob from Zimbabwe and is now competing in England. We had him here for the show for a couple of classes.
Yes.
He was
is that where he is? England?
England.
Is he?
Yeah.
And his horses, what he's doing?
He's studying
okay.
and riding. I saw he rode in a 145 Grand Prix the other day and had 2 down, but I think he'd known the horse for 6 weeks or so. So yeah, I think having a whale of a time. Kerry, a very, very competitive jockey. She, I think, made her name in the juniors on a horse called Brandenburg Chancellor, who she purchased from Ivana Calendar Hendricks.
Chancellor.
Yeah, so Ivana Calendar Easby's.
Yes.
And then when Kerry had it in juniors and was super successful on the horse, very competitive, and she can ride. I'm not sure at the moment if she's still riding for Brett Latimer, but she was riding for him, and a very good jockey, a top sportsman.
Oh, yeah, she's naturally just very, very gifted.
And you'll never see her not patting her horse at the end of a class with a big smile on her face.
The crowd as their final fence goes down. It was all great up until that point in time.
And this is Oliver's horse. I mean, Oliver bought it for
Yes.
himself, but he just said it didn't have enough speed for him. He just did
I
better
think
ride
it didn't
for
suit
her.
him. It didn't suit his style completely.
4 penalties at the last. 72.16 would have put her into 4th. If that stayed up. Not too many more to go here. Here's a superstar for the future United Aviations Group, Capital Night Star and Nicole Horwood. And this is one classy horse.
If I'm not mistaken, Night Star is the full brother to Magic Boy,
Correct.
Ronnie Healy's. And both, I think, have shown their class this week at the show.
I always get mixed up between Magic Boy or if he's the full brother to Moonlight, because the name's Night Star and Moonlight.
No, but it's these two.
Yes, they're the Toulon Darko.
Toulon Darko, that's it. I was just looking it up now. Yeah.
Yeah.
And two very exciting prospects for this.
And
the
two
sport,
quite different kind of horses, similar in ways, but in like Magic Boy looks the more Darko, got the
yes, yeah, in his build. Sean Nicole's on a good pace here.
.71.09, well done, clear all the way, 71.09, and that goes into 2nd. 67.82.
It's good enough for 2nd place for Nicole Horwood and United Aviation Group's Capital Night Star. Still 3 seconds off the leading pace, 67.
So is anybody going to catch Jean Corba? Is that beatable? 67.82 the leader's time. Hannah Garten here, Pollyanna, won a fantastic class at the Biogen World Cup last year where she flew in the 140s.
I was about to say, I'll tell you what, if anyone's going to catch it, this girl is quick. And has lots of experience now from riding a little bit in Europe, and she's come back and she doesn't ride anywhere near a time fault.
Keeps pressing around the corner. What a class mare as well.
Yeah, she goes in such a classical way. I mean,
just so beautiful.
For you to take a picture
Inside.
out of the textbook there.
Super well done.
And she's well up on the time. The others have been getting to the wall at 60. She got
3
57.
seconds.
Yeah. What a sin.
Was
the
it down?
back rail of the last.
Look at the time, 63.
Oh no, 63.35, the leader's time 67.
4.5
my
seconds.
goodness.
She was some 4.5 seconds faster.
Look how high. Was it too much height? She went very high on the way down with the back toes and just touched it.
I guess also a very sensitive mare, and that oxer is jumping directly into the catering and the spectators on the side. So, but what a round! She's an amazing jockey, that girl.
And look at that time, 63.35, incredible. To be honest, I didn't think anybody was going to get near Jean, and that just blew it away by 5 seconds. Annalise Comfort here, Shadow Fly. Denford, Vermette and Thermal Mud Shadow Fly. Now she's game.
She's not one to shy away from a challenge. And good on a speed class.
She's gone a little bit wide there.
She's gone around, but she's really keeping her pace up. Maybe a little too much there, just getting down that distance too quickly.
That's her chance is gone. Balance nicely into that turtle combination. Brick out the wall, puts on 8 penalties, coming to the last. Good effort in 68.37. 8 penalties for Annalise Comfort. Drops it down the ranking, I'm afraid, with the 2 down. So Lamina still leading, 0 penalties in 67.82. Capital Night Star Nicole Horwood in second, 71.09. And Greta G in third, Chayton 71.48. Savannah Gierke now, Poland's Warza, penultimate competitor, and last to go will be R&R Capital Coleman. Dominic Alexander, the highest qualifier. Look at them both at the wall. I'll meet you at the pond, they say. Right, Savannah Gierke.
Savannah's engaged to Ivan recently, and maybe not the fastest horse.
No, she gives it a go though, but unfortunately finding the first rail, so already 4 penalties. The back rail of that United Aviation group comes down.
I'm going to have to eat my words, because I was about to say maybe not the fastest horse, but always in the results. Sure. Showing a bit of care at the triple bar.
Yeah.
You often see her in the top 6 of her class. Often. I think trains with fiance Ivan and Ronnie Lawrence. And she's done a great job with this. I actually think Ivan bought the horse as a young horse. And then she fell in love with it and begged him for it and bought it from him. And has had a very, very successful campaign on it so far.
She a lot of the time she's in the money with this horse. She really and well supported by Ivan as well. You always see him on the sidelines encouraging. They're not easy from them from where they're based. I think they need to plan carefully where they go and how long they spend. They try and group shows together, and they come up and spend time here. And
it's a total of 24 penalties, 8 for time.
he said he is planning on doing another couple shows before he goes home. They're planning on going to Revel Stables and then doing the World Cup show, the first World Cup, the Rionet one. It'll be here before making a trip back up to Plet. So, not their day today, but they'll be back. Dominic Alexander, R&R Capital Coleman, another graduate from the Capital Stud Sale. I think he was, in his year, the highest price. And really nice to see these Capital Stud graduates making their way up the grades and doing so very, very well. Saw Magic Boy jumping in the 115s. This one will be there not too long from now, and Dominic really rates this horse.
Yeah, and for obvious reasons, you know, it's always fulfilling, I think, for the breeders to, you know, you have the skeptics that say, how can you pay X for a horse that's a 4-year-old on an auction? But I think what a lot of people don't realize is that they're paying for potential, and you know, it's great that these horses are showing their potential. You see that Moonlight went and was so successful in his short campaign overseas, and now
is he back?
I think he's on. I think he might be on his way back. And then Coleman showing his class, Night Star showing his class, Magic Boy showing his class. So, that nearly stayed. So there we have it. You have a winner.
Yeah, so true of what you say. I mean, quality is on display. If it's a quality animal, you can't hide them away, even when they're 4-year-olds.
And look at his time.
66.08. Look at him smiling. Oh, he just loves that horse, and that's a big, big one for the future.
Definitely. Great to see these horses producing onto the bigger classes now. Really, really exciting. And if you watch this, I mean, it nearly stayed. He just rubbed it. Actually, with his belly guard.
Yeah. It actually rolled in the cups before it came down.
Sure.
He's going to change his tack. Oh, what a pity. Brilliant, brilliant effort from Dominic Alexander there. What was his time?
66.08. He goes into 7th place.
And on that time, that stayed up. We've got a 63 from Hannah Garton, a 66.08. So it would have gone into listen, if they'd all stayed in the cups, that would have been the outcome. But that's not.
Yeah.
We've got to leave them all up. And the winner's time, 67.82. Jean Corba, your Perfect Africa's Lamina Z. take this opportunity to thank Sten Mukna for being with us. Always great to have him in co-commentary. We do hope that you have enjoyed it. And just tell me about your comeback trail, when we're going to see you back in the big stuff, how the horse is all going.
Yeah, as soon as I'm feeling back up to it, I'm not in a huge rush, I must be honest. The groin surgery that I had is quite extensive.
Yeah.
They say to me a full 18 months before I feel 100%.
Yeah. And how long has it been now?
I thought I was invincible. I thought, whatever, guys, I'll just crack on here. But I do still feel a little uncomfortable, so I'm just going to I'm going to carry on jumping. I'm back in the 135s, and I'll sort of jump that until I feel a bit more comfortable. Doesn't help that sort of my biggest jumping horse at the moment's Kalohola Padre, who likes to buck 32 times around the course, so it's not the most comfortable outing every day. But I'll get there. Well, hopefully my wife's pregnant soon. I can get Pamelia back. She's a much more level-headed one.
Excellent. Good news. Well, let's hope for the best, and it will be great to see you back in the ring in the big stuff, because you're a top-class jockey and you deserve to be there.
Cool. Thanks, Adam. Thanks for having me.
So that's Sten Mukna. Now we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, the prize giving for the 1 meter 40 class, and hopefully we'll get a chance to chat to the winner, Jean Corber, who takes the win here in the Perfect Africa's Lamina Z. Don't go away. You're watching Equestrian Live.
Hola.
Hi, did you draw this around my flat?
The all-new Corolla Cross Hybrid. Cross boundaries.
Excitement kept on coming, and it was an absolutely thrilling 1 meter 40 speed championship class. Jean Corber brought her A game, absolutely flying. In 67.82, she was 2.5 seconds quicker than the next closest clear round, that being Nicole Horwood in second place on United Aviation Group's Capital Night Star. Third place going to Shayton Hendricks and Bijan's Greta G. Today of thirds for Shayton. Victory is coming your way soon. Fourth place to Aisling Triggle, Cadiz van der Pitsenberg. Fifth going to Ronnie Healy, adding a little more prize money to an already lucrative day on corner to Mandarino in 75.94 and Claire. Sixth place then going to the quickest of the four falters, 63.35. Had that back rail stayed up on the Kuda Oxa, it would have been 4 seconds clear at the top of the order. Seventh going to Dominic Alexander, R&R Capital Coleman. And in eighth place, Kayla Gertebach and Lacano Ballard. Once the initial photos have been taken, our top 3 place competitors may dismount, make your way forward to the podiums. Jean Corber, Nicole Horwood and Shayton Hendricks. For their efforts here today, 10,000 Rand going the way of the winner. Second place picking up 7,000, and to third, 5,000 Rand. Of course, a big thank you goes out to the team from Toyota South Africa. They were new sponsors, not only to the Easter Festival, but to the equestrian sports as well, and it has been absolutely wonderful to have them on board. So big thank you to Toyota.
Welcome back to our pictures here from the Peter Mini, the final prize giving of the afternoon, and also for this Easter Show 2022, generously sponsored by Toyota, our flagship sponsor of both the show, all the classes, as well as the live streaming. Oh, great pictures. Look at that. Jean Corba in tears as she takes the win here on that magical mare of hers, Your Perfect Africa's Lamina Z, was simply perfect this afternoon. The only rider to pull off an inside turn early on in the course, and walks away with the win, leaves them all up in 67.82. Look what it means to her. She's in tears. Wow, she's produced that horse all the way from the beginning. It means so much to her. Second place going to Nicole Horwood on United Aviation Group's Capital Night Star. Congratulations to her as well. Her time 71.09. Chayton Hendricks is on the podium. Of course, he was on the podium on Biogen's Kalinko in the big one, the 150 Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa, and on the podium for the second time in as many classes here on Biogen's. Greta G finishes up in third. Minor Money, Cadiz van der Pitsenberg. Well done. Aisling Trigger finishes in fourth and fifth place. Cornets Mandarina. Ronnie Healy, the man at the moment. Of course, he walked away with the big one, the Outdoor Grand Prix on Eldo. Pollyanna Hannah Gotten. Wow, we have to mention Hannah. She just tipped the final fence on the way down in 63.35. There you go, confirmation of the results. Hannah Gotten walked away with the fastest time and some 5 seconds faster than anybody else, but just tipped the final fence. Jean Corba, the winner. Your Perfect Africa's Lamina Z. United Aviation Group's Capital Night Star, Nicole Horwood in second. Third place to Chayton Hendricks, Biogen's Greta G, Aisling Triggle, Ronnie Healy, Hannah Garten, the Minor Money. It was a hot class, an A2 one-rounder. Brought to you here by Toyota, sponsors of Equestrian Live, this live streaming broadcast this afternoon. It's not over. We still have an interview lined up with the winner, the lady in picture there. She'll hopefully come and chat to us, get her perspective on her winning round on Lamina Z, Your Perfect Africa. Such a lovely person, often joins us in co-commentary, is such good value, a wealth of knowledge on the breeding, an out-and-out consummate professional rider and horsewoman, knows her pedigrees as well. Her and husband Ray run a very successful, they've in fact just relocated down the road. They've had to expand their business, their horse business, and just based literally across the driveway from Kalami Park Club. Big thank you once again to Canon, www.canon.co.za. Sponsors the video cameras, bringing you these pictures, these high-quality, high-def pictures through their Canon lenses. We're going to go to a little commercial break. When we come back, we'll be chatting to Jean Corba. More to come on Equestrian Live.
Hey, Uncle Smooth.
Okay, cool. Check your map. Are we going the right way? I'm following you.
The all-new Corolla Cross. Cross boundaries.
Welcome back to Kyalami Equestrian Park, and that pretty much wraps up the day. That's the end of the show jumping, but we have the winner of the previous class, the A2 1m40 Toyota Easter Championship winner with us. Jean Corba wins on your Perfect Africa Lamina Z, and I saw what it means to you. Tell the viewers why. What a story.
It means so much to me. We have come a really long time together. I fell off this horse a lot. She's from Namibia, and she was very scared and very difficult. And as even in the round, you can see she can get funny. I planned on turning inside to the triple combination, but she said, no, we're not, and we're galloping. So I just kind of have to go with what she decides and try and guide her as much as I can. And she always tries her absolute best.
Well, let's take a look at the round, because you pulled off a turn that nobody else did. So talk us through that.
So I planned just to keep going, and I actually decided I wanted to do 9 here, and I ended up doing 10 strides to this oxa. I got the pulls a little bit, and then I thought, okay, I better get going. But with her, I've always got to be careful to not overcook it and trust that she's naturally quite fast. I think here I had I said, whoa, and I knew, okay, I could slip inside there. She's more rideable on the left rein, and I thought I'll do a little U-turn. Thank goodness the stride was there.
And you were the only person to pull that off. You were the only person to try that.
I think Hannah with Pollyanna also did it, and she obviously had me because she went inside to the triple combination, which I didn't manage to get. And then she jumped the treble just so beautifully. And Mouse can be a little bit tricky with spooky jumps. So with this wall, I was a little bit worried, and you can see her expression, and I had to ride a bit hard. And then I just couldn't hold for the 8, so I thought, okay, well, we'll just do 7 then.
And it paid off.
And it paid off. Thank you. I'm so grateful for her. We've honestly been on the podium quite a few times and won some warm-up classes, but I've never actually won a championships with her. So this really means a hell of a lot to me.
Well,
so
hopefully
hence the tears of joy.
This is absolutely the first of many. And just to recap on that story, I mean, it's such a wonderful story, and I know you've told it before, but let's tell it again, because she wasn't a popular buy with your husband.
Not at all.
You had to find an owner then to come in with her.
Yes. So we went to go and see a couple of horses that had come from Namibia, and she was I think all the horses were quite thin, and they'd just traveled and were very stressed, but this one in particular, I don't think anyone really could get near it, and she was very funny, and of course my heart just dropped. And I had a wonderful lady called Alison van Deventer that was interested in helping me to buy a horse. And I sent her some photos. I said, look, this is not ideally what I wanted to buy, but I can't. I don't know. There's something about this mare. I want to get her home. And I brought her home, and my grooms were all horrified because they're obviously used to, fancy horses coming along.
And she was a little squib. I mean,
completely.
She was tiny.
She was 7, and she was probably about 15.2, 15.3, so she wasn't going to grow much more. And she got out the box, and none of us could touch her. She was snorting at all of us, and my groom said to me, "Ma'am, I think you fetched the wrong horse. I think we must send this one back." And I was like, "Sorry guys, this is it." And my normal groom actually didn't want to look after her, so another guy stepped in, old John, and we really spent a lot of time grooming her.
And Ray wasn't so happy that you wanted to...
No, he didn't actually acknowledge her for probably a good 8 to 9 months.
Sure.
Whenever I rode her, he never commented. He never said anything. The one day he said to me, "Could you just get that horse's head down? Because it looks like a camel." Because she had her head up, and she was galloping away with me in the arena and spooking at everything, and I fell off her a lot, and he was obviously worried. And then I think she just always tried and gave her best.
She's like a little lioness. She's got the heart of a lion.
And I said she always tries, and I think with this, it's hard to jump, and it's hard to jump these tracks. You need a horse that wants to fight for you, and she might be a funny thing, and she might not always be rideable, but she fights, and she fights for me, and I Just love her.
Where to from here?
Hopefully we can win some more championships.
Sky's the limit. Has she got the 150s in her sights? Is she good enough?
I think she's got the heart, but I think her rideability is not always as nice as you'd like it, and I don't ever want to break her heart. So she does those 145s. She's done like a Burlington, I think I did Burlington Cup and Bloberg Cup, and she's done really well with those. But I don't think she's a World Cup horse. Yeah. And I wouldn't want to damage anything that we've got. So and I'm so grateful to Ali for believing in me and helping me with her.
Absolutely.
And
shout out to your sponsor. That is Your Perfect Africa.
Yes, so Ali owns Your Perfect Africa. It's a travel agency that travels to the most exquisite game farms. So if you ever want to go anywhere special, please give Ali a call.
Well, big shout out to them, and once again a huge congratulations. We look forward to seeing many, many more wins from the two of you. Very, very special partnership and a wonderful story to go with it.
Thank you so much,
So
Aidan. I appreciate it.
Takes the win here in the 140s with Your Perfect Africa's Lamina Z. Let's quickly recap that result before we say goodbye to all of our viewers. And there you have it. Confirmation. John Korba prevails. Your Perfect Africa's Lamina Z. Nicole Horwood finishes up in second. United Aviation Group's Capital Night Star. Chayton Hendricks on the podium for the second time. Biogen's Greta G. Of course, he was on the podium for the big class as well. Aisling Trigger. Well done, Ace. Cadiz van der Pitsenberg. Ronnie Healy. Today's big winner, Cornets Mandarino, and Hannah Garten, PMH Pollyanna, came home with the quickest time, but unfortunately found the final rail in getting there. So that's all from Equestrian Live SA. Thanks for watching. Big thank you to our sponsor once again, Toyota, have come to the party. It's wonderful to have Toyota in equestrian sports once again. And we've had a wonderful show. There have been challenges. We've had the rain. We've moved to the Peter Mini Arena today, but it's all worked out for the best, and what a day it has been. Big shout out also to our guys on the camera tower, and of course the guys in the outside broadcast unit bringing you all these pictures. A shout out please to Richard, Mike, Scott, Donovan, Andrew, our cameramen, Atlantis Video, Toyota, the KEP ground staff, and you have been watching the Toyota Easter Festival here on Equestrian Live. The 2022 Toyota Easter Festival at Kyalami Park, proudly sponsored by Toyota and brought to you by Equestrian Live. We'll see you soon at the next one. In a few weeks' time, it's the Rionet World Cup Series here at Kyalami Park. Until then, stay safe. Bye-bye.